To honor our country, let's take a listen. The 2026 National C-SPAN is bringing you coverage of the Memorial Day Parade here in Washington, D.C. And if you're in Washington today and you want to continue to commemorate the holiday, make your way across Memorial Bridge to Arlington National Cemetery, where shortly President Trump will place a wreath at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldiers. Shortly afterwards, he'll walk over to the Memorial Amphitheater along with the military leaders. They're all expected to offer remarks.
Well, you might have to...
Welcome back.
You're trying to ask me things. A little too soon.
Oh, well, I mean, it's not every day that I meet a beautiful 5'11" Turkish girl, so sorry if I'm a little excited, but I do live near O'Hare in Jefferson Park, Northwest Side, so it won't be that big of a deal, and then we can go have brunch.
Live to Constitution Avenue.
We're grateful for the thousands joining us here in D.C. on this soggy day, and for the many watching at home. On behalf of the American Veterans Center, you're watching the Freedom 250 National Memorial Day Parade presented by Boeing, and thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely. Get your patriotic ganas out. Let's go back to the parade.
Leading our salute riding in the parade today is Korean War legend David Ogden. He's joined by Robin Hutton, author of the best-selling book Sergeant Reckless, America's War Horse.
Well, Sergeant Reckless. Heart commendations. Bob Reckless to bring Wolf $250 from the Korean stable guy so he could buy a prosthetic leg for his sister. He did 51 missions. Can you imagine that? John Deere for supporting Freedom 250 National Memorial Day Parade and for pulling many of today's floats. Our next float honors the memory of the Americans who died in the Korean War, sometimes known as the Forgotten War, and features several surviving.
That's all I call it for? What? Crazy. Yeah, that's a first. Yeah, at least. Wow. I mean, I don't know. We'll figure something out. I mean, I'm kind of lost. Not really. I just looking younger. Not anymore. I don't come out here because of school and my parents. And I'm trying to figure out where I'm going.
Veterans joining all in honor of sacrifice in Korea.
We're not forgetting that joined by active duty military chaplains, this year's float is dedicated to the memory of Father Emil Kaplan, Army captain and Catholic priest. Father Kaplan was captured while saving soldiers on the battlefield in November 1950. Held in a prisoner camp, he tended to the sick and wounded before passing away in that camp 75 years ago, May 23rd, 1955. Decades later, he was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor and is currently under consideration to be named a saint.
Oh, I love that. You know, there are about
He's gonna be a saint!
400
Wow!
Korean War veterans who are alive today with an average age of the tender age of 95 years old. In 2020,
Tender?
a new wall of remembrance was dedicated at the Korean War Memorial on the National Mall, including the names of 43,000 service members KIA killed in the war.
From Somerville, South Carolina, here is the Cane Bay High School Marching Band.
The Cane Bay Band program is a diverse musical community featuring concert bands, jazz bands, and chamber ensembles dedicated to service and musical excellence. Let's take a listen. Our next float features very special guest veterans of the war in Vietnam. The names of more than 58,000 fallen Americans are engraved on that Vietnam Veterans Memorial Wall on the National Mall. And to the 2.7
Hello?
million veterans who
Hello?
served in Vietnam,
Hello?
here at back then, we're here to tell you, welcome home and thank you for your service.
God bless you.
Thank you for your service!
Productions. Seabass Productions is the premier developer for the Institute of Heraldry and proud manufacturer of more military awards and insignias. Born and raised as patriots in New England, they're founded by a Marine veteran and have been family owned and operated for 3 generations. SMP is committed to supporting troops both on and off the battlefield, especially those in crisis.
You know, Maya Lynn was only 21 years old when she created that initiative. Making their way down Constitution Avenue, proudly representing Northern Michigan, is Kingsley High School and JROTC Band, brought to you today by Music Celebrations International.
The program has a strong commitment and enthusiasm for leadership and service, and is noted for its academic achievements. They're proud to honor the service service and sacrifice of veterans while inspiring the next generation of leaders. Let's welcome Kingston.
What are you doing today, Steve? I'm watching C-SPAN, the 250-year celebration. Hello?
Rand? AYN Rand doesn't want to speak. Is there something wrong with my phone?
No, I had to exit and come back. I'm watching C-SPAN's 250th anniversary. Happy Memorial Day. What are you doing today, Uncle Steve?
I am working, and I decided to take a little break and
Next week, welcome Aussies.
just open up a pop-up room. That's what I'm doing.
So do you know the etymology of the word atheist?
Yeah, probably not as good as I do. Why don't you tell us?
Oh, I haven't looked it up yet, but I think it's kind of ironic how a non-believer in the word atheist, you see what I'm saying? Like, if you say it slowly, it's atheist. So how I'm gonna look it up. Let me just look it up because
Yeah, of course. Absolutely.
don't you think it's ironic that the word atheist is the word for a non-believer?
I do not.
But you get what I'm saying, that the word a is the introductory to the theist, so you have atheist.
I do get what you're saying, and in fact, let me piggyback on that. Can you think of any other word that means a non-believer in something else?
Yeah, probably like a renunciant. There's probably a couple different words. So it says that the word atheist comes from ancient Greek roots and entered modern European languages in the 1500s.
Yep.
Etymology. Term derives from ancient Greek adjective atheos, meaning godless, without God, denying the gods, or impious.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from. In other words, correct me if I'm wrong, but what you're suggesting is wouldn't it be better to call it non-theist rather than atheist? Is that the road you're going down?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, can't argue with that. I'm not aware of another word which refers to a non-believer of something else. Hypothetically, Santa Claus, because there's really no descriptive word that says I believe in Santa Claus. That's why I was asking you. How about this one? How about another word that refers to a believer in anything? Anything.
Altruism?
I don't think so. Altruism doesn't refer to a specific topic, does it, or does it?
Altruism, it's versus egoism. So it's non-egoism, which is sacrificing self and others for others.
Yeah, but who doesn't believe in ego? We all know ego exists, so to be a non-believer in ego would be kind of stupid, wouldn't it?
No, that's not true. Alan Watts says the biggest ego trip going is thinking you have an ego. You can't touch it, you can't taste it, you can't feel it, you can't smell it. It does not exist. It's a concept, just like the God, or even being GAY. You know, I mean, you think you got GAY rights? Unfortunately, that's a concept, just like the God. So
Okay, go ahead.
we have a problem with people forcing concepts down our throats. And
Let's hit the nail on the head before we go down another pathway. Can you think of any other word that refers to non-believer of anything specific?
just a denier? I don't know. I mean, I could look up the words for you.
Oh, you know what? I have to do a text. JCC, can you? This is nothing against you. I forgot to do something. JCC, I'm modding you up. Can you run the room for like 5 minutes minimum there, bro?
Yeah, I've got a client coming, but yeah.
5 minutes. 5 minutes. I'll be back. Thanks.
Who said altruism is the meaning of believing in everything?
Me.
Can someone define, what's your definition of altruism?
Well, if I look at the word and I were to make up my definition, it would be that all things are true. And
Oh, okay, great. So you made it up on your own.
yeah, thank you.
That's really good.
Is that okay?
No, I don't think it's okay, but if you think it's okay, it's subjective to you. Good for you, bro.
Mm.
It gets us nowhere.
Means benefit of all or what good for all, something like that.
Oh, kind of seems pretty close to what I said.
No, it's not a belief.
Oh, we got a 250-year celebration happening live. My friend is here.
Can I get you guys to check on my photo for 1 second?
Yeah, I see it.
What do you think?
Wait, let me actually look at it.
I'd like to check out his photo.
Damn, bro. Can you update to put John Kitover in place for Andrew Tate, please? So, gentlemen, I have a second room open called 250 Years Celebration in the Ayn Rand House.
That's where I am.
I know, but I'm in Dr. Steve's atheism house, and I'm trying to.
Yeah, fuck doctors.
And by the way, thank you all. I was supposed to send a text a half hour ago and I forgot. JCC, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, fuck him. I'm in this room. That's where I'm at. So, John, thank you for booming the room last night and saving, what's his name? Amin from committing suicide. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate that. Even though it was a little annoying that you did boom the room, but it was still, I think, in the end, the right choice because he was getting cornered and he had the knife to his throat.
Yeah.
So, thank you very much.
Daniel Nero put him in
He
a
gets to live
corner.
another day. He gets to live another day.
I just want to say something about the word atheism. It says that the word was rarely, if ever, a self-description in antiquity. So, Steve, if you were alive in the 1500s, you wouldn't be calling yourself an atheist. It was mostly used as an accusation to accuse someone of being without God.
Yeah, I was gonna say very quickly. Fair enough, since I'm not schooled on that, but do I presume correctly that we still do not have another single word that specifically refers to denial of belief of any particular topic? We still have not thought of one current word. Is that correct? Besides atheist. Is that correct? Okay, it's correct. Okay.
I would share in Islamic history the word mulhid was.
Oh my God,
So
you're fucking
actually
teaching
now
English
mulhid
again?
means someone who
Yeah.
Oh my God, lower this
But the
fucking
original
garbage,
meaning
man.
is,
These fucking people are horrible.
is equal to deviant. Also,
It's
They
not-
just want to be gay, bro. They just want to be gay, man.
It's nihilism. Nihilism is the word you're looking for, Steve. Or
And
skepticism.
nihilism means a lack of belief of exactly what.
Nothing, Lebowski.
It says active rejection or denial, life, morality, knowledge are seen as ultimately meaningless or illusory.
So, nihilism is just the meaning that nothing has inherent meaning. Meaning is applied by the thinking agents. That's what nihilism is.
Well, the definition I have here is it's an active rejection.
Speak, Steve. He's a Nimrod.
JCC.
Steve, why do you let JCC speak? This guy's a Nimrod.
JCC, you're a mod. Do whatever you think.
Oh, they gave him mods? What a
JCC,
scumbag.
you don't
See,
like
JCC
him,
is
why
not a douchebag.
I got
don't
kicked.
like that
I
guy.
got
He's like a
kicked.
stupid.
JCC
You know
kicked
what?
him
I
too.
not only like JCC, I trust JCC.
You trust
And
JCC,
you-
that's the fucking problem.
I don't know who the fuck you are. So, if that's
He's
the
my
first thing you're gonna
friend.
say to me,
Hello.
I couldn't give a rat's ass what you think, but just going back really quickly, we
You're
all
an
agree
eyeless
that the word
atheist that wants to
atheism
touch Jace.
is
That's
a
the
lack
reason
of
why
belief
you
in
have
God.
an
Those
issue.
that believe in God, those that disbelieve God. I did ask the question, is there any other word in the English language that refers to a lack of belief, a disbelief, or not believing in one particular topic, and so far nobody has been able to come up with that word. But we can talk about anything.
You can just simply say non-believer.
But non-believer in what? That's my question. In what?
Well, it's the same definition that you gave for atheism. So like colloquially, right? Like if we use language like this, you automatically know what we're talking about. Now,
When you say non-believer,
he's not.
no,
Let me finish. He wasn't
clarify.
done.
You say non-believer, right? You gotta clarify. What are you not believing in? Non-believer. Find one believer. Right? There's creation. Non-believer. You didn't say means not believing in God. That's not true.
Yes, and to piggyback on what JCC said, the term non-believer can be used.
Okay, these guys. I mean, I use Grok to get all the answers, to get all the words, and so it's pointless listening to Steve and JCC. But gentlemen, welcome to 250 years of celebration. And I just want to say, if you were to live 125 years, and then you were to live another 125 years, that would be 2 lifetimes to witness all of the glory that America has created and shared with the world.
I'm proud to be American.
I'm proud to be an American.
Proud to be an American. America. And I'm also proud that we're in the Middle East stealing their fucking oil, man. So happy. I'm really happy about that. I'm really happy about liberating Israel to their people. Which I heard the most ridiculous comment the other day. They said the Palestinians have A1 blood.
Yeah, but they don't have like.
Right? I just wanted to start laughing like hysterical. Like,
So you're saying that women extend like they kill all themselves?
Jews that stay within the dysphoria, that worries.
And for that, like no woman should. Yeah, you can still state like you kept some women captive and things like that, and do them for procreation. Yeah, you can do that because they still have the force.
The J1s are still there.
Yeah,
and they should have the land.
I think his point
And
is
they're
like
justifying that
simple
Muslims
and
should have
valid.
it.
Like you
Like,
can't
how does
object
that
to them,
make
to be honest.
sense? What do you say, John? I'm gonna repeat the statement. They said the J1s are the Palestinian people.
Yeah, no, that was a super good point that Sully didn't object to. You're right. That was definitely what just happened. Something else.
Check out my photo.
The J1s, yeah, I'm looking at your photo. The J1s, oh, look at that shit. Is he looking at Judaism now?
No.
Oh, that kind of looked like he's looking at his, Judaism as his future.
It's like I'm putting on the person. It's like Andrew Tate putting on the persona of a rabbi.
Yeah, it feels like
Feels like a winner. Dun,
it feels like he's looking at Judaism. I love it.
dun, 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 dun.
This is like
Hello? Hello?
Oh, definitely.
Hello?
Shit. Well, what I'm trying to say here is, right, is that these so-called Ishmaelites, can we call them that from here on out? Can we say that? I'd rather say Ishmaelite, because then it's biblical. The outcast, the donkey. Let me go to verse. Let me go to this verse really quick. It says here in Genesis 16:12 about Ishmael, he shall be a wild donkey of a man. Check. His hand against everyone, and everyone's hand against him, and he shall dwell over against all of his brethren. Ishmael is a donkey of a man. Love that they defend that. That's why I think we should just call them Ishmaelites.
Do you mind if we refer to black people as the N-word? He's gone.
Well, you know, let's make this 250-year celebration a meditation. Hello?
Hello, Maripapi. Hello. What about instead of saying hello, you could say hello. Hello.
Well, isn't it interesting that the first thing you say to somebody is go to hell?
Hello.
Oh.
To you.
Oh, hell?
Hell.
Oh, so nice to meet you. What is your name? Hello?
Damnation to you and hell.
And stop doing that.
I was gonna put instead of Andrew Tate, George Floyd, but I'm not sure if that would be problematic.
Hey, everybody, I came. Oh, they deleted. They kicked me. That was a quick one.
They kicked you. They thought, fuck this guy. Just kick him.
Boy to compare to. But
wasn't that funny when
Oh,
JCC booted you, and then I was like, wow, what a jerk, and then I got booted.
And you got Stephen Bell to say, I don't know who the fuck you are.
I don't give a rat's ass.
yeah, my sisters were like that. I was pretty low key because I didn't have anybody to base it on. I was like an experiment because I was the first. So I'm already used to kind of like a dramatic family anyway. But I mean, you know, it's just, I mean, if there's nothing you can do, sometimes maybe she just needs to vocalize it and there's nothing you can do. It's like, okay, you're going through that, cool. Here's a journal, because I got to go do things. Let me know how much.
Recommend as
Hello?
a man who knows nothing as that'll help as well.
Well, happy 250 years, everybody. I've been watching the C-SPAN ticker tape parade.
Oh my God, where did this guy come from? Oh my God, hopefully that was helpful to you, Anne.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
A man who is so unbelievably sensitive and realizes how to read the room. Of all people on Clubhouse, you were the most adept at it.
Sensitive man, good room reader.
Also, if you didn't hear it, it's extreme sarcasm. You're welcome.
You see, when somebody says it's sarcasm, that's when you know it's projection.
Is it though? Is it? Maybe it could be.
Yeah,
that
you can't be
you see
sarcastic.
the projection, and thus you're holding up a mirror and of sarcasm and saying, "Look at that."
No, I mean, the thing is, when I hear projection...
I mean, take that in a minute. It may be a little truth nugget.
I know, that's... When you say take it in, give it a minute, you're really telling yourself, you know what? I should take it in and give it a minute. That's projection again.
I do.
It's all
Oh,
projection.
you take it in?
See, when
Do you
people...
give it a minute when you take it?
I'm very good at taking it in, yeah.
When people say that...
Wow, I can only imagine.
Can anyone here define altruism? I know we probably have a lot of pseudo-intellectuals in this room. Anybody here think they can explain to me the word altruism?
Yeah, Yeah, it's like a selfless kindness for other humans.
But is it really so selfless and kind when you have to sacrifice yourself or others for others? Is that really kind for the self or the other?
It can be. I mean, when you sacrifice eating ice cream, is that kind to your side of you that eats vegetables?
Well, you're Jewish, right?
By birth.
Oh, you're a birth Jew?
I'm a birther.
You're a birther? Well, I was just saying, because Christ Jesus, the Lord and King, he sacrificed himself for the other. So Jesus is really the first true altruist. And, people on this app are very frivolous. And really, they're not really interested in knowledge or trading. And those are the bedrocks of society. So this app lives outside of what you would call polite, traditional society. This is something new. I think, you could call it like pure entertainment because it doesn't cost you anything other than maybe your Wi-Fi or cell phone, to come here to participate in this experience of projection.
Well, you probably think that this app is all about dopamine. But of course, I would be projecting onto you when I said that.
Well, I'm drinking an espresso, and
Well, so what you're saying is that I'm drinking an espresso. You're projecting.
I am drinking an espresso. But
I'm drinking an espresso.
But I am not an espresso. I am a man. And as Kristen said, Kristen attacked me as soon as she could.
I thought she was flirting with you.
Oh, you thought that was flirtation?
She said she's really good at taking it in.
Oh. Which hole? So, what I'm trying to say is that on our 250-year celebration, it wasn't until 2026 that Anon became a thing. And then we were able to listen unobstructed to countless people, day in and day out, waste all of their precious little time.
Is today really the 250th? I thought it was on the 4th of July. So retarded.
No, you're not.
It's retarded.
Lovely. You're not retarded. You're lovely. I'm not quite sure what he's saying about the 250th. 200 what? What is this about?
The 250th Memorial Day?
Well, I don't know if that's accurate, because when did they begin, you see? Maybe it is, but I don't know enough of those things. When did Memorial Day begin? I thought maybe it was after World War II. So, technically it wouldn't be 250th anniversary.
Alan, do you have no? Alan, is today the 250th?
Alan!
Is today what?
The 250th Memorial Day?
Who's saying it was?
Edmund.
You've been saying it is?
Edmund.
Edmund?
Nobody's called him Edmund for a while. I remember, we should go back to Edmund.
It is, what's his name? Kitover. That he was saying that it was the 250th anniversary of the Memorial Day, and I have to argue with that, Alan. I don't know. Just because of my own ignorance, because I thought it was Memorial Day. I don't know when exactly it began.
Well, there's this interesting and useful tool called Google. Has no one bothered?
I've never heard of that. What is Google? I've been hearing a lot about it, but
Is it an AI? Is it an AI
I'm actually
company?
quite busy right now. I would think that he would take up the time to, if he's going to say such a thing, that he would take the time to.
Yeah, I was watching C-SPAN. There's a big parade happening in Washington, D.C. right now. Alan, I got a quick question for you. Alan.
Well, you're both wrong.
Alan.
Oh, really?
Memorial Day is 158 years old. So no, it's not 250.
Thank you, Alan.
But no, it's not.
Thank you, Alan.
Hello?
It's okay to let
Alan,
people
talking
go.
now. The moment.
250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence from Great Britain.
Excuse me, Alan is talking right now.
Oh, sorry. Somebody
Just
from
a
my
moment.
audience wanted me to tell you that.
Just a moment. Alan is speaking right now. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. But you are not a moderator.
Yes, but you're not either. So just a moment. Thank you.
And I was almost done, just in case you were wondering. Sometimes it's okay to let people believe what they want to believe. Now, in the case of someone who says, I'm a trans woman, no, not so much. But believing that Memorial Day has been a tradition that's gone on for hundreds of years, that's kind of a harmless one.
This is the 250th year of America. So you were right about that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not celebrated until the 4th of June.
Alan, has a woman ever in your life told you,
Alan, I love the way you sound.
Oh, he's still mad. Oh, I know what it is, Alan. He's still mad at me because I mentioned that his girlfriend found the room full of cameras and cell phones going, and that's why she broke up.
Hello?
He's a little sore about
Hello?
That's not entirely accurate. I don't believe that she found the room full of cameras so much as she found the YouTube channel full of videos. And then she said, I'm sorry, but I could never introduce you to my parents.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but you're too insane. I'm sorry. You got a nice tuchus, but you're too nutty for life.
I met a chick.
Sir, have a good night.
I met a chick who's a comedian, and she has a YouTube channel with 15,000 videos, and she's like a very successful YouTube creator. And she looked at my YouTube. She's like, "Yeah, I could never date you and introduce you to my parents."
Well, I've had similar experience.
Hello?
First of all, let me just say, I don't think John is ever, and don't take this as a challenge, John, but I don't think John has ever done or said anything to me that would warrant me mocking the way a girlfriend broke up with him. Because if, in fact, a woman broke up with him over the reasons that were just stated, I would think that would be rather hurtful. So I don't think that the debate about what he said so far to mock that up. Even if it was both morally superior to all of you, yet at the same time responded with a base and sexually charged joke. I'm rather proud of that.
Yeah, how do you view values?
It was okay.
How do you view values in like a dating arrangement? Because a lot of women will say to me, "I need to know your politics before we go out on a date," which is really telling me what are your values. So, in the game of my values are more superior to your values, isn't that just the red flag you're looking for? You know, from a supposed partner, as opposed to like some vacuum consumer creature, you know, from the third layer of hell. Hello?
I think it's for me, first of all, dating is a lot of work. It used to be, do I like this person? Do I like this? Now it's I don't mean to interrupt, but can I ask you as a humor, can I ask you a humor question? My question is related. My question is, would you agree?
Uh-oh, what happened?
That was very annoying. I just did a very annoying thing. Sorry, I understand that was very annoying for me to take the floor and then leave. I hit the wrong button.
Oops, did you?
Very annoying. But I was just going to ask you, Alan, don't you think that boomers were more comfortable canceling each other out politically? Like you could have a husband and wife, oh, I vote red, she votes blue, we cancel each other out. That's almost like a boomer thing. And nowadays, millennials and generations younger than that, it's like John goes out on a date and they're like, what's your politics? Like it used to be like for people who are 50, 60, 70 years old, like who gives a shit? Like I like this person.
Yeah.
Like Alan was saying, like I like this person, I get along with them. Who cares if we have different politics? Can we build a life?
Hello?
Who gives a fuck, you know?
Hello?
Let me read
Hello?
it a different way. Whether you're compatible with someone depends on a whole host of variables, of which political viewpoints is only one. When a person places, and now here's the thing for you, John, if you're going on with the person, the first thing she says, well, I need to know your political viewpoints, etc., etc.,
say it gets
Well,
worse.
do you live in
Oh,
Massachusetts?
I don't live in
I've already
Massachusetts, I
got
live in Maine,
saltwater
but yes,
therapy
it does get worse.
Okay, all right, listen. Are you from Maine?
No, I'm from DC, but I've been here about 15, I've been here about 15 years. I know you're from Mass.
Okay, let me explain.
Thank you for the
to what we
invite.
do on the- I don't know if they do it in Maine, but we do it in Massachusetts.
I would very much like
Let's
to do
say
that.
2 lanes are merging. I'm not gonna look at you. I'm gonna keep you in the corner
Well,
of
you're
my
an
eye.
idiot.
Oh,
You're an
one
idiot.
day soon.
No, I'm looking at you.
You're an asshole,
Unfortunately,
sir.
at the moment,
Let me
because
finish.
I have been
I've got you
debanked.
in the corner of my eye, but I'm psyching you out by making you think I'm not looking at you, so you
My
blink
apartment
first.
has my
Oh,
life
yeah, you're
savings.
insane.
Yeah,
We
no,
know what we call you guys.
massholes, I know.
Assholes.
Yes,
And
yes.
Alan, are you familiar with the term that I sometimes talk to people about, which is called the Boston block?
I've never heard that one. What is
But
That's when you want to
I
leave,
do
like you want to
have
leave a gas station and you got to
excellent
yield to both lanes of traffic. You're like pulling
saltwater
out of a
fish.
gas station and nobody's letting you go. So you just pull the fuck out and you just block the lane of traffic and you wait for the other lane to stop.
Oh, you
Oh,
should
see,
really.
people do that all the time.
You
I've
should
seen that before.
smoke the
Do you
ganj.
both utilize your blinker or your signal?
Drink the
What do you
Manischewitz.
individually call that thing? I'm just
No,
curious.
So it's called the blinker, but it's officially called the turn signal. But
Some
people
people
like
say
Alan
flicker.
would say blinker.
Blinker, yeah.
I'm just curious because it is
Try
interesting
chanting some
regionally what they
shadows.
call it. Okay, thanks, fine. Okay, continue.
Yeah, it's a blinker. I used my blinker to go to the packy.
Do you guys use it?
Making a left.
Oh,
You
thanks
know,
for
my
the
friend, I remember
thanks for the offer of fun and joy.
that my driving instructor
Maybe
in
one
high
day soon.
school told me to do that. He said, look, if you gotta
He
get
said, do the block? Oh my God, what a psycho.
Thank you for the invite. I would
fuck?
very much like to experience that one day soon. Unfortunately, at the moment, because I have been debanked.
Just block up. Oh
So
my
traveling
God.
could be risky unless I get robbed, but I do have an excellent saltwater fish book for therapy. You should smoke the ganj.
But inching out to get visibility, yes,
And
but
try
doing the
chanting
Boston
some
block, no.
shadows.
And now, excuse me, I've got to go and teach a driving lesson.
I'll enjoy that one day soon.
Do you really?
I don't know, but
That would be funny. But
Thank you for the invite. I would very much like to experience that one day soon. Fortunately, at the moment, because I have been debanked.
The nearest lane or the one to the right?
no, you're supposed to go.
So traveling could be risky unless I
Yeah,
get
I
robbed.
do that. Nobody
But
does
the
that.
excellent
no? Oh my goodness.
fish
And you're always
therapy.
supposed to drive on the right side of the lane, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah.
Saltwater fish book.
Is that in New York? Oh, yeah.
You should
I
smoke
live
the
in
ganj.
Pennsylvania, though.
Oh,
Drink the Manischewitz and try chanting some shadows.
been to
Thanks for
Pennsylvania,
the
but
fun
I've
trip,
never
maybe one day soon.
stayed there for an extended period of time. So I don't know how they drive.
Are you in New York?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, I'm in California.
Oh, see, I never knew where.
So I never what?
No, I just didn't know where you were. I don't usually ask people where they are, so I just never. But since you guys are on the subject, I just wanted to know where you were.
Yeah. But, John, if you're still there, yeah, I mean, it's a red flag. You know, because, no, it is, because it's like, and on one hand, I can understand it. On the other hand, well, I can understand it because it's whipped up now to where if, especially for someone on the left, if
Hello?
you don't agree on my position
Hello?
on transgender,
Hello?
then you're
Hello?
people, they're committing suicide, they're being targeted,
Hello?
etc.
Oh, all the things. Okay.
Yeah, right. And it's like, and it's like, I don't want to be with someone who I consider to be a murderer.
My goodness, that's so extreme.
Yeah, which is, aside from whether or not that is actually true, while it is understandable, political disagreements were never framed in the light of if, comma, quote, if you disagree with me, you're killing people.
Yeah, that's very true. So are you experiencing that on the regular?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I'm married.
Oh, okay.
Would you,
Okay.
Alan? Would you just
See, I
call?
don't think this is the thing is that I know that like you speak a lot of it's not a criticism. It's just, this is just an observation. So because it's great to know about people like who they are as people, and some people are very apt to revealing a lot of things about themselves, and sometimes they're not, and this is fine. But I have yet to really know much about you as a person because you state a lot of things about your thoughts and opinions, but not really divulging. So forgive my ignorance.
No, it's okay, Kristen. I used to reveal a lot, and then I realized the personal you reveal about yourself may be used against you at a later date, as we just saw. John discussed, has revealed his phones and his dating, and people were making.
Oh no. See, here's the couple things that I have to kind of pat myself on the back for is he was really cranky, and there's something that happened he said that I realized I'm like, oh, his girlfriend broke up with him, and he was really egging me on. He was being very unkind, and so I just heard of his bullshit, and so I put one and one together about his behavior, and I made a calculated guess that he was recently broken up with his girlfriend, and it probably had to do with something of the technology that he utilizes, which is very strange. And I was actually correct. It was a guess.
Well,
I just want to.
He didn't have to confirm or deny, but he happened to
Hello?
On the other hand,
Hello?
John, I bet you met a girl who, looked at your phone setup and said, oh my God, this is great.
Exactly.
Well, it's all about the way you frame it. So, like, if I actually start bringing in guests to do like podcast interviews, it just makes it more credible to make it more professional. So, I think the critique of what I'm doing is that it's rather unprofessional, not that it's stupid, but I'm using the technology and the platforms in the way that it's intended to be used, which is, for communication. But again, I just think the critique of my work is maybe it's less than professional, which I think is fine because it's actually a comedy show. And guess who's on it? You.
Yeah, and I put myself out there, and I definitely am comfortable with my vulnerability. And I'm also willing that if somebody wants to use it as a weapon, then go ahead and do so. Just be prepared for the backlash that happens.
Well, John, the only thing I would say is presentation matters. Now, I have two friends, and one of them, they both were in the
anyways, happy 250 years of celebrating liberty. We got Anne here, an American patriot, Democrat hero, Democrat zero. You know, personally, I think throughout one's life, it would be politically savvy and expedient to actually change parties, to manipulate the system, because it is a one system. And whether you are on the left or on the right or on the top or on the bottom, it's always in need of adjustment. And sometimes politically savvy people, I'm sure, actually go the opposite route of what they think is their value associated to the party. And so that just means rotation. And, you know, when you see who the Democrat leaders are, what kind of content they create, that's all you need to know. Whenever you just mass produce children into content, you are what they are fighting against. They are always projecting onto Donald Trump and maggots their own actual true interior feelings and desires.
That is true.
So if that's so true, why isn't it more obvious to the millions, hundreds of millions of impressions and views of people who just consume the content of the left, liberal, intellectual, woke, LGBTQ, CRT, BLM, DEI?
Well, I'm just curious, since you and I don't really get along very well, and I just wonder why you sent me a friend request on Instagram. Don't you just want to leave me alone?
Hate to burst your little bubble there, Kristen, but I have no idea who you are, and if I added you...
Yeah, but you do, and it's been twice.
Well, it's just like your opinion, and I don't know who you are.
I mean, you must have people working for you that do things for you. Is that what's going on?
No, what I do is I pick up my phone agnostically, and I don't really know which phone I'm even on because I have 100 phones. And what I do sometimes is when a platform like Instagram auto-suggests someone to follow, sometimes I just sit there and I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I do about 30 ads.
Okay, cool. Well,
Yeah.
I was just
Does
wondering
that
because
explain?
it
Great.
definitely is
Thank
a
you.
message.
So happy
and
to
not
have
very
this
nice
little
of me,
chat
but then
with you.
want to be my friend on Instagram, so it's kind of weird.
Oh, that's
You
okay.
know it isn't Kristen. You've never heard of the boy dipping the girl's hair in the inkwell because he secretly likes her?
Well, yes, I have, and that's why I kind of wonder, and I'd like to question in public because I'm like, well, quit dipping my hair in ink.
Hello?
Well, his motivations, I don't know, but I did want to say, John, the reason why people aren't onto this is because I'm assuming your IQ is over 100. And I'll assume it's even over 110.
Hello?
And you have to have a certain IQ
Hello?
in order to understand the statement that you just made about people projecting their own feelings onto others. It not only requires a higher IQ, but it also involves an understanding of psychology, projection, how people think and work, and how people operate emotionally, etc., etc. And if you're one to discuss this with people, then you need to package it so that the average intelligence in the U.S. is 98. So you need to package it.
You can try to package it.
98 percentile.
You can try to package it, but it's really just a question of, like you said, IQ, but it's really whether or not the person is willing to consider a new concept. And that concept is that all communication is hypnosis. And for some people they get that, some people reject that, and then they're basically incapable of resolving the paradox because they are so rationally programmed to think linearly,
Well,
I guess.
well, look, here's the other part of it. People, generally speaking, people's minds are only changed by trusted friends in real life. That's psychological truth number one. Psychological truth number two, which is the Democrats have figured this out. That's why they want CRT and all of that other uh, race theory and gender stuff taught in kindergarten.
It's not
Is
race
because
theory, Alan. It's race therapy.
I know, because they know if you teach it to a child, the child just assumes it's true, and that it's now part of their like the better way to put it is the Jesuits said, "Give me a child before the age of Christ, and I'll have a soldier for Christ." No, give me a child before the age of 5, and I'll have a soldier for Christ for life.
Yeah, the
Which
seer.
they understood. Get them while they're young, and then.
Yeah, it becomes the bedrock of all of their intellectual aspirations.
Correct. So if your goal is to create some sort of viewpoint change, it has to be done. It has to be done for the simple mind, and it must be done very gently, because people will also pick up, and it cannot be done with any animosity either, because people will pick up on that very quickly. Now, I will say I went just, I mean, if that's the view, straighten out the, it's cluttered. Straighten out the pictures on the wall. Organize the books so they look like there's some sort of order to them. And you'll be fine. I mean, it gives a sort of, yes, I read, which I know you were talking about, but just that, unless you're going to go full blown like Matt Walsh or other ones and create a specific studio, which would also, you could also go that way too. But
I mean, I could interview people here in my office. It's a very tiny little bedroom, with 180-degree 25 cell phone array that can live stream on YouTube and Instagram. But the thing is, it's like Clubhouse is just immediate content for free. And it's a great place to really listen in to how people waste their time. And it's just amazing how, Patty's room, politically correct, is always the Trump projection echo chamber. But then I just love when people start talking about the weather and, other irrelevant things, and they get off topic. And it's because even they themselves are exhausted with their echo chamber.
yeah, I know, and I've always known that when I go, and I just got tired of it, but going into those rooms, I always knew it was like, okay, here we have another black, no, excuse me, we've got another conservative.
Hello?
Let's all.
Hello? Hello?
For fun. And yeah, I got tired of being the white guy they attacked. Especially since Douglas is the one who took over that room. He's just insufferable. And an absolute liar.
Yeah, he's a real snake. What was that?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, snake is the correct word.
Yeah, he's a real snake
Because if
person.
you listen carefully, and we called him out on it, early on, he never states his actual opinion. will say, well, I think the military should get involved. And he will then, well, I've got an article here that says getting involved, the military getting involved is a huge mistake. And now you're arguing against an article which, unless you read it, it could actually say the opposite of what he says. It doesn't matter. He's just picked out this article. He does a quick Google search, picks out an article contrary to whatever you said, and now you're arguing against some writer in some newsroom somewhere. You're not actually arguing with him. So, but I went in one day and he had the whole room agreeing with him that, yeah, you know, the left is crazy, that there should be voter ID. I mean, all of the leftist talking points, they were agreeing with him that they were all stupid.
Well, I just think that the observation that, like, have you ever been in Jason Muse's room, the Black Muse?
Oh, Jesus Christ. You know, he used to be a nice guy and he turned into an absolute asshole.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like, see, part of this experience from a game perspective is not to like go down these people's holes and play their game. So it's like part of the game for me is just recording them being horribly obnoxious, angry, mean, nasty people like Jason. And I think that's part of my like revenge tour and roast, where I see, because I know like even a lot of people who watch my stuff, it's not like the same for them. Meaning that like I'm doing this for me because I hate some of the people here. And when I can mock them and record them and embarrass them or make them think like, oh, this fucker's recording us. I fucking hate this fuck. Like that's part of my 5D game that really gives me great joy. And that's as far as I can. Yeah, I can't like push buttons. I would never make death threats. I would never try to humiliate somebody and demean them by calling them a low IQ, ignorant piece of trash. And you know they are. And you know that all the shit that they project onto Trump is actually how fascist and crazy they would be if they were the ones in power. But they're too lazy to ever attempt to even try to get into power. Because they're on this stupid fucking app running their stupid fucking mouth. So I just love trying to like let people know, just tap them on the shoulder and just walk on by and say, hey, I'm listening. And it's a little bit like they're talking in a forest and nobody's listening, and like I'm that guy who can come by and be like, hey, you're wasting all your time.
Well, first, I agree with what you say about them. And I think really there's very few people on this app that I could say I actively dislike. And most people, like even, I don't know if you were in the room, like even Ray Abia, he has like said some really vile things to me. But I don't dislike the guy. And then last night, we ended up talking about, we got on to boxing and we were talking about that. And then we ended up talking about movies and how boxing was portrayed in movies and which Sylvester
Hello?
movie was better.
Hello?
Which character was
Hello?
better, et cetera.
Yeah, people's personalities are vast, and their interests are vast, and so you can actually connect with anybody eventually. But I'm just saying that from like the opportunity cost observational perspective, when you see how much time, because I have multiple recording studios where I have 15 phones pointed towards one stupid phone, and that stupid phone is politically correct from 8 a.m. to generally 8 p.m. Like they are on there all day the fucking long, and can go for an 8-hour session. So I am actually thankful that they do what they do because I want to record it because people are putting so much time and energy. It's shocking. But when you actually compare that to a book and that content, that's when you know that there's a significant knowledge difference between the content in a book and the content, that people create here. And so from my perspective, I always want to go back towards the book and say, fuck these people, fuck them good, humiliate them, mock them, document them, and put them in the filing cabinet and the trash can, and go back to the good things in my life, which is the books, not these trash dinner for schmucks people. And I realized one day I was like, I have to stop recording Pepe, because if people watch my content and they hear Pepe, that's basically me speaking, and they think that I am Pepe. So I have to go back towards books. I can't waste my life recording low value content, which is low value people.
Yeah, I agree. And the fact, and morally, Dan, like 2 years ago, he's on the app and he's got a newborn baby that's crying and that he's feeding while he's on the app. So that newborn is now 3 or 4 years old. 2, 3, yeah. If he's at home, he should be a parent to that kid. Period. He should not be on this app. It's really a failure as a parent.
Well, I'm not here to judge. I'm here to mock and humiliate.
I'm judging, and I say that because at a certain point.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
It was very simple. I was not setting a good example for my kid if he sees me yelling into a telephone all day long. So
Yeah.
I left the app, and that was it.
If you were,
as he got older, and now, he's out of the house, etc., etc. He's more mature as a person that I came back to the app.
well, if your child observes you reading a book and you happen to have, a social audio conference call app open recording your book so other people might enjoy it, well, that's exercising knowledge. But
Well,
yeah.
But at the same time, now I've just given him a directive. I told him, get off the phone and start reading again. So he started reading again.
Hello?
Because he was,
Hello? Hello?
Summer break, and he was on the computer and on the phone all day long. Unless I'm like, we gotta go here.
Hello? Hello?
So.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is
I
you
just
can
said,
use
get
your
off the computer.
you can use your phone with a book. That's the joy. That's the joy, is merging the modern addiction with the old, database, because books are just databases. And so if you read a book out loud and you invest 15 minutes a day to 45 minutes a day to maybe 2 hours a day to maybe 4 hours a day reading out loud, that experience integrates the knowledge at a much higher level than reading silently. Because when you read silently, you're jumping and thinking about other things. But when you record it, you can listen to the replay, and then really get deeper integration and do more contemplation. Because even John Locke said, it's not what you read, it's really how you're processing it, integrating it, etc. So,
Well, congratulations, John. You're the second person I've met
a book
in my life who said that. And I say that because one semester, I forget, either I ate something or I drank something, and my stomach was nauseous or whatever it was, I couldn't sleep. So I spent read it out loud because I knew reading out loud how I came to that realization or conclusion. But I realized if I read it out loud, I'll remember it more easily. So
No,
I
that's
read
exactly
the
how I am,
entire.
Ellen. I have to read it out loud for me to comprehend it.
Yeah. But I read that entire book, the entire textbook that night, and I never studied for that course again, and I got an A. Just from that one night.
Yeah, I always tell people studying to pass the bar exam or the LSAT to like dedicate some time to recording complicated material and then listening to yourself reading it. And it just amazes me. It's like, people don't know how to actually express their First Amendment right, meaning that because people don't want their identity attached to their online content, um, people are living in fear of actually creating and using their brain to improve their brain. And then we're like, well, no shit. But this is the problem with our education system is that we really have we've neutered people's ability to truly learn because we silo everything, we privatize everything. We don't allow people to actually express their creative research because of the identity privacy concerns. But yet, the whole thing is completely monitored, stored in order to deliver future advertising to you. So, I'm just saying that to me, as someone who creates a lot of content, I just wish other people had the courage, the values of the moral strength to actually record themselves being intelligent and creating knowledge and reading books and educating themselves and educating others. Because stupid people like Bima, who's not necessarily stupid, and I like her and she's a sweetheart, but individuals like Bima, who would push back on what I'm saying, they believe that I've heard Bima say this 3 days ago now, and I was still shocked. She said, if you are not actively trying to deconstruct structural racism on a daily basis, you are the problem. And so my response to that is, oh, well, I read books. So, I'm not part of the problem. But just because I read books, I know that there is no structural racism problem, but we have a political ideological problem. So, that's why I say, like, I don't even want to spend time debating or conversating. I just want to get back into the books because then when I get back into the debating and the conversating and the rhetoric, I'm armed even better to emotionally, intellectually engage with people who are actually very emotionally unstable and intellectually tentative. Hello?
Yeah. Well, first of all, it's good strength. Second of all, Bima is actually, I think she's well read because a couple of weeks ago, she started rattling off all of these titles of books. Now, granted, they were in what one might categorize as self-help / psychology books. Yet they were all books that I knew of. So to me, that indicated, okay, she's done some reading. And certainly she has her perspective. The mistake lots of people make, though, is the idea that everybody has their different interests. And dare I say it, racial issues are not everybody's cup of tea. Or breaking down systemic racism is not everybody's cup of tea. And there are people who have different interests about different aspects of life, and they get to focus on those. And someone else telling you, yeah, but this particular issue should be the most important issue in your life, and if it isn't, you must be a bad person, and there must be something wrong with you. Again, they're projecting their own values onto other people It's just, whether it's right or wrong, it is a disconnect with reality. I mean, you know, some people like hockey. Some people, they're probably Canadians, but the fact is, some people like hockey, some people like basketball, some people like football, some people like reading books, some people like watching TV.
I mean, I've lived all over
Imagine if I
the world. Born in America, Switzerland, Denver, Chicago, went to New York, all over California. I should go back next week. Hear back from the managers. It's a long story. I don't know, I've been to like 30 states.
That's supposed to be a balance.
Been all over Europe. I got 3 passports. 3? 4? 4.
Playoffs.
4 passports. I don't know. I'm tired. I've got a headache. What are you doing? Also, what book? What is your favorite book? I'm curious. I'm a nerd. I love reading. I have over 600 books. I'll have to show you when I get home on. I don't have to give my number, but we shall see.
Would you have thought, Evan, that this is how this app would have turned out?
It's not how this app turned out. There's no turning out of the app. There's no history of the app. It's just a happening.
Okay, I'm back.
It's every day is something new on this app. So again, it's what Epictetus said, the famous Stoic philosopher. What you carry into the app is what you carry out of it.
Yeah.
So don't expect anything if people aren't carrying. First of all, people aren't even bringing in any real value. It's just kicking the can and playing with turds. This is the dinner for schmucks. Like, whoever loser Pepe is in Scottsdale or whatever, with his fucking bullshit. Like, it's entertaining, but at the same time, it's not how I want my life's existence to, observe and absorb content. Fuck no. Do you know how low value that is compared to, like, listening to a book on philosophy? It's night and day. It's total darkness and absolute shit and low IQ garbage compared to glistening light of brilliance. And so I believe I come from brilliance and I will return to brilliance. But, the people on this app really are for my play, for my amusement, for my control. I don't want to be controlled by people on this app, and that means time control. Mind control is time control. If you can control my time, you are controlling my mind. And if you're more aware of that, you will choose high value content because, there's this disabled woman who lives nearby to me, and she can't get out of her house, and she weighs 400 pounds, and she's gonna die in that house. But guess what she's doing as a blob in that house? She's sitting there watching content, consuming tremendous amounts of content as a blob. Netflix and Disney and YouTube and TikTok and Instagram, and the list goes on and on and on. Just that blob barely moves, but that blob's brain really wants content. And so, you and I are no different. And we use this app to fill the space, and the second after second after second. You only have 2.5 billion seconds to live. That's the average lifespan. So every second counts. And what you listen to and what you look at and what you hear and what you say, it all adds up. Why do you think people go to college? They're going to college to get conditioned, to be suggested to engage in content, to come out of there as a much higher level IQ, EQ. It's all self-improvement, self-development, self-help, psychological development, training. And no one is anything until you've been challenged and have had great difficulty. So, you aren't just who you are. You are also who your enemies are. Do you actually really have enemies? Do you actually test the freedom of speech? How do you experiment with the freedom of speech? That's the big thing, is every single second is technically an experiment, and how you are this app is basically an experiment setup. Every single room is just like a laboratory experiment, especially if there's replays, and then you can go back and analyze how people are engaging and what the community participation is. For example, Monica, I think, spent 3 hours the other day talking about the black guy in the park in Manhattan who gave the dog treat to the dumb Karen and took the dog off the leash. And Monica wanted to play the devil's advocate for the woman against the guy. And it's like, over the course of 3 hours, we have had so many emotional experiences, so many illogically stupid observations. But then when you look at it as a total, you're like, this is so fucking stupid. You dumb, stupid bitch. Play a fucking audiobook for 3 hours. Don't fucking talk about some fucking black guy from 5 years ago in Central Park, you fucking moron. Play a fucking audiobook sometime. Hello? Yeah, Pepe would be great. Imagine if Pepe was like, okay, guys, this app is retarded and I'm stupid, so I'm just going to start playing audiobooks here every day, and I hope you guys will come to my room where I play an audiobook on this or that. And I'd be like, okay, great. Because that's the thing, is nobody is gaining any knowledge from listening to Pepe. So, and Pepe is gaining no knowledge himself. Like, think of this as a college classroom. You guys are all just a bunch of dunces dressed up as clowns in a classroom throwing spitballs at each other. Did you guys ever get out of the 5th grade? I mean, you guys are throwing food fights all day long. Read a fucking book on this app for 15 minutes. Use it to improve your brain. Hello? Hello? Hi, Soma. My favorite book is The Tao Te Ching, or The Book of Changes, by Lao Tzu. That's impressive. You have 600 books. Send me a picture of all your books when you get home.
To wait an hour just to have a 30-second response. Whereas, if you were on Twitter, you saw somebody who said something you disagreed with, 30 seconds later you posted your response and you were done.
That was insufferable when we used to do PTR order. That was annoying. And then by the time that they got to, the conversation had shifted so much that you couldn't even comment on the thing you were wanting to comment on.
Well, you can take notes and come back to it. I mean, I use Grok to actually just answer a lot of the queries or conversations that people are having. And then when you read what Grok gives you, you realize how people here really are so wasteful of their time and communication. And I just think it's because people just don't actually engage with information and knowledge. Like, what's her face, Kristen, the cat here, Just like, if you don't have something intelligent and concise and topical, and I mean, you're kind of a highly annoying person. So that's what I call a hap. Or an extremely annoying person, an EAP. There are people out there that don't really have anything concise, clear, and intelligent to give you. And so they are technically friction creating people. I think those are the trolls, personally. I don't think, see, when I'm accused of being a troll, I don't think I'm actually a troll. I think I am here to give you an hopefully an exact and precise observation. And unfortunately, people like Ban or Patty or First Lady, these are the real trolls because they can't actually give you a transparent, clear, effective, and accurate diagnosis or observation about reality. And so they are really the real fucking trolls. These liberal elite intellectuals are the biggest fucking trolls because, again, they cannot accurately diagnose, describe, and observe. Thus, they are the real fucking propagandist trolls. They're the gaslighters. They're the annoying, extremely annoying people, and they cause all the friction. It's not the people that bring clarity. Those are the non-friction people. Hello?
So what you're saying is Pepe's a troll.
I mean, I oftentimes, you know, I don't do it as much anymore because this app's too small and there's nobody, everybody will know if I'm trolling and nobody's going to get triggered because they all know who I am. So it's like, why I don't put on that show. But yeah, that's why I miss old clubhouses when you had all of these people. Obviously, I could trigger people, and you know, it was kind of fun. And I meant a lot of what I said too. I had passion. I was angry, and now I'm not nearly angry, and I don't have
But see,
passion. And it's sort of
Pepe, stirring the
being
pot,
much more boring.
is fun, but eventually you got to grow up and say, okay, stirring the pot every day is not healthy for me, for the person creating a stirred pot.
Stirring the pot was healthy at that time, I think, because we were living. I mean, it was the whole fucking. It was a fucking clown world all around. Like it was fucking bizarre. But people took to be like true, and like they had this religious fervor about all of that woke shit, and nobody if you dare speak back, you are just like a horrible person. Fine, fuck you. I'm a Nazi. I'm a racist. I'm just gonna go ahead and say all of the
Hello?
that I believe are
Hello?
and
Hello?
But now it's kind of like that woke all that woke shit largely died off. People got sick of it. You have a Republican in power now. People have largely gotten black fatigue. So the whole BLM shit died off. Now what the fuck is there for me to be passionate about? I can just like grip and find things, but I think I actually enjoyed what I did, and I was like passionate about it. So it was like it just kind of came naturally. Now I can't really force that shit. Now I don't really have as much to be passionate about. At least that I'd want to talk about on an app.
Well, I have to say, without Beaver and Matt's rooms, we would be doomed because there's nowhere else for us to go. And I don't like to just sit in the audience and listen to anybody else's rooms but theirs because it's just garbage. It's just garbage. And I like to hear Joe talk, obviously. He's good content and he helps people learn and understand things. But besides, can you name any other room besides Beaver and Matt's rooms that are good?
What's the one? Jesus. Sometimes I go into, what's the guy's name? Intellectual gangbanging.
Oh yeah, he hasn't been on here in a while.
I know. He really but I go in there because, first of all, I guess he likes me. Second of all, he's made clear, look, don't say any overtly dumb racist shit and you're good. And then he will say, let's hear from the white guy. And he'll make it clear, he clears the room for me so that he'll say I want to hear, and people, if he says I want to hear Alan speak, then people shut up.
Then they'll listen.
Without that, no, I wouldn't have a chance. I might be able to get in about 10 seconds and then he'll get the white guy out of here. But he'll say, let's hear from the Armenian guy. Or, let's hear from the white guy. And they all know me at this point. Like, his audience knows me, so that helps.
Yeah, he's been gone. Lou back.
Yeah. Well, maybe, who knows? There's always real life. one guy, Benjamin, who just hates my guts, which I had always known that, but then I was in there a couple of weeks ago, and the Benjamin guy started laying in on me, and then Steve also started in on me, and I was like, okay, you know, now he had seen cordial, but he was hiding what he actually thought. So that was the end of that. But yeah, I go in there every once in a while. But that's it. Yeah, I mean, there was a lot more content. But hey, we were all stuck in our homes.
Yeah, that's true. I still cannot believe that conservative atheist guys.
He died?
Yeah,
How did he die?
he had cancer.
Was it a recent diagnosis and short fight, or
Yeah, it was like,
had it all along?
no, it was like short. He did get the vaccine and stuff, and the boosters, and then, yeah, he died, gosh, I want to say it's like almost 2 years now.
Oh well.
Can you believe that?
Well, people.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was largely the one that created them, and it wasn't his fault. But I remember his rooms were like the first ones to bring up political issues on Clubhouse, and that's where the rifts started.
Oh yeah.
To where it became all political. It stopped being about NFTs and Bitcoin, and these other rooms started with the political discussion.
Who are you talking about, Jerry the giraffe?
Oh
No.
my god, I forgot about it.
There were some super weird people on here. He was like a Bitcoin Ponzi schemer who had some kind of bullshit Ponzi scam. The giraffe guy.
Who is this? Who's that?
The giraffe guy.
Gary the giraffe, remember?
No, I don't know that guy. Sorry.
Yeah, I never went in.
Well, I'm sorry if that.
Wait, who passed on? I didn't.
No,
I said no offense. I'm sorry he's dead though.
Who did you say passed on? Conservative atheist guy?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, he was already having health problems. David, what are you drinking today, this Memorial Day?
Yeah, I always drink coffee in the mornings.
Oh, really? You ever add any like Irish whiskey to that coffee, David?
Irish coffees? No, I never had that. No. I've had Mexican coffee before.
What kind of coffee?
Mexican coffee.
I'm sorry, what kind of coffee?
I swear I thought you said methane coffee.
No, Mexican coffee.
Well, Rabono Shalom, you know.
So you put tequila in coffee.
All I gotta say is, until somebody can actually read a book on this app and I hear you reading a book, I just think you're still at the dinner for schmucks. It's just my opinion. And I love that movie.
That's a good movie. What was the guy? That was the head guy? Was Steve Carell?
No, well, yeah, Steve Carell and then Zach Galifianakis. And don't just casually watch it, but you have to pick up on what they're trying to tell you, which is that all communication is hypnosis.
Yeah, no, all people were all a little strange at the end of the day. You know, I by the third time I watched the movie, I was like, oh, I get it. Okay, so we're all a little strange.
No, that's not what the purpose of the movie. It's a comedy, but it's what Clubhouse does.
Yeah, but it wasn't that funny though.
It was funny, and what?
I didn't laugh.
Well, that's okay. What's funny about Clubhouse is that you realize it's very much the same thing as that dinner gathering, where you have a bunch of retards in a room saying incredibly stupid things to each other. Oh, we say R word? Okay, this is an R word safe room. So, anyways, just watch the movie Dinner for Schmucks, and you will laugh because you will realize it's the same happening on Clubhouse, but they made it into a movie. And the stuff about hypnosis and mind control in Dinner for Schmucks is hilarious because this app is a little bit like mind control because of the time control component. Every second you listen to me, I'm technically controlling your mind. And so trolling and controlling are interrelated, and there's just a lot of character actors here. I feel like Brad Stauffenberger, the Viking warrior, is a little bit of a performative actor. And that's because the other day I heard him say he parachuted into a pond, a high altitude jump, and then when he landed in the pond, he took a selfie with the biggest alligator in the world. And I was like, that sounds a little performative to me. Maybe that didn't really happen.
Alligator with his bare hands, don't forget.
Oh, I forgot about that part. After he took the selfie, he grabbed the alligator by its throat and then started rotating with it until he killed it, and then ate barbecued alligator for dinner with a tribe of indigenous naked women. So, anyways, I'm just saying that when people get on their soapbox and they say the most incredible things about their lifestyle, that to me was always that was the first thing I noticed about this app. Is I came on here because a guy that I had done business with in the past invited me here, and he said, you got to come on this app. And I was like, great. I was like, well, let me invest in a company with you. So I gave him 10 grand to invest in marijuanabusiness.com. And then I was going to all these rooms with him, and all these people on here were saying that they own Bitcoin. And like, you know, some fucking Schwartz is like, yeah, man, I got millions in Bitcoin. And I was like, bitch, you don't got shit. And so my friend got very upset with me because I was calling people out on their claims of being Bitcoin millionaires. And I was like, prove it, bitch. You're a broke-ass motherfucker on a stupid app trying to scam people. You ain't got no fucking money. I could tell right away it's a bunch of scammers on here. So
I'm a Bitcoin millionaire.
well, anyways, what I'm trying to say is when people make claims about lifestyle, like David doesn't really make wild claims about his lifestyle. I've heard David is well off, but he doesn't talk about it because the truth is he can barely get a sentence off without sounding like an R word. So even if you're rich and you can fly first class and you've got palatial estates all around the world and you don't really have to worry about anything anymore because you can live just fine off a 6% interest and you're pulling down tens of millions of dollars a year, that's a hell of a lifestyle. But they wouldn't be on a social audio chat app talking to you or me. They would be creating security layers to get away from people like you and me. Hello?
Yeah, shout out to the R words. That's right.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Brad is, I remember when he was first on the app, his whole formative thing is he's trying to be black. That's all.
There's nothing wrong with being black.
But he's white.
There's nothing wrong with being white.
Well, I know that, and you know that, but that's his whole when he starts going off and insulting people. That's him trying to be black. That's all.
Well, either way, I mean, I just look at it as performative art in the same way that. See, the thing where I sided with Pepe and Monica not because of the woke CRT BLM DEI nonsense. It was really about what the African Americans on this app were saying with regards to death threats and making horrible, profane, vulgar statements. That's what really made me angry, and then sided and even partnered with Monica to basically say, hey, okay, we have we have an extreme, profane, vulgar, illegal type of communication that, you know, is shocking. I had never heard people say, like, make death threats on a verbal, public, social audio platform, you know? Like, imagine on Facebook, like, if people were allowed to, you know. Anyways, I'm just saying, it was shocking. And so it's, like, almost comical, but at the same time, you know, in terms of, like, who is right and wrong, the people who do not make these horrible, profane statements are always going to be in the right versus your wrong, illegal, vulgar, profane death threat. So I'm just saying, like, you know, that seems to be kind of walled off a little bit. Like, there is a network and a clique of people here that, you know, block and don't want to necessarily hear that, but it's still there. And you could go to any trench room right now, any ghetto room right now. Cray, I'm sure, has one open right now. And there are just so many ghetto rooms on this app that, from a recording perspective, black content and the Jerry Springer show are like synonymous. I mean, that's the community, that's the culture, that is the content of the culture, and that is sad. But it's really not that different from other types of rooms. Like, you know, the people in this small clique, it's basically comedy, more comedy. I guess it's all comedy, technically. All communication is comedy because these profane ghetto trench rooms.
Wow. We don't say the G word.
Can you say the T word, trench?
Are you overly sensitive, David?
I mean, I went to Penn, so, I mean, we try not to say certain words.
Well, I'm just saying there are so many ghetto trench rooms that it's shocking, but it's not really that shocking because technically I think African Americans really love to chat, you know, and in terms of like being a blabberina or a yapper, they love it, and I get it. But again, if you can't go back to a book as being the basis of our communication, we have essentially run the full gamut of stupidity in this country. And the concern about an AI god, I'm not really concerned about it because if we compliance, like has anybody seen Raised by Wolves, the HBO series about the?
I've seen Raising Arizona. Does that count?
Maybe it's basically the same show. Anyways, I'm just saying that the future is actually very exciting because the future economy is capitalism. It is not social redistribution communism. It is actually capitalism. And eventually, see, this is why the Bitcoiners and these liberators think that, you know, they're onto something, but they're not. The truth is, America can create a whole new financial platform if we want to. It's just a question of our will.
The 3 seashells.
Well, she was a lot hotter in that movie, wasn't she? I think that's when Sandra Bullock was probably at her pinnacle of Hollywood hotness. Yes, no?
Yeah, she was cool, even though she, she didn't know what was going on.
What is that haircut called? A bob haircut? Anyways, Alan here is a professional. He's worked in Hollywood for 40 years.
Docs.
And he's produced some of the biggest and most successful music and movie production. Alan, what?
Do you ever win an Academy Award? No, that's not. Alan, do you ever win an Academy Award?
No. That's not me. And I've never professed.
You know, my friend won a Tony.
Alan, aren't you? I thought you were actually Phil Spector this whole time. Isn't that actually who you are?
Sorry, wait, what did he do? Is he the one that was convicted of, or allegedly?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
He was super successful. He was super successful because he knew how to record. He produced all the big acts. They came to him because he put out the best product.
Like your boy Weinstein.
They say that Phil Spector's Christmas album is the greatest Christmas album that has ever and ever will be produced. Nothing ever will top a Phil Spector Christmas.
The best Christmas album.
No, it's actually considered to be the best Christmas album of all time. Is Phil Spector's Christmas.
Nat King Cole.
Yeah, but Phil Spector was the chief producer, director, engineer, distributor. Like it was his business. Like he was the creator and produced all these talents and
I don't know. I never
cultivated
heard of him,
them.
so I don't know. I don't think he's good.
Well, you should. Al Pacino played him in a movie, the Phil Spector
Oh,
story.
okay. I know him. Yeah.
Just well, see, you're
Is
you're
it
young.
Casino?
You're young, David. Phil Spector was big in the '60s and the '70s and the '80s. He had a big career when people actually made money and lived like moguls, and people made money from selling 3 million CDs or 4.2 million records. Nowadays, with the digital shit, Spotify, etc., you're making 2 cents a record. Back in the day, you could make 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 bucks a record. The Rolling Stones would make 100 million a year selling records. That back then, that's like making $1 billion. I mean, the economics of the music and movie industry are completely inverted, and you have to be so much more sophisticated to make money in media communication and movies, etc. Look at the Paramount Skydance deal. Do you know how much the attorneys made on the Skydance deal for 4 days worth of work? They made $100 million
Nice.
on that M&A. And
Yeah, that's good.
you know, here we are picking our toes in Poughkeepsie here on Clown House.
I've been to Poughkeepsie. So, yeah, I remember I was, so we have like a bunch of records and shit like that, and like even like VHSs like in our archive. I remember like my nephew who was like, I don't know, like very young, like in the teens. He was like, can I have these CDs and record players? I was like, I remember my father, his grandfather saying, okay, you can have it. I didn't realize like these young kids like want these records and CDs and VHS shit like that. Good thing we kept it, I guess. Or I didn't keep it. My parents did.
Well, it's all content. I mean, downstairs in my living room, I have thousands and thousands of DVDs and CD-ROMs and
What
music
makes you save
CDs.
it?
I don't know. I'm like saving them because I bought, storage for them. So they're all sitting in nice, cases. But I don't actually have the whole build out of all the cases. I threw all that shit out. I just kept all the discs. But it's all just, content to also be re-explored. That's why in 2026 there is no new content. There might be really crazy AI shit out there that is new, but technically if you don't need to do any like research because you can just pull up old content and now just convert it into AI slop and use the same format. So there's nothing new under the sun, and Disney and all these franchises just proves to you that the old shit is the new shit, and the old shit works, and the new shit barely works as good as the old shit. So this summer, new movies are coming out which are just regurgitations of old shit, and they produce the same dopamine, they produce the same experience. So what's the point of consuming the same shit? And that goes with this app too. Why continue to engage with redundant media? Hello?
Yeah, the only movie I actually want to see is The Odyssey. Yeah, that's the movie I want to see. Like I'll buy one of those weird popcorn boxes because of that.
Yeah, it's gonna be completely useless. I mean, they took the Odyssey has been made about 5 or 6 times. They're making it again, but Elliot, aka Ellen Page, is playing the ghost of Achilles at one point. So you've got a trans man playing Achilles.
Wait, are they playing a girl or a guy? Or is there that?
She's playing the guy. Okay, then it's like, under the guise of representation, you have a couple of black actors in it playing, and one of them is Lupita
Dongo, whatever it is.
Yeah, but they were all slaves back then. There can't be a black.
Yeah. Not only that, it's a Greek myth based on actual Greek facts. So, and there are no Greeks in the film. So, which it's fine, it's Hollywood, but Christopher Nolan based it on a book called, in which the Odyssey is reimagined to have black people in it.
That's like the Wiz when they reimagined the Wiz's
Yeah,
house.
but see, in the Wiz, everybody was black, right? So we say, okay, this is the Wizard of Oz, but we're going to redo it with the R&B, and we're going to do it with a black cast. That isn't what they're doing. They're doing this Greek story and claiming that it's accurate, that Helen could have been black, or that there were black people in Greek society, in the ruling classes, etc., etc. And all it is, it's just race swapping. It's another excuse to create content that people will go, like you said, oh, I want to go see it. Yeah, you'll go, but I think what'll happen, Christopher Nolan is a very, he's made a lot of money for the studios. It'll do well the first weekend, and then it'll dry off. It'll drop off drastically.
I liked him in Inception.
Yeah. He's had a lot of success as a movie director, and so he will do well. But the fact is, you can't win an Academy Award unless you meet the Academy's guidelines for representation. And so, if you're making a Greek drama, well, everybody's white. You can't have that. So they have to insert.
Yeah, I remember when they changed the rules for the Oscars, and they said in order to be nominated, you have to be a certain percent black or gay. And I remember thinking right away, I was like, okay, so you want gay people to come out to say, oh, I'm gay, I'm in the movie? It makes no sense.
Yeah, on top of that, you know what they do? They say they'll have a character who's black and gay, so that they get 2 for 1. So, like, if you watch the movie Hitch, aside from Will Smith, there's one character, he fits that. And then I can't tell you the number of TV shows I've seen, they've got the gay black character.
Well, some would say, like, Will Smith is gay. Allegedly.
Well, yeah, but his character isn't gay. So you either have.
Well, I mean, he's kind of gay.
Well, yeah, we know he is, but the point is, it's either or. You can have a straight character played by an openly gay actor, and then you'll be okay. Or you have to have the gay character. As long as there's some quote representation, then you fulfill the rules. And and the thing is there always is no, because they'll say, well, if you've got no representation in front of the camera, then you can make up for that by who you hire behind the camera. So if you have a movie that's all about white people, then you have to have all black people behind the camera to balance it out.
All you have to ask them is like, yeah, we love to hire you. Are you
All right, well, enjoy your 250-year celebration, Dr. Allen.
All right. Now, was it you said people project what they would do if they were in power?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. So,
But that's the beautiful thing. They're not in power, and they never will be in power because they're here essentially creating fake projection power. And that's one of the reasons why they're here, because, this is where it got them. And I'm not saying that's projection. I'm just saying if you're aware of the projection, it kind of nullifies it. But, there's a saying that a sage never criticizes anyone. And so some people will bait you to try to get you to gossip and, slander and gossip. And if you're a really happy, self-confident person and you're an effective communicator, you actually don't engage in ad hominem projection. And that's what people do here is they do ad hominem projection all the fucking time, and they're never aware of what they're doing.
Yeah.
so. Well, on that note, I'm going to close the room since they made me mod. And I guess I'm going to go eat. So I will, David.
Let me see your whole
Yeah, that shit is high key, not low key.
You gotta chill.
Let me see that ass. Turn around. Alright, so back to the conversation they're having. Yeah, shut the fuck up. And take your ass back to me, because ain't nobody asked you.
Why she gotta be a bitch?
Right, like what the hell? I didn't need your motherfucking help. What the hell exactly are you doing, baby? Bitch, are you okay? Go ahead, Woman. Is it easier to love a younger person or an older person? Appetition having ass bitch, is y'all okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? Go ahead. Are you okay? No, just back to the question we were having. Is it easier to teach somebody younger or older to know you? Go ahead, Woman. That's fine. Control your heart. You can't control me. Fuck you and your heart. Bitch, are you okay? Yeah, I am actually. No, you're not. I don't have to be on the episode like Elmo. Yeah, shit. Go ahead, Woman. I was just asking the question you were talking about. That's all. Back to the question. You sound like you're talking about the question before. Oh, hold on. You sound like your heart about, and that's the truth. Girl, fuck you and Rewind. What? She ran. Teaching someone. Exactly, because this heart machine, bitch. What the fuck is with you? What we were talking about was teaching. Nobody gives a fuck about you. So the difference between me and you is I don't sit in a room talking about you like you do me. Fuck you, so bitch. I've never said nobody talking about you, bitch. You're delusional. I'm not. I get the messages, so. Bitch, you don't get no fucking messages telling nobody that I'm sitting in the room talking about you. Because that never motherfucking happened, bitch. I've never I have never sat in a room talking about you. Bitch, never. We were talking about. I don't give a fuck what y'all was talking about. Shut the fuck up. Teach someone. Shut the fuck up. I bet you're not gonna pay. Shut the fuck up. I bet that. Shut the fuck up. And control that heart, bitch. EBT don't work. Control that motherfucking heart. Bitch, I wish you did get EBT, food stamps, or whatever the fuck it is that you fucking need so you can eat better, so that heart will be better. But your heart is fucking bad because you're mean as fuck. You're a mean ass old ass. I'm mean, ugly, and old. Absolutely. Wow. The fuck? Why didn't you go to war? Wouldn't you have been like Vietnam or some shit? Yeah, I was. Absolutely. Actually, World War II. So what happened? I was in World War II. What happened? I saw a bitch like you and I popped in the head. Yeah, you should have killed yourself at war. Most people that went to war was on crack.
You could, yeah, I'm on crack too. Absolutely. Yeah. So we were talking earlier, people with some sense. Nobody gives a fuck. We were talking about what you were talking about. Nobody gives a fuck who loves you.
Come on now. Let's move on.
Oh, yeah, on Memorial Day. Cause I heard you fought that nigga in the back of the car. I did. He's satisfied. And you too old for that. He's very, oh no, not my niece is good. You were about too old to be fucking in the back of the motherfucking car. I did. It was in a getting beat up and shit by niggas. I did. Yep. Got beat up too. That's crazy. You told the F you got beat up. Hold up. Show did. And you the one who told everybody you got beat up. I did. Oh, damn. You get beat up on the I got beat up. Memorial Day. I got beat up, bro. Show did. Mm-hmm. So thank you for all the Prince old ass pussy bitches that served. Thank you. At you. You sad.
Oh my God. This is wild as shit.
You are a sad piece of shit.
That is wild as a mother.
None of these veterans deserve that. At least my hurt. You a fucking idiot. And I could say more, but I won't. But none of these veterans deserve what you just said. Not one of them deserve. Why are you standing down? Fight. Me. I don't. Get in the goddamn ring. Get your rifle. Yes, I can. What you say, Cam? Baby, your mama sucks ass. I just see him. I heard that my son was in the parade this morning. Now I'm pulling up to the gym. What do? No, he in the band, so he's in the Memorial Day parade. Did you take pictures? Yeah, I got pictures. So now I'm about to go to the gym because the gym closed early, so I hope y'all still going. This is how y'all know this nigga ain't never been on a trip with his daughter as a child. He doesn't even know like proper parent etiquette when they're on a road trip with their children. Like, look how he talks.
That bitch said she was at a lounge the other night.
Take that girl on a family trip. She's older now.
He was at the house.
Yes.
I ain't got no she bought 8. I took her with 8.
Things that you didn't travel with your daughter as a child.
I done took her on 8 trips.
No, I refuse to believe that. Like,
okay, I don't give a fuck what you believe. You don't believe in your life.
Nasty.
You don't believe in that little ass nigga that you married. You didn't believe that you could finish college. You didn't believe that you could pay your rent on time. You didn't believe in nothing. You didn't believe in nothing. I want y'all to remember that. Less than 3 minutes. You didn't believe in that retarded ass child that you got. Less than 3 minutes ago, she was talking about how he don't understand people being on 10. Less than 3 minutes.
Because we're on a trip with our children. I don't know what you have. I never asked you that. Don't worry about it. Nothing. Because you're a sad, miserable little drunk man. If you would be a nicer person, maybe somebody would want to live with you and build a life with you and travel with you and sleep with you. And they do. But you don't have that. No, they don't. You literally don't have that. You didn't have that before Stacey, and you don't have that now currently with Stacey. Which is why she can opt in for your bullshit. Because she got a better live somewhere. Shout out to her. I love the juggling. I love how she juggles. I love it. Shout out to Stacey. And just a second ago, you were talking about 40-year-old women who ain't never been chosen being washed up. But meanwhile, back in reality, your girlfriend is older than me. No, she's not. Like, yes, she is. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. You want to be young so bad. You are so delusional. You don't even know what your woman looks like with bed hair. Because when Don PTR that picture of Stacey with her hair looking all kind of every way, I've seen every side of it, dog. With bed hair, bro. I've seen every side of it. Shut up. Shut up. You need to recognize that lady. And now you talking about Stacey.
Hello? 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 Hello?
You're learning all the coverages of your woman's face. All the wrinkles, fine lines, and smiles and beauty. Because you don't even recognize her when someone you are, you fucking weirdo. I want to talk about it. No. I don't give a fuck about you or her. Okay. Neither one of y'all. Okay. So keep and as soon as I get back to Houston. Look, she on a family vacation. I got a yellow in my garage. I got a yellow on a family vacation. On a family vacation. On a family vacation. Short, puny niggas is the last in place. So she says that's what a life of leisure is like. You get to vacate often. This is regular for my children. They are they have status at 11 years old. Stop playing with me, nigga. My kids are used to it. All right? They were born into it. A vacation ain't special to them. They think it's Tuesday. Actually, I'm about to light my grill up. Don't blow yourself up, you fucking drunk. Yeah, light my grill up. You know what I'm saying? The lights are it's raining. He's not ready. Y'all supposed to be outside. You know the truth. He ain't popping that pussy. He ain't popping that pussy, right? That's why he should be mad all the time. I don't really know. Yeah, we know it's right. That's all you need to know. I ain't left him, honey. He doing exactly what he need to do because I ain't left him. All right, where you want to go? I'll be homeless again. Sure, I'll be homeless. Sure. Okay, absolutely. I'll be destitute. Totally. Listen, any nigga in here can go to the shelter and find a Lydia. What the fuck are you talking about? The bitches, what the fuck? You want a homeless bitch, just go to the shelter. You don't believe that. I ain't trying to take care of nobody, nigga. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Yeah, I don't know.
That's the end of their clip. The floor's back open. Lady, what's up, sis?
Wow! What's up, girl? Pick up.
You arguing with Lydia? Just talk about. Don't talk about Darius. The same thing, Lydia. You arguing with
Darius started first.
Right? Why the fucking rights get mentioned? So y'all gotta go first spouses now. That ain't right.
And it always be the ones. I fuck with them, darling.
Darius started first.
It's my turn. I don't want to hear shit. When I take it to hell, I don't want to hear shit.
I don't want to hear nobody pick me in no private rooms, trying to say, oh, you went too far. I don't want to hear shit. Well, motherfuckers might as well buckle up.
Queen has spoken.
But listen, it's gonna be a good work week.
I keep on killing the motherfucker. Sorry, Chris. Don't mention my
Hello? Hello?
Reading the chat by eating peach cobbler. Like, I'm just like, oh shit. I wonder what everybody wants. This is what I'm doing right now. Just throw that out there.
That's what BK does. He be eating chicken wings. I told y'all the day I saw him do it. Sounds like I can't. What the hell? I go back to the fucking store. This is some bullshit. Stacy, what up? What up, oh my God,
It is a C harmonica.
You know what? You might be one. So you might have that reason. You know. You might have
I never heard you deal with nobody on a family vacation. I got you.
just say fucking hard, nigga. Shit. What's up? What's up?
Happy holidays.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you still with that Haitian girl?
I just had some barbacoa a few minutes ago.
And that's an FBA. Foundational Black American.
You said barbacoa?
You heard him?
You heard me, nigga.
You heard him?
It was delicious. Hey, lady, I'm gonna tell you something. I ain't like what you did yesterday.
What I did yesterday? Tell me.
You know, T's talking straight bullshit.
What shit? I don't remember.
You left. You said,
appreciate Lady O being a girl's girl.
What happened last night? Did I come in here and tell a story about the nigga that was watching his man's pocket in the spot?
What?
Yeah, you did. You did.
Yeah, that's
Wow. I get a recap?
I told Tia she was on. That was weird.
But I don't want to do. I'm gonna give you a recap. But first time I did last night. Let's unpack that.
Okay, so like you was trying to like get the ladies to like just being a girl's girl, and then she went on some like broke, desperate, starving, and that's not Lady O. You know what I'm saying? That's not Lady O. Like you was trying to defend this, and I'm like, wow.
Bro, who was broke and
You
desperate?
kept on pushing me to the side. She was doing some like real poor.
We need the clip because I want to remember what you're saying so I could dialogue with you. I swear to God, I don't remember my name.
Oh, you was drinking?
Yeah, I was outside watching the game. Yeah. My bad. You know, I just be
Nah, you was saying no. You was saying no, DK. Nah, this is not what I wanted. You backed out of the car and then you left.
Can somebody fund it, please? I want to hear it. I gotta go back with the story. The goo was there. Was the goo there? Y'all was there? Y'all heard me. What I did, goo. Manipulation 101. Act stupid. I'm not acting. I swear, I'm not. I must agree with that. If I'm just.
Nah, but listen. T is funny, right? She's funny. She's like loose, like free in the air, but at the same time, she get into like the poor. She get. It's down bad. It's giving down bad bitch. You know, like I understand that. Okay, this is anybody can be whoever the fuck they want to be. You know what I'm saying? But sometimes y'all gotta listen to the content before y'all start clapping. Listen to the content first. You know what I'm saying? I think Tia was, maybe she was drinking. We had a good Memorial Day week. It's been raining on the East.
Who write the stories, they are the ones who study the old literature and rewrite the stories and turn them into modern poetry.
Oh, the songbirds?
Through the internet, a couple of them. But it is a real thing. I know that.
Have you seen that before? It's a dot beneath it.
Wait, what?
So for these picture that says Trump 2028, it's actually $20.28 per gallon.
Oh, I just clicked on it. That's funny.
Hi, Patty. Hi, Tia Andrea. I just wanted to quickly mention something about the tariffs and how it's destroying our country and our economy. I'm very upset about the tariffs still, and I think with regards to China, Trump's very close relationship with China, and the Strait of Hormuz opening, I'm just worried that these tariffs are still going to harm our economy. And tariffs were a terrible idea, and I can't stop thinking about the tariffs. And every night when I go to sleep, I think about the tariffs. And when I wake up in the morning, every morning when I have my morning coffee and I make a bowel movement, I always think about the tariffs. And when I have my lunch in the afternoon, I think about the tariffs. When I have dinner and a nice glass of Pinot Noir, I think about the tariffs. I can't stop thinking about the tariffs and talking about the tariffs. Tariffs!
You alright, John? You cool, John? Mr. Kitover? Girl, you play too much, ain't it, Tia? We know you recording the room. At this point, we don't need to care.
Yeah, why would you care? I mean, if you cared, well then that would matter. But you don't care. So.
Yeah, I don't even care. Nobody even watches your channel for.
I know, who cares? Who cares? Exactly.
Yeah.
But what does it feel like talking in a forest and nobody hears you? You know, you think you
Right. You know where you get your traction from. People on Clubhouse worried about you playing the role.
It's my audience. Come on, without my audience, I'd be nothing. I would literally be nothing. I'd just have like a couple random people from India and China saying, I love Donald Trump or FDT. It's either love or hate. Hate or love.
So how's the shitting going in you and the tariffs? Since you take a crap to think about the tariffs, how's that going, brother?
Well, I can't stop thinking about the tariffs every single morning when I make an espresso and then I go to release a bowel movement. I start thinking about the tariffs and what that means for our economy. Plus, when you do the forced, mass demigration and you deport hundreds of thousands of hardworking laborers and you add in the tariffs, we are further deconstructing economic opportunity, which is less trade internally and less trade externally. It's madness. You don't prick a bubble, you keep inflating a bubble. You keep inflating. You don't prick. You do not prick. You inflate. You do not prick.
Aren't you a Trump supporter?
I support America and our destiny. It's not about one man. That's my complaint is too many people project onto Donald Trump their internal emotional state and they're unaware of it. All communication is projection. All communication is politics. And sometimes all communication is comedy. But the tariffs just keep me up every night, especially in the morning when I make the bowel movement after the Nespresso. Tariffs.
So you woke up on Memorial Day and decided to remember that this wasn't your version of politically correct?
Lady, you know who this is, right? This is John. I told John, we don't care anymore. Nobody's really watching it, except for people on Clubhouse. We'll see one or two people and be like, is that me? Is that lady? Is that us checking if he's...
I just don't understand why.
Yeah, so explain to us why you record the rooms on here.
Well, I've kind of given up because, as you said, my only audience is people from Clubhouse checking to see if I'm recording you. But Anon does open up the opportunity to record, but it's still just not like a very good recording because I'm filming cell phone to cell phone. Some people have perfected screen recording virtually, and there are other people recording your room, not just me. But you're on YouTube, but you'll never find it because it's not like labeled to some way that you could find it. You just can't find it, and nobody watches it. So it's really just like a labor of love and an artistic endeavor, which requires work and time and effort and value. So it is what it is, but it's not commercially successful, and that's okay. I mean, I enjoy doing what I do. To me, it's like, how do I continue to optimize my productivity? And unfortunately, people don't like what I do, but to me, like, if there was ever an actual franchise or some type of way to earn and monetize and distribute, like, you ladies could have a YouTube channel, for God's sakes. You would be a valued YouTube publisher. I don't understand why you don't do it.
You think that we don't know that? Some people have different lives than the lives that you live. And maybe for purposes unbeknown to a lot of people, we don't. Like, has that ever crossed anybody's mind?
Of course, but my argument is that you're here anyways.
But my argument is, if I'm not going to do it for myself, why would I want somebody else to take my voice?
Hello? You angry?
Off of my voice.
I'm happy. Leave me alone. You angry?
I didn't give you.
I'm happy.
Because I
leave me alone.
So you taking somebody's picture, you taking somebody's voice, and monopolizing on it at the risk that something could happen to me. That's the problem I have. And, it'd be something different if, like, it wasn't people's pictures up there and stuff like that. But, and from your side, because I think you participated in it before, they'll go and dox people. Because they have different viewpoints than you might have. So then you go and you call somebody's job to tell them that, oh, this is what this person says. That's not right. That's not just somebody's livelihood. When this is supposed to be social media, I'm not taking this into.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only appropriate doxing would be is if somebody's making death threats. If you are a low-class, racist piece of shit, well, that could also possibly be considered dox-worthy. But the death threat stuff, and I have dealt with people on here that have made death threats against me, and I doxed them, and I notified the police and the FBI in their area.
That's something different. Yeah. That's fair. That's different. Yeah, I wouldn't tolerate that either. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about people not agreeing with what somebody says.
Yeah, I've never doxed anybody. I've never, like, from this room, I've put out fake news that I, notified Patty's boss one time and she got fired, just to see if, like, my little butterfly effect ripple could cause some friction. And I think it worked, but it wasn't true. It was fake news.
No, it didn't work.
Wait a minute, you did what now? Why would you do that? Why would you even play like that? You did that for what now?
I don't know. I was in a room one time and I was just like talking about your room, and we were talking about your room, and I said, yeah, I notified Patty's boss and I doxed her and she's going to get terminated because she's on here 40 hours a week instead of working. And they were like, you did that? I was like, yeah, I did that. She's gone. By Friday, she'll be terminated. And they were all like, oh my God, I can't believe you did that. And I was like, yep, I'm sick of that room. But it wasn't true. I was just playing with them.
I didn't care.
Did you put my name in it? You said my name too?
No, he just said me. But when that happened, nothing.
Yeah, it was just me. It was just me effing with that room. And no, I didn't mention First Lady because, Patty's like a real name. First Lady's not necessarily a name. But,
First Lady is, oh, you talking about that's not a real name to you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who you are, but Ban carries this room. The GOAT, Isaiah, whoever he is. He carries this room. His monologue, and his energy is what, really makes this show possible. Without Ban, ladies, I hate to tell you, you would not have a show. You would not have a show without Ban.
But, again, we can't control the world. I can't control Ben, whether he wants to stay, whether he wants to leave, whether he wants to come, whether he wants to go. And nobody can replicate him. He is his own person, which is a beautiful thing. So, but at the end of the day, when you say carry this show, that was never the point of this particular space when it was created. It wasn't about a show. It wasn't about, hey, come listen to us so we can put on a, acrobatic show for you. No, it was to bring news.
Yeah. So we actually been doing this room for over a year with just females. Did you know that? You've been recording our rooms. I think he came around back in September, lady, right? September, October.
Yeah, around that time.
Yeah.
Maybe even November.
Yeah, but we already had like 18,000 people by then.
It was before Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
It was before Thanksgiving.
And
I'm
I
not
think
sure if you guys here during Halloween.
Yeah, and we just hit our year mark. Probably 2 months before that, we were at 18,000.
But I get it. I mean, when it comes down to, you know, the everyday thing, because, and that's the thing that makes this particular space different than a lot of people, and people want to know how it keeps on moving, is because we all work together.
Okay. Well, I would say that I was very incensed and upset the day that Charlie Kirk was killed, and the things that people were saying in Politically Correct, particularly a homosexual, gay African American man. And the things that he was saying were so upsetting to me and so disappointing. I know it's not reflective of the entire African American community, but the things that were said in this room after a murder of an innocent man were so upsetting to me personally and disappointing. It didn't wake me up, it alerted me to the actual real friction and divide amongst Americans. Because it's not our people, it's the American people. You got to get your words right. It's Americans. Hello?
That's the thing about how people choose to judge. Because I took a lot of slack for that. Because I'm the type of person of integrity and certain things. Like, I personally, I don't feel like I would want that to be associated with me, because I wouldn't want people in my real life to think that I'm associated with that. There was a lot of pushback. Like, oh, you can't say that, you can't say that. For weeks, even after it happened, if somebody says, if anybody brought the name up, I would zap out. Like, just be quiet. Let's not even talk about that. Well, why is it that they can do da-da-da-da-da? Certain people can do things in this world and get away with it. Certain people can't. And I'm not saying that you can't be that person. But in this particular space, just respect the space. So when people judge and they say, oh, this happened, well, how long did you stay? Because just because you didn't see the fight back at that time, because people like me are very strategic. I know when to say something. Sometimes when the stove is too hot, you just can't open up and be like, oh, well, let me just go ahead and say this, because then it's just going to make the situation worse. But there are plenty of times that there was pushback in regards to that. And I care about life.
Can I ask a question? This is interesting. I'm going to frame the question in two different parts. And there's going to be three parts. First, the individual, and then George Floyd and Charlie Kirk. And I'm talking about the individual. It's amazing to me how people care more about people they've never met and don't know, and cannot go home and mend their relationship with their own parents, their brothers and sisters, and they're deeply wounded by something they may see on TV with Charlie Kirk or George Floyd. I'm going to tell you why I'm telling this story. I sympathize. It's not about the person or what happened to them. It's about how people see their lives and how disconnected they are from their own lives. I met a gentleman when George Floyd got killed, and he was marching. He had was a black guy with 500 white people marching with him. And, it was a lot of noise. When I came up my home and outside, started walking and following the crowd, finally met up with the gentleman. And we started talking, and I said, I like what you're doing here. Take my business card. If you need some help starting a nonprofit, call me. And he called me the next day. So I started talking to him. And I said to him, he said that he just got out of jail 3 months ago, and so what happened to George Floyd? He got involved and became an activist, blah, blah, blah. So I said to him, you just came out of jail. I said, where are you now? He was in a halfway house, and I said, I can't help you. He said, why not? I said, let me ask you a question. You have any kids? He said, yes. I said, you have a wife, girlfriend? He said, yes. I said, have you seen any of your family members since you came out of jail? He said, no. I said, I cannot help you until you go and call your daughter. He hasn't seen his daughter in 12 years. Hasn't seen his girlfriend who's baby mother otherwise. I said, I cannot help you until you go see your daughter and go apologize to your girl for getting in trouble, going into jail, coming out and marching for another man's family and not your own. Now, let that settle for a minute. A couple weeks later, the guy called me back in 2 weeks. About 2 weeks later, he called me back. And he was thanking me and crying on the phone because what I said to him messed him up in his mind, because he said he was ashamed of going home, and he was ashamed as a person for going to jail, messing his life up, and not being around his kids for 12 years. But when I said it to him, it was about the humanity of your own life and fixing your own business before you pay attention to other people's business. And he realized in that moment that what I else. But the reason why I'm mentioning that, because when I hear people talk about people, George Floyd and Charlie Kirk,
Hello?
Luther King, and
Hello?
Malcolm X, and all these great people, it's great to admire great people that's doing things or have sacrificed their lives to resonate in your life. But what all that is demonstrating to you is, where in your life are you dealing with the living people that you're not taking responsibility for forgiving yourself, forgiving your mom and your pop for doing
Well, I like that story that you just told, and it's amazing that that happened to you, that you were able to help rectify that man's mind. And I would just that I guess my critique and complaint about the way that people communicate on this app is that it's not really a very good exchange of knowledge. Plus, there's also time duration, so we can't transfer large amounts of information to each other. That's what books are for. And so I'm just saying, I understand this is entertainment and social activity, but you can come on here and read a book for 10 minutes. 10 minutes. One true sentence is better than a million illogical, ridiculous, woke, liberal, intellectual sentences. So to me, the book club is really the future, and it is the best now and best experience you can have, which is in poetry is a very quick remedy to a lot of the social ills we have. I mean, Fix It here talked to a guy who had a communication failure. So we have a failure to communicate knowledge, intelligence, wisdom, value in a short amount of time. And that's because a lot of people want to be entertaining. Like, I think Ban is actually very entertaining. But I question the opportunity cost even for him to come on this app when you have a career and a family and a car to go wax in the garage, to come on here and be a pseudo-intellectual. Pseudo, false, fake, not a real intellectual. Real intellectuals are academic. They actually will just read a book to you, as if you're in a classroom. They won't necessarily always do the same shtick. And that's the put-down shtick. Yeah, that's right. Ban is an ad hominem projector who puts people down to make himself feel better inside. He's a fake elitist. That's not what the elite really do.
Okay, so wait,
Hello?
hold up. Because here's another thing that happens. I'm gonna sit and I'm gonna listen with him, with you. And we paid attention to what led to the ad hominems. What paid attention to the height of it, we would see that a lot of times he is not the aggressor. He's the responder. You see? But a lot of times people don't want to pay attention to it because they get caught up in the emotion and the film that's happening at the moment. But they forgot how we got there. And with recording, you can go back, you can actually listen and actually judge. But most times people don't actually go back and listen to get there, to really understand. And that's one of the experiences that we were doing last night. So I hear what he's saying. Yeah, a lot of people come on this app, you coming in, you making your suggestions, you got a chance to speak, right? We allow you to speak and tell us what you think is the future of this app. But not everybody thinks alike. And you are entitled to your opinion. The thing is, go make that work for yourself. You don't have a place here because we're not friends to come and tell somebody what they should be doing and how they can be successful. You go and you create that for yourself. Doesn't that make sense? It makes sense to me.
Guess you got me. So hey y'all, let's go ahead and start our regular routine with our Meet the Press. Y'all know how it goes. It's 24 hours old. If there's any updates, we can work on the update. We don't go straight through it. We try our best to like do breaks in between.
Hey, Free Will, I saw you said hi. I just didn't get a chance to tell you that. Alright, I'm going on mute. I have to shampoo my hair. Thank you.
Today's not Meet the Press. I'm sorry. It's what? It's we play. God, we're not doing a Meet the Press anymore on Monday. We're doing damn it, not the Meet the Press. Damn it. Give me a second, y'all.
What's the nation? What's that thing we're doing?
Damn it. I'm sorry, y'all.
Can I ask a question? What is the percentage of women in the U.S. Army?
Why?
Because the president's a coward, so there's women that actually fighting for this dodging dodging the war when he got drafted.
What do you mean?
Just let it go through.
Okay. Well, let me go ahead and start Meet the Press, y'all. Let's see who's on Meet the Press today. Says this week, or not Meet the Press, Face the Nation. This week on Face the Nation, let's see. Talking about President Trump says a peace deal with Iran has been largely negotiated.
Well, they have no choice. It's not Venezuela.
Okay.
But he dodged a war back in the day. He did. He got drafted, and he got, so it's fake from the beginning. He doesn't care.
Well, let me explain what's going on with Face the Nations on this one. Reports from Tel Aviv and Senator Chris Van Hollen discusses the possible deal. Medal of Honor recipients, retired Lieutenant Colonel William Stevenson and retired Command Sergeant Major Matthew Williams are going to be on there. So let's see what they're talking about.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Everybody told him, they say, like, we don't want to deal with you. We want Obama to deal with us. We want him to deal with Obama.
Okay, that's fine. Let me start Meet the Press for a second. Not Meet the Press, but okay. Face the Nation.
Appear to be nearing a peace agreement with Iran. They'll have the latest. Sources familiar with the talks tell CBS News that the latest proposal to end the war, which is now in its 13th week, includes a process to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, the unfreezing of some Iranian assets held in foreign banks, and a continuation of negotiations over Iran's nuclear program. We'll talk to the president's top economic advisor, Kevin Hassett, about the impact of the war on the economy. And we'll take a closer look at the outrage on both sides of the aisle this week over the creation of a $1.8 million anti-weaponization payout fund. Maryland Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen will be with us. We'll also hear from a bipartisan duo working to fight anti-Semitism in politics. Republican Mike Waldo and New Jersey Democrat Johnny Gottheimer. Plus, as the World Health Organization warns that Ebola is spreading rapidly in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, we'll talk to Dr. Deborah Burks. And finally, a special Memorial Day conversation with two Medal of Honor recipients about the significance of service. All just ahead on Face the Nation.
Oh my God!
Congress is off, I'm Nancy Cordes. On this holiday weekend, President Trump has been hard at work at the White House to iron out an agreement with Iran. When I spoke to the president on Saturday, he sounded upbeat about potential for a deal and said that he, quote, wouldn't even be talking about an agreement if it did not prevent Iran from having a nuclear weapon, adding, quote, we're getting everything we want. I will only sign a deal where we get everything we want. But it appears that most of the nuclear decisions would actually be left to the next round of negotiations. And that has some Republicans worried this morning. We're going to begin with senior foreign correspondent Imtiaz Taya reporting from Tel Aviv.
So
In New
awesome.
Delhi this morning, Secretary of State Marco Rubio had this to say about Iran.
I'll leave it to the president to make further announcements on it. Suffice it to say that some progress has been made.
On Saturday, President Trump held a conference call with leaders of several Arab and Muslim countries, including Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Egypt, Turkey, the UAE, and Pakistan. In a Truth Social post afterwards, the president said an agreement has largely been negotiated, subject to finalization between the United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran. Pakistan's Army Chief Hassan Munir, who's been acting as the mediator, was in Tehran at the time, where he met with Iranian leaders as part of attempts to narrow the remaining gaps in Washington. At a media briefing, Iran's foreign ministry spokesman Asma Baghai said over the past week, the process has moved towards reducing the points of disagreement, but there are still issues that need to be discussed with the mediators. Those points of disagreement include the fate of the Strait of Hormuz, Iran's frozen assets at foreign banks, and its nuclear program, which includes a large stockpile of nearly bomb-grade, highly enriched uranium, which the president says is his red line.
And after his calls with Muslim and Arab leaders last night, President Trump also spoke to Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Now, a senior political source has told CBS News that PM made it clear to the president that Israel would retain the right to take action against what it sees as threats, including in Lebanon. Nancy, with reports the potential agreement between the U.S. and Iran would also see an end to the war there.
Imtiaz Taya, thank you so much. Some key Republican senators have already weighed in on the early reports about the contours of a possible deal. Senate Armed Services Chair Roger Wicker said putting off nuclear discussions for later would, quote, be a disaster, and that everything accomplished by Operation Epic Fury would be for naught. Senator Ted Cruz of Texas said if the result of all that is to be an Iranian regime now receiving billions of dollars being able to enrich uranium and develop nuclear weapons, then that outcome would be a disastrous mistake. We turn now to Maryland Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen. Senator, thank you so much for being with me.
That's a good guy.
It's good to be with you, Nancy.
So I want to stress that all of this is still evolving. We're getting slightly different takes on the terms of the deal from the Americans and the Iranians. But what do you think about what you've heard so far?
Well, Nancy, this war against Iran has been a big blunder from the very start. The president should have stuck to his campaign pledge of keeping us out of war and focused on bringing down prices. He's done just the opposite. Prices are going up, interest rates are going up, and we're mired in this war in Iran. And when you're digging a hole, you should stop digging. That's what this agreement sounds like. It sounds like we will go back to opening the Strait of Hormuz, which of course was open before the war started. I will say, however, it looks like Iran will retain more control over those straits. We also know Iran has an even more hardline regime in place now, and we're talking about releasing some of Iran's frozen assets. So, look, my view is, as I said, stop digging.
I want to ask you about something that stirred up a lot of controversy on both sides of the aisle on Capitol Hill this week. The DOJ's new anti-weaponization fund, nearly $1.8 billion set aside for people who say they were treated unfairly by the federal government. You've been calling it a political slush fund. You are trying to force Republicans to take a vote on placing some guardrails around that fund. What kind of guardrails are you talking about?
Hello?
Well, Nancy, first we should get rid of this slush fund, $1.8 billion of taxpayer money. But I have been proposing amendments to prohibit, for example, people who rioted on January 6th and assaulted police officers from being eligible for the fund.
members of Congress should not be eligible for the fund. And I would hope all Republicans, including Republican candidates, should come out strongly against this slush fund, which the president has set up for these purposes. You pushed the acting attorney general this week on that question of whether people who attacked police officers would be eligible for the fund. I asked the president about that this week as well. He did not say that those people would be ineligible. Senate Republicans were very angry about this, and they really gave it to the acting attorney general behind closed doors this week. That there is an appetite for trying to get rid of this fund in Congress, and how would that even work? Well, I hope so, Nancy. I think most Republicans are more upset about the fact that this interrupted their effort to pass this reconciliation bill with another $70 billion of taxpayer funds for ICE. I think that's what upset them the most. And they decided to leave town because they didn't want to have to vote on these amendments that I've proposed and others have proposed. So we'll see how this all turns out. We should get rid of this political slush fund altogether. And we will insist on having these votes when we get back. I've been told by a senior administration official that there are now some urgent efforts underway to address the concerns that Republicans have raised about this fund. But they continue to insist they've got the right to do this, and that in fact, they already have the ability to make these payouts, and if anything, they're making the process more transparent by coming up with rules, by appointing commissioners, and all the rest. What do you think of that argument? Well, that's absurd, and this is really corrupt from the start. I mean, this is essentially President Trump negotiating with President Trump through the acting attorney general, who was Trump's former personal lawyer. They set it up so they have complete control over the 5 members of this commission that can be selected. President Trump can fire any of them whenever he wants. And so this is completely under their control, the slush fund, and they've not committed, Nancy, to being completely transparent. The acting attorney general refused to say that they would disclose the names of all the people who received these taxpayer funds. So let's be clear, this is a corrupt deal, and in the process, the president, of course, got a complete get out of jail free card with respect to any taxes that he has due and owing, another corrupt part of this deal. I want to ask you about a case that you've been heavily involved in, and there was a big development this week. A judge threw out the federal human smuggling charges against Kilmar Abrego Garcia of your home state, Maryland. You visited him in El Salvador after he was wrongfully deported to that country, placed in the Supermax prison Cicon. The judge said that DOJ's prosecution of him was vindictive, and DOJ now says it plans to appeal. Have you spoken to him or his family? How are they feeling about this decision? Nancy, I have spoken to him and his wife, Jennifer, and they're, of course, pleased that the court system have applied the law. This was absolutely a vindictive prosecution. The judge called it essentially an abuse of power because the Trump administration brought these new charges against him because he decided to exercise his due process and constitutional rights. They had admitted that they had wrongfully disappeared him to El Salvador, and he contested that, and of course he is now back. They're still trying to deport him, but he filed his claims under the Constitution, and so this case is not about Kilmar Abrego Garcia alone. This is really about the rights of each and every one of us, and when the Trump administration decided to vindictively prosecute him for that, they were further threatening the rights of all of us. We've got about a minute left, but I want to ask you about this election autopsy that was finally released by the Democratic National Committee this week. Do you feel like you got any answers from that autopsy on why the Democrats lost in 2024? And do you believe that the head of the DNC should resign over this? Well, Nancy, this is a very shoddy piece of work. It's an incomplete piece of work, and I can understand why Ken Martin was reluctant to release it earlier. But as he has said, he owns this problem. He should have ripped the Band-Aid off earlier and put it out.
No, we're 6 months from a very important election, and we should not be changing horses at this time. I will say that the overall thrust of the report indicates that we should not just go back to the pre.
I know what that says.
Well, what I've said from the beginning, it was a.
It takes 90 seconds for this NASA-engineered AC to cool down your room. It's smaller than a toaster.
Clear to the American people that we
Go on mute, first. We'll talk about it after he's done with his segment, okay?
understand their financial and economic pain and their daily struggles, and that we're going to do something about it. We're going to fight for them, and we're going to fight against the special interests, very powerful special interests who try to stack the deck against them.
Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland, thank you so much for joining us.
Okay, any comments? Now you can comment, Jay Fresh.
I mean, she won. Elon Musk, he did it, I mean, this ex-girl, is it like last week when she made it they know how to check the system, which is not nothing, But everything is happening is for a reason, There's a reason why they want that in charge.
We don't know.
Okay, can I speak me understanding how America works, America controls the world, and then they're afraid of losing that power, but it is not losing from the beginning, from the dollarization, Right now, I'm from South Sudan. I mean, over there we use dollar. We don't even care about country money. America controls to the oil companies, which is Iran. When Iran stopped that, so dollar might drop. You might not have no value, but Donald Trump is just fucking up everything. He thought he was gonna go through the plan that the way it's ran. It just backfired because people are just giving up in America, and then we understand this 8 billion people. We have more people. Sometimes it's evil. People have to die just for other people to eat, kind of stuff,
I don't think we gave up in America, Jay Fresh. We might be mad with the situation we're in, but I don't think Americans have given up.
I don't think people have to die.
I can't even shampoo my hair in peace. Was that on the clip?
Well, I mean, it was on the clip.
TJ, I'm sorry, what you say?
That was not on the clip. I was wondering the same thing.
Because I was sitting there and I'm like, wait a minute. I'm going to stop shampooing my hair right now. And I'm going to get out and I'm going to ask this question with dripping wet hair. Was that what the clip was about?
That was not what the clip was about.
I mean, how often should you shampoo your hair? It's only like once a week.
Let's go on mute.
That's definitely not what the clip was about. So the clip is about the autopsy of the So I thought Jeff Rush
Strike the master.
And then he went to Ashley St. Clair's validated claims about her baby daddy, who she's in the middle of a custody battle with. But that's not on clip.
Jefferson Park News. There's been a car accident.
Hey everyone. Today I wanted to talk about this. Hey everyone, check this out. This book on John Locke is crucial. It
Usually it's not done. They want us to keep up. It wasn't like a machine gun. We just who do that?
He criticized the
they were all enthused and numerous intercept. He doesn't have a plan. I have the best plan of all, but
limit on what executive power
Traits that we've in your mind.
something got brought up briefly about
Tiny piece of silver. Why are you trying to explain something to me like is it funny?
Yeah, like not Venezuela, but
Oh, God, Jesus Christ. But I understand when someone is
they talked about his visit with
Don't worry about it. Oh, really? It's a trillion years. Non-binary.
Everybody's in each other's faces, everybody gets arrested. And I said, ultimately, who is this good for? Because Trump, the builder himself, his life is over.
What political
The adolescent who flees in relation
and he talked about
pride in anything wrong
trying to be.
Yeah, I don't. Add to.
Yeah, so why are these Democrats like panning the report anyway? They're saying like it's not worth it, or it doesn't say anything useful.
Well, do you know,
That's what AOC.
do you know what the argument is? What are they saying? Say what they said.
AOC said it doesn't say anything useful, basically. So
Okay. Well, it was a breakdown on what was going on.
Yeah, I mean, I listened. Did you want feedback on the Meet the Press clip you just played?
No, that wasn't Meet the Press. That was actually Face the Nation. But yes,
Oh,
that's
Face
what
the
we were
Nation.
trying to. So when we do, you should know this. You've been recording rooms long enough. When we do the news, we do, or you probably come out because of copyright infringement. But when we do the news piece, what happens is we do breaks so we can talk about the news or the piece. Because you know everybody on here has ADHD, and you play something too long, they fall asleep or they run away. You don't want to hear the entire news clip. So we're playing it piece by piece so we can break it down if there's any updates. And I just brought up what he spoke about. Like,
Hey, Dad, happy Memorial Day. Yes, I am fine. Farron called me and text messaged me, and he said, hey, if you want to fly out to Seattle and go to the river, and we will host you, we will pay for you. So that was a very nice offer of them, but I told them I have to decline because, you know, I have too many things going on here, and it's important for me to be focused and centered here in Chicago, where my life and assets are, and not go, you know, hang out at our river. So just telling you, everything is well. I hope you get this voice note message. You can always send me a voice note message. Hope you're well. Have a great day. And tell Patty I said hello. Take care. Bye.
They're using the word slush. So first of all, help me understand how you're saying that it's not a slush fund.
Okay,
What is that for?
just for clarification, you're talking about the monies from the IRS or something else? Sorry.
there's no money from the IRS.
Okay, then we're talking about two different things. Sorry.
Listen.
The definition of a slush fund is that it's used for illicit purposes.
So we don't know if it's going to be used for illicit purposes because it hasn't been used yet.
Then you can't call it a slush fund.
Right, but the reason why they're quote unquote calling it a slush fund is because of how the money has moved from the DOJ into a private account, to another account where there is no true oversight.
There's a lot of monies that are not supposed to.
So they're doing that purposely to make it look like it's criminal, but it isn't.
Correct. Yeah, there's no evidence of any criminal activities.
With
all due respect, I wouldn't use the term
I just said that. Okay.
Patty,
Nothing yet.
Patty, the equivalency is just fiduciary and then escrow. You know, lawyers do this type of bullshit, and the problem really is that we have a legal industrial complex, and really the thing is this money is just going to transfer to the lawyers that are representing J6ers and other people that the Trump administration is aware of, that feels that they have been slighted by the legal judicial system. If you are a strong Democrat and you are a proud liberal, well, you know, lawfare and the legal industrial complex is actually to your favor, because most judges tend to be very liberal and Democrat. The bigger problem.
Oh, Hindustan's never much the Kijag, Gaumut, Pioratic, Salo. Yo, I mean, killing is killing. Being ignorant, disrespected. But it's not about the judges. But it just, America's losing power. America's losing power. Back in the 90s, yeah, they're strong, but it's just when you lose in power, this breaks. You have a lot of things that's going against you with how the world is spinning. The world is changing. You don't accept it. You think that's on topic? That's not on topic, but it get back to the same topic, the same thing all over again. It's gonna get
Well, who's doing worse, America or Europe? mention against Europe.
Well, the whole world.
Alright, so now we're going down a rabbit hole. Let's come back. David, you were saying it's not a slush fund. We got down in a rabbit hole. You guys told me that that's illegal. But I'm just going by what's being reported, and that's what they've been calling it. So when somebody says it's not,
Sorry.
I got it. I understand you saying they're doing it purposely. Okay, but what else did you want to say about it, David?
I reserve the balance of my time.
David, that was the settlement from Trump's IRS that resulted in the slush fund. It sounded like you thought you were talking about different things, but I think you guys were talking about the same thing.
No. So the settlement from.
Do down money have value in it? You could just print it all day.
So let's just take a break for a second.
No, the settlement from the IRS, Sydney, was they could not investigate him for his past when it comes to his tax filings. That was the settlement. Now this DOJ thing, which already existed, where there was funding appropriated from Congress in case there was like someone sued the government because of some kind of like something that the government did hurt them hardly. That's what that funding was for. Some of that money.
Hornet's nest will descend upon you with a Shekinah. Reflex the scores. We from wars having you in Waterloo. It's protocol to oaks and all, like each pathogenic mess we design. Don't believe these lying eyes, there's no conspiracy comprised of lies and history's alibis. This timeline isn't shut it down, the door you know too much. We rule the land with mighty hands that hand the mighty touch. Call me a sugar, noticing a trend. There's certain things you cannot say, so sing them all instead. Hey! Turn it on accidentally, contagious best. Prepare to be try to claim that invaders can remain. We'll greet you by obscenely cheering out. Careful to say that Bowie's wearing skirts playing sports against your daughters is retiring. Every single man to fix diversity every home. Whenever you used to try to sell it online, brought you over social justice. Book sells quite well and also a spell. These NPCs can't see behind the veil. Don't believe these lying eyes. There's no conspiracy comprised of lies and history's alibis. This timeline isn't
Jay Fresh. I have limits, and you have already exhausted your limits. Please, for the last time.
When you're on this app, talk to me.
Yeah, you're gonna get dropped, Jay Fresh. You can listen to the Indigo, and then you can put in the chat, and then we'll bring you up as needed.
There's a lot of rooms. I have to go speak to other people.
Okay,
please
well,
do
have a
that,
good
baby.
day.
That would be great.
That's fine.
Go to the
I
other room
appreciate
and
that.
eat to them. I think they want to see you.
Goodbye.
I appreciate it.
Patty, you have open invitation on here. You don't have the invitations locked down. I think anybody can come up.
Oh, yeah.
We're okay. We know. We got it. Hey, Patty, is this your first room?
I think so.
Oh.
So, can I mention something about that? What was mentioned in the Face the Nation?
Okay, 45 seconds. Don't go too far, John.
Okay, so Trump, had a presser a day and a half ago. El Normo and I were actually there at the White House because we launched the Jewish News Network. And we were there to witness Trump talk about the future peace negotiation with Iran. And all I gotta say is I'm very optimistic about the future. And I unfortunately think a lot of elite liberal intellectual Democrats are very pessimistic and even nihilistic. And I think as Americans, we have to look towards wisdom and knowledge and trade as our future. That will always be our future of prosperity and abundance. I am complete. Thank you for letting me speak. And God bless you all this beautiful Memorial Day. I hope everybody here has the best Clubhouse day they've ever had in these 5 years of friction and conflict. But now, hopefully, we can have resolution now that ban has officially been banned from the app.
He has not. Now, because everything that you said, you just said all these ad
Oh my God. That was beautiful. That was the best speech I think I've ever made. Go to MayorKitover.com. Vote John Kitover, February 23rd, 2027.
Why are you doing that?
Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com and MayorKitover.com and ChicagoMayorElection.com and ChicagoMayoral.com. Follow me on Instagram at John Kitover. Rebono Shalom. Go to MayorKitover.com right now and enjoy your day.
Monday, I hope everyone's doing well. Happy Memorial Day. God bless those that sacrificed their life. And for our freedom, I'm grateful for those wonderful people.
Like Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was one of those. Charlie Kirk is the Patriot of the Year. Charlie Kirk.
While I'm speaking, sir.
I was just bringing up Charlie Kirk.
You're being rude. That's
Well, that was rude when you guys demonized Charlie Kirk on the day of his assassination. That was rude too.
You're becoming oil, and I'm gonna always be water. Okay? And I don't need your oil in my water. I really truly don't. So why don't you just go ahead and find yourself a new spot for today? Because I'm not doing it with you. I don't know why you're trying to get a rise out of people. We already had that discussion. I already said what I said, that I definitely told people not to do that. And here you are bringing this back up. This is when your inability to be able to communicate starts kicking in. I don't know if you have Asperger's or what. I'm not sure. But whatever disabilities you have.
That's ad hominem projection, baby. Ad hominem projection.
No, there's.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Let me go ahead and continue to play the clip, because I don't think y'all paid attention to the first clip.
This morning, I appreciate it. And we'll be right back. We go now to a bipartisan pair of representatives. Josh Gottheimer is a Democrat from New Jersey, and Mike Lawler is a Republican from New York. Congressman, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Thanks for having us.
It's talented. It's talented. It's talented.
Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, the axle of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast. And in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, oh azure-lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, my soul of infinite space, is the prince priest to the beast. And in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power.
I can't defend this. But when we try to get it to people's mindsets that we're actually not in, that's where it gets kind of, I took this form, but now it feels to other people that I'm justifying. So, that's what I'm
For he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame.
There's a 40% chance you're going to be in prison at the end of this.
You just redeemed yourself, Rush. You just redeemed yourself, Rush. That was all. That was worth it. That was worth it. Worth it. That was worth it.
Real talk though, happy Memorial Day. God bless you and your family. We're going to Shalom. Today's a beautiful day. And just peace, love, and prosperity to all. Just you got to be optimistic. I'm very optimistic. Regardless of the TDS and everything going on, like why would it be against my own country? You know, it's kind of good. But yeah, happy Memorial Day.
The key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto her. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men are fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. For till of the splendor of the wind, she bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret wonders of deep. Glow the starry blue are mine, a wank of Nahonsu. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men are fools. 12 is to see your joy. The gem is the naked splendor of new age. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of her needs. The winged globe, the starry blue, her mind awanketh nachon zu. My joy is to see your joy. Servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the known. The manifest
Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. Five, help me, O warrior lord of deeds, in my unveiling before the children of men. Now and it, my secret centers, my heart and my thought. Seven, behold, it is revealed while I was the minister of Orphat. Because is in the who, not the who in the class. Nine worship, then the cats, and behold my light shed over you. Let my servants be few and secret, they shall know the name and the Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, light and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given on that sacred tree of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of my sword, with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. as the hawks by my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save thee, O Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a office and Typhoon. Mine the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the vigor of the entire. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of earth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. By the word I invoke thee. I know the dark blue waves of music and the song that I made on a wall to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, shine and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, and it striketh thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the fire, the voice of the 611 are the voices. Abrahadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. a buy that I wear by my robe, I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I unto thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the one of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Be mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made a moan to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Triumph and conquering Lord. Horus, Avenger, by the tongue I invoke thee. In my hand is my sword of revenge. Let it strike at my bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the fight, the voice of the saints, 11 of the voices. Abraham of blood. The voice of the fight, the voice of the saints. 11 of the voices. Abraham of blood. Mine is the attack demand and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. Now my body I invoke thee. of the man. And my insight is keen as the hearts. By my head I know thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I know thee about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by the brightness. I know thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign even of none save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman. I know thee. Mine is the garment of white, so mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, I. Mine is the head of the remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, or dry land, or in the air, or flowing air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be mine is the head of the rose and cross of life and light. Giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, or for the air, or in rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the last one, I bear the rose and cross of life and light. Giving the sign, teaching abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, or whirling air, or a rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be
You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than them.
Patty, the equivalency is just fiduciary and then escrow. You know, lawyers do this type of bullshit, and the problem really is that we have a legal industrial complex, and really the thing is, this money is just going to transfer to the lawyers that are representing J6ers and other people that the Trump administration is aware of, that feels that they have been slighted by the legal judicial system. If you are a strong Democrat and you are a proud liberal, well, you know, lawfare and the legal industrial complex is actually to your favor, because most judges tend to be very liberal and Democrat. The bigger problem.
So it's Please don't scroll. Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to be. Please don't.
My fear turned gold in your eyes.
We are $38 trillion in debt, so you have to look at that as the United States credit card.
Without,
I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it, don't run from feeling.
Special free vaccines, and should you need free abortion, no forms, no fees, just me, man, and good vibes.
You're serious? For free?
My treatment, stop being easy. Special free vaccines, and free every rule on those petitions.
You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than
If ask the question, like, okay, there's this school down the street
in your eyes, and my old night broke. I was lost in the noise. Now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of lonely days, stop thinking. Let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. From the feeling, one more second, you can't stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Oh, let it go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can't stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God.
Since no one was that actually organizes anything, like either this app, yeah.
Stay near if I break.
Anyone that has to get
Pull me through.
No, I guess.
Teach
My
my
response
hands
is,
to release what I cannot hold with you. Tonight, wisdom of God, wisdom of Wisdom of God, I'm yours.
Get your ass beat, man. Walk away. Just walk away, bro. Walk away. It's cool, bro. Walk away. I hope it's a girl.
Could this be one of the oldest breads in the world? In the U.S., almost no one has seen it. That's because this method survives only in a few old bakeries in China. Every morning, the baker boils about 100 eggs. Then he mixes yeast, milk powder, and whole milk until smooth. Adds the eggs and heaps of flour and kneads. The dough starts sticky but becomes golden and elastic after repeated pressing. Next comes the secret. Stretching and folding the dough repeatedly until it forms a thin, nearly transparent membrane. The key to its softness. The dough is divided and placed into buttered round loaves. Think it goes into the oven now? Not at all. It's steamed with fire, letting it rise one last time. Just as people did
invented centuries ago. The air fills with the scent of eggs and milk. When the lid lifts, the bread is golden, soft, and delicate. Not sweet like modern pastries. Could this be one of the oldest?
Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt, like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble.
Hey everyone, today I want to talk about this book. Hey everyone, check this out. This book on John Locke is
Stop thinking, and your problems take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Stay.
It's a different culture. It's not dating apps. It's like apps.
Now ye shall know that the chosen
Abramongo from
Dax of infinite space is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all
My numbers are going down. Uh-oh.
They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But ye are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, oh, as your lidded woman bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, master of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into which I have given unto him.
souls be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the a manifestation of new creed to the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. Five, help me, O warrior lord of deeds, in my unveiling before the children of men. Nowadays, my secret centers my heart and my thought. Seven, behold, it is revealed where I was the minister of Autocrat. Is in the tomb. I worship in the camps, and behold my light shed over you. As my servants be few and secret, they shall know the many and the low. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the rectangle, reverse the sign, given of none save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of my soul with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. radiance white and pure. By their brightness, I. Mine is the hell, the Six together, rose and source of life and light. Giving the sign Abrahadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, or whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be Abrahadabra.
You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than none. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. shall know that the chosen priest, that oxen of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, O azure-lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, my soul of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the heart the naked splendor of newt. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of her deed. The winged glow, the starry blue are mine awakened is to see your joy.
Child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge. Strike in thy teeth. By the sword I hold thee. Voice of the 5, the voice of the 6, 11 are voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of now. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe, I invoke thee. line of a office and trifle. I decide I am holy. Mine is the garment of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the ultimate fear. I'm a proud lion holy. My fingers travel on the beats of birds who run after thee in thy car of glory. While my fingers are involved thee, for they're the one that have the power in the voice of the master. Erahadabra, by the word I invoke thee. Hey, my heart, the dark blue waves of music in the sun that I made a vow to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, shining and conquering Lord, Lord, Amen, God, by the sword I invoke thee. In my hand is the sword of revenge, let it strike, at night begin, by the sword I invoke, the voice of the right, the voice of the six, 11 are the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I...
Well, I mean, he wasn't like wrong about the facts. It's just that he thinks that his words are going to change your mind.
Well, again, I think that we didn't have a place to debate, right? Because he's a religious veteran. For him, this is more religious belief. Yeah.
Chat. I'll leave you guys for just a little bit. You guys get yourselves in trouble. What are you doing?
Are you taking it up for your kids?
I'm trying to find women I'm attracted to. But they're the only ones I'm seeing are taken.
I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my
father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, I. Mine is the remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, or dry land under the air, or dwell in air, or of rushing fire. And every scourge of God, the vast one might be mine is the head of the hawk, Abraham. I bear the rose and cross of light and love. I bear the rose and cross of life and light. Abrahadabra, giving the sign at each abrahadabra.
I bear the rose and cross of life and light. Giving the sign, teaching Abrahadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament or of the ether or of the earth or under the earth, on dry land or in the water or the air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be
You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, and now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can start believing. Wisdom of God. Now it's wisdom of Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I Every wound gets named and it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step. stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise. Now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking. Let it fall. Take the deepest breath. of heart enlightenment. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt, like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking, and your problems take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9, stay. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, that acts of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon, but to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight, but we are not so chosen. 18, burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, oh azure lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, my soul of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. unto him. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men of fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars and take fill of love. 13, I am above you and in you. My ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. For to love the gem goes yours, the naked splendor of new wit. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret wonders of a deeper wing. Glow the starry blue are mine, a wank of Nakonsu. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men of fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you, and in you my routine above the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of New Age. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of her knees. The
neither share than the cats, and behold my light shed over you. Let my servants be few and secret, they shall know the many and the mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. I'm my head, I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds are radiant, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe, I invoke thee. Here mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate hair. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the ones of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Be mine the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike! Strike a master chord. Draw! Draw the flaming sword. Draw! Triumph and conquering Lord. Horus! Avenger! By the song I invoke thee. In my hand is my sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the 611 are the voices. Abraham the blood. The voice of the fight, the voice of the 611 are the voices. Abraham the blood. Mine is the adopted man, and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Around me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle river fingers I invoke thee. For that the one that double power in the voice of the master. Abrahadabra. By the word I invoke thee. Hey, my heart is a blue wave of music in the sun that I made a want to invoke thee. Strike the master sword, draw the flaming sword, crown, giant conquering Lord, all Lord, Amen, God, by the sword I invoke thee. In my hand is that sword of revenge, let it strike, my life beneath, by the sword I invoke, the voice of the fight. The voice of the six, 11 are the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I know. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I know thee about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by the brightness. I know thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign even of none save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman. I know thee. Mine is the garment of white, so mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, I. Mine is the head of the six I bear the rose and cross of life and life.
charge of God, the vast one might be Mine is the head of the hawk, I bear the rose and cross of life and light. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be Mine is the head of the hawk, abracadabra, and ends. 6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, or the air, or of rushing fire, and every
it turn gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from your feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God. stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise. Now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Hold them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's yours. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, rise above. Let go, you are the answer. I needed to know if I tremble. Stay near if I break. Pull me through. Teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Tend my life, tend my love. I breathe in your holy color. The storm in my head lays down like a pall. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know. Wisdom of God, now it's gone. Wisdom of God, I'm yours. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. All for 10, not 11. 10, 9, stay.
parallel worlds.
Stop thinking and just take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 or 11, 10 or 9, stay. That the chosen priest, the axle of infinite space.
Hey everyone, check this out. It's 25 Zen essays by R.H. Blythe. Really interesting. This book on John.
And in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, O azure-lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, my soul of infinite space, is the prince priest, the only. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather have given unto him. Come forth, all children, under the stars and take your fill of love. 13 rejoice to see their joy. Starry blue are mine, oh, Enkefna Konsu. The only begotten child of Osiris, thy father. These are fools, and men adore both their gods and their men of fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13 I am above you, and in you my ecstasy is in you. My joy is to see your glory. 14 above, the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of Nubit. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hades. The ring of the starry blue are mine, awake at my home soon.
children of men. 6 feet deep, my secret center, my heart and my tongue. 7, behold, it is revealed my eyeless, the minister of apartment. 8, the corpse is in the cool, not the cool in the cups. 9, worship then the cats, and behold my light shed over you. 10, let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the the manifestation of new breed, to the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. 5, help me, O warrior lord of deeds, in my unveiling before the children of men. Behold, my secret center, my heart and my thought. 7, behold, it is revealed by I was the minister of Port-a-Cras. Because he's in the tomb. 9, worship, then the camps, and behold my light shed over you. 10, let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me
created the Department of Justice. Congress funds the Department of Justice, and Congress is responsible for the oversight of the Department of Justice. When will you see justice? Congress created is not great. That's yourself. I want you to know.
Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. is thy sword of revenge, strike at thy cheek. By the sword I have voice of the 5, voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. Abrahadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead, my mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoked it. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke it. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue mirror of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the wonder, double power
soft but stronger than my fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two.
Even though they'd be willing to die, why you would just assume that they're also
I was lost in the noise, and now I'm learning how to stay close to
yeah, I mean, the basic reason is that it's like these effective human psychology, human beings are motivated towards self-preservation, right? To do the things that will benefit them. And we also know that when people
Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I every wound gets named and it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 Joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. All for 10, not 11. 10, 9, 9, stay. Wisdom of God is now. Joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt, like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking, and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9, stay. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, the axle of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the scarlet woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame we shall know that the chosen priest, my soul of infinite space, is the prince priest, the beast. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. For he is ever sun and she moon. But to him These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men and fools. 12 come forth, children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13
center, my heart and my tongue. 7, behold, it is revealed my eyeless, the minister of hope apartment. 8, the cubs is in the coop, not the coop in the cubs. 9, worship then the cubs, and behold, my light shed over you. Let my servants be few and secret. They shall rule the many and the the manifestation of new breed, to the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. 5, help me, O warrior lord of deeds, in my unveiling before the children of men. Now it is my secret center, my heart and my thought. 7, behold, it is revealed by I was the minister of Orpakrat. The gas is in the coop, not the who in the gas. 9, worship them the camps, and behold my light shed over you. 10, let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child keen as the hawks by my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save it be all thee, O Lord. By the Lamed I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and Typhoon, by the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the entire. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of earth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Mine are the wand of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham by the word I invoke thee. Mine are the tongue waves of music and the song that I made on hold to invoke strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, silent conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and striketh thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the fire, the voice of the 611 are the voices. Abrahadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Upon me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be
of the whole Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe, I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue glitter of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the ones of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Be my northern dark blue waves of music in the song that I made a move to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord. Draw, draw the flaming sword. Draw, triumph and conquering Lord. Horus, avenger, by the song I invoke thee. In my hand is my sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the sex, the living of the voices. Abraham. Mine is the adopted man and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee.
my fingers tremble on the beats of birth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. While my fingers I invoke thee, for they're the one that have the power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Yeah, my heart is got new waves of music in the song, and I made a whole to invoke thee. Strike the monster control, join the flaming sword, roll, trail and conquering Lord, oh Lord, having God, by the sword I invoke thee. In my hand is the sword of revenge, let it strike, but not be thee, by the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the six, 11 of the voices. Oh, mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I know thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I know thee about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by their brightness. I know thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman, I know thee. Mine is the garment of white, so mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. Above me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, I.
Hey Soma, good evening. Yes, I do have WhatsApp, but I don't actually really use it. And I have a Motorola, but feel free to send me a voice note. And I hope you're having a lovely evening. Feel free to send me a voice note.
Well, he's taking me out at 5 in the morning now because he's going to the gym now. The last 3 days we went out in the rain and we're out shooting. He's getting up 200 shots and 100 makes, and he's not leaving until he does it. He's putting in the work and he's exercising, buying all. He's with me at the gym.
Shouldn't you leave those jobs in the NBA for kids who are growing up in the projects?
I don't know about that, but it's a tough take. But there is something, a derivative of that, where, what's up, Euro? My kid didn't grow up fighting like I did, right? So I want my son to be a dog when he's out on the court, but I did not raise him to be a dog, right? Like, I raised him to not be a pushover, but at the same time, he's not a like.
No, I know. He goes out there and he bows gently and he doffs his cap.
Yeah, exactly.
He's got it.
So I'm trying to get him to. It's like it's not too late, but there's kids that have an advantage on that. Like we were working yesterday. He's like, "Dad, I need you to push me like harder. Like, what do I need to do?" And I'm like, "All right." I was like, "Honestly, you want the real deal? You really want me to tell you?" He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "You're way too soft." He's like, "What do you mean?" And I'm like, "All right, go do a layup." Right. So he goes and does a layup, and I said, "Okay, I'm going to cover you lightly. I want to see what you do." Right. So he's trying to get around my outstretched arm to block him. And I'm like, "Bro, like, do you watch the good players in the NBA? Do you watch the good players in college?" He probably doesn't watch enough of it. And I'm like, "Do you know how you do a layup if you want to be successful?" He's like, "No." And I'm like, "All right, you stand there and I'm going to do one." And I knocked him over. Like I put my shoulder into him as it went right. And he's like, "Oh!" He's like, yeah, I got it. I'm like, "All right, so you do it." So he comes in and he hits me with his shoulder and he like goes up for the layup and he got it in. And he like has a smile on his face. I'm like, "Yes, bro." I'm like, "Why are you playing nice with these kids out there?" Like, I'm not saying to hurt the kids in your team, but why are you trying to avoid contact? Like, you see, like, you can't stand how much Shea goes to the line. For this guy Shea on the Oklahoma, he goes to the line like 11 times a game. He draws fouls. He's a flopper. And I'm like, but part of it is because he goes in and creates contact, bro. You got to lead with your shoulders. Stop trying to avoid the contact and go in and, this is my basket and I'm going to score it. If you're in my way, I'm going to knock you over. That's kind of the mindset, So.
Yeah, if the lane is clear, when you decide to take it, it's yours.
Yeah. But the lane's almost never clear, so you have to make it clear. So,
no, you gotta fake a little bit, get that guy to step one to one side, and then you go to the other side. If he doesn't step, you go that side.
And if he doesn't step, you go through him, is what I'm talking about. Your right shoulder, if you're left-handed, needs to meet him on his right shoulder. He's reaching towards you, you're banging him off the block, you adjust for the contact, and then you shoot. Yeah, so we did like 50 of those. My shoulder was.
Well, the thing is, you can't make contact with somebody who's not moving.
Right.
Turns out everybody's moving.
Yeah, everybody's moving, yeah. Gaining speed is different. But anyways, my shoulder was hurting after he was done because he started figuring it out. I was like, that's what I'm talking about, bro. I'm like, you can't go to practice tomorrow and try to be avoiding people because you're taller than them and stuff. Like, same thing on defense. You got to know they're coming at you. They're going to hit you like that. You got to brace for that or get out of the way. Like one of the two, go for the steal, do it something. But you just stand there. You just like barbecue chicken, bro. They're just going to knock you over.
The trick is to mesh like ears. You got to like put the tooth in and then you got to roll around it.
What? Wait a second. What? What's wrong with barbecue chicken? I like barbecue chicken.
You gotta put your shoulder into their shoulder and then roll around those shoulders like they're a pair of ears.
You could, but I just want to knock the person over. So.
You don't want to knock them over. You thought you may foul back. You want to roll around that shoulder.
I like knocking them over.
Ain't a lot of rolling, bro. Ain't a lot of rolling. It's hit them, get the foul called on them, because that's how it works, and have enough toughness to still score the basket. And even if you miss, they see
you get the shot. You get the shot of the one.
Yeah, you get one. Yeah, they start stepping out of the way and they say, "Come." I'm like, bro, when I come at you full speed, are you gonna stand there? He's like, no. I'm like, exactly. I'm like, it's not just because I'm bigger than you. It's because you know what I'm gonna do.
Are you gonna use AI like Ben does to help him get a 3-point shot that never misses?
Yeah, well, Dad has a really good 3-point shot, so he's just trying to do that. No, it follows the way I shoot, which is not bad. He's got a lot better shooting. His shooting has got, that's probably the thing that's picked up the quickest. But you want to do 50 makes from like tie different spots and then back up to the 3-point land and do 50 makes. Keep doing that a day, twice a day.
Hey everyone, check this book on John Locke is
comparatively the only shot. Even though 2 days a week, and they can't make up the time because it's like you're advancing like weeks in 1 week compared to what they're doing. You know, and then a couple of weeks go by, it's like you're a month better than you were. You know, just keep doing that, and it feels like you're 2-3 years ahead at the end of the year when they see you again, like same place next time. Like, damn, what happened to this kid? But you gotta get out and do it. But the only thing with him is he has a chance because he really does.
What are you working out? Nothing. I'm at my place. What are you doing? Are you at like a gym? Where are you working out at? Where? Oh, Lifetime. Yeah, Lifetime is nice. Do you go to Lifetime in Chicago? Well, you're barely sweating yet. You gotta work out harder and break that sweat.
promotion, of course, right? Because they'd be just as fixed as the fixed stars. So it turns out, after more careful analysis.
No, I'm saying that's basically.
If you guys have fetishes for Jewish and Israeli women, just be honest.
Okay, then why wouldn't I just go straight for why wouldn't I just go straight for parrots or ravens or something else with a big beak? It's not necessary.
I want to say one serious thing. Listen, there's no such thing as Israel. If you do a DNA test, nothing shows Israel. It'll show Ukraine, Romania, fucking Poland. It'll never. That's why in Israel it's banned to do a DNA test. It is banned to do a DNA test.
He's such an idiot.
دلم برات خیلی تنگ شده. دلم برات خیلی تنگ شده.
Palestine is the place where unicorns come from, because it doesn't exist.
The worst part about living in Palestine is you have to live next door to Jews, for fuck's sake.
This video contains images that may disturb some viewers.
The video is violent and extreme. 8 men are dragged into the center of an intersection in Gaza City. We'll pause the video here, but they're then shot some several times.
Because of what?
All the things they're doing to the Palestinians.
No, because of all the shit that you guys put them. People who support them like you.
And the child pregnancy amongst Muslims is skyrocketing.
Yeah, document and put it in this.
What world do you claim genocide? The population, the population has gone up.
Or at least I could shoot my guns. I wish you motherfuckers would shut the fuck up.
Yeah, he's doing it outside again. Right on. I love homegrown American white trash like you. It's so amazing. Shooting your guns out your window.
I'm on my back porch.
You look like a Selena girl.
Like,
That's what he wants.
Fuck yeah.
I love that, man. Practice that. Practice this stuff.
If I did that, I would get 20 cop cars pull up and they'd take me to jail.
I told you he was gay.
no, I mean, but, you act like I don't know, I've been there or not. Dude, I know the difference between Sunni, Shia, and Kurds, and, the difference between all the Middle East.
What about Orthodox, Hasidic, Zionism? What about those kind of stuff?
What about
Oh, I love it. Dude, I'm a Zionist. Ahura Mazda, the duality of God, from, that was 1,500 years before Jesus was born. You want to talk about, reading the Tao Te Ching? Because he was an Iranian that went to India and then read, Buddhism and came back and then started Zoroastrianism in, 1500 BC.
You should read
Do you really want to play with a guy that wanted to be a history teacher?
Listen, the Talmud states that none of us are human unless we're Jews. So be careful with that.
What do your hadiths say about the Jews?
To respect every religion, but it's not my hadith.
No, that's absolutely not true. Absolutely. What fucking world do you live in?
Islam says that just
Muslims go to heaven. I have Jewish friends, I have Christian friends.
No, but you're also stupid.
I'm not stupid.
Have you ever read a hadith or the Quran?
I read every single book, the Torah, the Quran.
No, you have not. You're a liar. Liar. If you say that the hadith say to respect Jews, go back to sucking his cock. Just be quiet.
Listen, man. Tell your father to stick his cock deep down your asshole.
You know what's cool? You guys can look this up. I'm half Corsican. You can look up Corsica. So I think 15% of their population is Muslim because you have this problem with them there. But for years and years and years, they did not have a mosque on the island because every time they tried to build it, you can look this up, Corsica Muslims, and it'll probably give you a shit ton of stories. And then they'd burn it down during construction, or they had a prayer room, and whatever, they were bitching too much about not having a mosque. They would throw a chopped off pig heads into the prayer room, and
what the fuck are you saying, bro? That's 100% wrong. I have friends.
I think that's fucking amazing. I think it's fucking amazing. You can look it up. And then what they'd also do is there was a couple of imams complaining about, and that were saying we want a mosque, and then they'd end up murdering them. And you know what their biggest problem is, though, is that in Corsica they have a nationalist separatist movement, and it's a very well-armed, very criminal island, and they just did not tolerate them. And it's almost like they had apartheid in Corsica, which is pretty fucking cool, if you ask me. Really cool.
Hello, take a picture, man. I want your ass. I'm gonna have you right now.
Yeah. If you look at the flag of Corsica, it is literally a chopped off Moor's head. It's literally a chopped off Moor's head. I'm dead serious. Look at it.
I'm gonna have you right now.
Yeah.
Hello. I'm guessing it was during Barbary Pirate era. I think you can remember me. You can remember me. We spoke yesterday, right? You can remember me.
I talked to a lot of Muslims.
Anyways, I followed many people here on this club, and every day I see them here on the same rooms, saying the same things, spreading hatred against Islam.
Listen, when everyone's in their casket,
Brother, it's not you. I am leading a crusade against the Muslim and the Jew. They're both horrible people. Don't worry. I'm not mistreating you.
Why do you have the same topic every day? Why don't you have various topics?
Dude, honestly, Pepe, I'm not opposed to your idea. I mean, I want there to be a state of Israel, but I don't give a fuck about the Jews in Israel.
You shut up. I'm talking to Pepe. Why don't you have any other topics to discuss? You want to talk to Pepe?
It's because look at the room I'm in. I didn't make this room. I'm not even a moderator in it, so I didn't pick this topic.
I'm just looking at the facts, Mohammed, facts.
But every day you are in a room to insult Muslim. Every day you are in a room to discuss to insult other people. I don't know why. That's not.
Have you ever thought about having Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior? Because you can be redeemed. You can become one with the Lord, and you can go to heaven.
Actually, I believe in Jesus Christ.
Yeah, okay, but do you believe he's God? Well, you don't believe he's God. Unfortunately, that's cut it.
Yes, but I believe in him. But I don't believe he's God. I believe he's an apostle, a messenger, but I don't believe him.
I disagree.
Well, your Quran says the Bible is 100% true, and the Bible says that Jesus is God. And like for you to say he's not God, that means that your Quran contradicts itself.
No, Quran says
your Quran is contradicting itself because either the Bible is true or it's not true.
Well, it is not
it's
what
true,
the
but
says.
it's true, but some scriptures were modified. Some scriptures were modified.
By whom and by when?
Anyways, I'm not talking about
by whom and when.
religions.
Well, you're just making up a falsity. That's a false narrative.
Thank you.
Yeah, you just saying that it got changed. You won't tell me what verses
now you're
when.
Let me talk to Pepe, please. Let me talk to Pepe. Okay, thank you so much. So now
he thinks you're
everyone
down.
Well, hold on, let him talk.
Yes, now you're letting everyone down that you get paid to do this every day because it is impossible for anyone to waste his time every day insulting another religion on Clubhouse.
Oh yeah, you're the one who said I'm a Mossad agent. I forgot. Dude,
yes,
I'm pretty pissed off because you're blowing my fucking cover. I have to sit around, okay, talking to these.
Not only you, many other people like Globe, Ocean, M. All the moderators. Globe, Ocean, M, Masha. All these people are Mossad agents. I doubt.
Where's my fucking money?
I don't know. I don't doubt. I don't know.
Mohammed, what's the problem with insulting?
I don't have time. You know our problems with Zionism. I don't have time to be on Clubhouse every day insulting Zionists.
You didn't mention me, so I am from Muhabarat al-Israeliya.
Okay, no problem. I'm talking about Pepe because I notice him every day on this Clubhouse insulting Islam. This is not normal.
Well, what can I say? The country I work for has a lot of bucks to throw at people like me. That's all it is.
No, you have to be a good person. You don't have to be different, okay? Just as Jesus Christ said.
Who says that we
you
shouldn't
love
be
your enemies,
insulting
right?
beliefs? Who says that we shouldn't
Jesus
be
Christ.
insulting beliefs?
If you're a good Christian,
Beliefs if they are stupid.
The hour will not be
Jesus Christ
started
said,
until you fight
Just a
Jews.
second,
And
just
the
a
stone
second.
behind which a Jew will be hiding
Individuals
will say,
need
oh,
to be
Muslim, there is a
respected.
Jew hiding behind me,
Yes.
so kill him.
Just a
Jesus
second.
Christ, Jesus
Muhammad.
Christ that I love, as Muslims said, love your enemies.
No, no.
Okay,
No,
Jesus
no,
Christ said
just a
this.
second.
So if you're a good
If you're
Christian, you don't have to
talking about-
insult
No, the Messiah kills their fucking enemies. I can promise you that much.
Muhammad, there are two different
So, yeah.
things. If we are talking about people or beliefs, okay, I certainly will not respect beliefs. There are many stupid beliefs in the world, and I'm
No,
not going to
he
respect
says,
them. Just a
he
second, let me
always
finish.
says Muslims.
Let
He
me
always
finish.
speaks
Hey,
about
Muhammad, shut the fuck up, asshole. Mute yourself. Mute yourself. Mute yourself right now. Muhammad, mute yourself.
You mute yourself. You mute
yourself.
yourself.
Mute yourself. No, I'm telling you to mute yourself. Okay, fine. If you're not going to mute yourself,
يا خنزير ابن خنزير.
you don't want to fucking listen? Okay. Go ahead, Masa.
I don't know why people think that we should respect their beliefs and their religions. No, beliefs are not to be respected. Okay, we can disagree with your belief, we can hate your belief, we can like disrespect your belief if it's stupid to us. Okay, that's people who should be respected as individuals, as long as they are respecting the others. That's it. We are not supposed to respect your beliefs. We're not supposed to respect your religion. Okay? So I don't understand why you keep coming and crying like you don't respect our religion, you disrespect our beliefs. We are not supposed to do that. That's it.
Okay, so Peppa, would you respect the belief that will say about the Christians, fight those who do not believe in Allah among the people of the book? The people of the book is you, Christians, until they pay the jizya, which is like a tax. Would you respect them if they say kill them wherever you encounter them?
No, in fact, I just don't want them. I mean, I personally just wouldn't play that game. I just
Okay, so fuck them.
Well, I mean, if we're gonna be, I mean, it's hard to talk to Muslims mainly because I know that such a good chunk of them do not say to us what they actually think and what they're actually and what they're willing to accept from other Muslims in regards to how they would treat us or look at us. So I just personally just think they're people that are best avoided. Like they should just remain in the Middle East where they are and not be in the West like at all, except for very small numbers. That's always been my view. You know, I don't hate them or anything, and I can really care less what their religion says. I'm not a religious person, but the problematic part is that they not only is their religion like inherently intolerant, but it's a religion of conquest where they have to try to subjugate and take over other people. And you know what Islam? What is the whole? Essentially, what is Islam? It's submission to God. They expect you to submit, and you know that's
Wrong. It's a submission to Muhammad and God. There's a difference there. It's not submission to God. It is submission to Muhammad, the messenger. Hello?
I don't know. I mean, I'm sorry. You're not going to have me and I do get like this snotty pretentiousness about me, I guess you can say, where it's like, you guys want me to submit to this hairy, backwards, child raping, third world, fucking warlord from the 4th century? No, go fuck yourselves. I mean, I don't want to see it. I mean, it's a term that used to get used a lot, but they call it a mud religion. It's just beneath us. And that's like largely how I feel about Islam. See, but the only difference is that I don't seek out Muslims to hurt them or God damn it. Your mic, dude.
Like I seek out the Muslims.
I think your mic's
It's 9
making too
o'clock.
much noise.
Like, you know, it's 9 o'clock.
Yeah, let's relax on the gun there.
But I'm not somebody who number one, I don't get offended if somebody has different beliefs. I mean, I think if Christians and Jews are even honest with each other, they find each other's religions somewhat offensive to each other. But they're not really, they don't really, I think there's like a maturity or an understanding there where it's like, okay, we have these differences of beliefs and we kind of have to live with each other, so we just won't go there. But you don't really have this, you don't see like either group really wanting to hurt the other or force them.
Well, you don't want to force conversions, and you don't want to be killed because of your beliefs. It's really simple.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that's kind of where Islam is, and I don't know. You can call it like Islamophobic because I am calling it out. I don't care about labels. I mean, you can call me Islamophobic all you want.
Pepe, what would you do if like they would live like amongst you in America, but like in such a huge amount of them that they would like teach the children to bind like bombs onto their bodies, go into groups of Christians? How would you like that?
Well, I'm not going to. This may sound cold, but there does. If you have to live with a population like that, it's going to likely turn into what would become a civil war and probably a genocide, where they will, I don't mean accidentally, but deliberately just kill families and basically eradicate them.
That's not a genocide. If it's a war and it's not deliberately and you're acting out of self-defense, it's not a genocide. Genocide has to meet a certain criteria, and quite a few, to be labeled that.
Well, I guess, how do I rephrase this? I think, like, especially in, like, 100 years ago, if let's say you had a European population and they had, like, let's say close to 50% of the population was Muslim and they were committing terrorist attacks, like, with children, and when I use the term genocide, I mean, they would want it so that every Muslim, despite their role, they'd probably kill them. I mean, just realistically. In a way, it's like, how else do you stop it from reoccurring? A lot of people, they hear the term genocide and they think, oh my God, that's so horrible. But genocides have happened many times. And like the Assassins, where the assassin term comes from.
Commercial,
they were
nighttime,
very violent, brutal people that
variety shows, such as
they really weaponized assassination.
my act didn't have anything in it that I really had to tell or change. It would have been more content than words. I didn't use any objectionable language so much. I'll give you an example. Two jokes in the course of the monologue. One of them was about Muhammad Ali. He was the world champion.
It may be like anti-Christian to do, but if you're being 100% logical, sometimes
he refused to go
I'm not
in the draft. He was a conscientious
think about
objector.
like in the past, in tribal regions.
And as a result, they denied him his heavyweight title. They took away his heavyweight title and he couldn't fight.
And no longer have to deal with an attack from
So I had two jokes in this monologue. One of them was about George Wallace, the racist governor of Alabama who was running for president.
Are they like?
And he had a thing he used to like to say. He would make fun of liberals in the North, calling them pointy-headed intellectuals. He would call that was his code word for the Jewish establishment in the Northeast intellectual Washington, New York corridor. The liberal establishment. That was his shorthand for that.
I mean, when you had Biden, the numbers were
and I had two jokes.
higher because they were just letting a bunch of people in.
George Wallace keeps talking about pointy-headed intellectuals. Have you ever seen the sheets they wear down there? So that was my joke. Pointy-headed sheets of the Ku Klux Klan. Another joke I had was Muhammad Ali's job. This is the routine. Muhammad Ali's job.
He's going after child traffickers, like people
the
that
government wanted him to go to Vietnam. He killed people.
And yeah,
He
he's
said,
catching
well,
other people
he said,
in
I'll
between,
beat people
but
up,
like,
but I'm not going to kill them.
dude, like
So they said, all right, if you're not going to kill them,
kids
we're not
for
going
the
to let you
last
beat
2 2
people up.
years. Like,
And that's a really
nobody's ever
smart
heard.
joke.
Like,
The other one is
I
the
think it was
simplest
last
joke.
week, 37 kids
After
just
dress
got
rehearsal,
found.
the producer Bob Precht came to me, who's the son-in-law
Like
of Ed
37
Sullivan.
kids.
He said,
that
all
were
right,
being
we need
trafficked.
one of those jokes you can keep, the other one has to go.
Yeah.
I said, well,
Like,
Yeah, but when they
said,
use
well,
child
you can have one
trafficking,
of those
though,
two
people's
jokes. Which one would
mind
you like to
automatically
keep?
goes to
In other words, it was the sheer
sex
volume.
trafficking.
That disturbed them.
Yeah,
for
how
some
many of
reason.
these kids are going to
Here, one
actual
of them was about
family member or being
draft
sent by
dodging
family in
and
Mexico
the
to live with
government.
other
The other was
family members
about
that are already here?
bias and bigotry in the South.
No, it was
And they
37
were willing to give me a
kids
choice.
in a
So I
brothel.
chose the Muhammad Ali joke to stay in because
Yeah,
it was a smart joke.
In other words,
And I could
I
never
mean, I feel like
make
you
that work in
can
my
look
head.
it up and
They
you'll be able to see it.
you know, they
And
finally said,
within the last
there's
2
only one
weeks.
joke that bothers people per bit or something. I don't know. Strange.
Yeah, in other words, to say
At
that.
I mean, I think the bracelets that they all wear, I know which way they're going based on their bracelets. Because they're wearing different color bracelets that tell the coyote people that, like, you know, where they're ultimately going to end up.
In Mexico, they use the bracelets for to show them where they're So under Obama, so when he had the huge flood of people by the border, they were turning themselves, even though they were turning themselves into the border, which obviously is the best thing to do.
Wants to make you
Their
successful.
asylum and then
He doesn't start by giving you comfort. He starts by taking you away. He will test your patience in ways you don't
And they were coming
understand.
across,
He will put you in
many of them
situations
would
where
have their
nothing.
bracelets on, but as they were coming across the border, what they were doing is they were dumping their. So basically, at the checkpoints, it was
When
the
God-
desert was
when
lit
God
with
wants-
different colored bracelets.
When
and
God wants to make
they
you
also, for whatever I don't know if it's because they're trying to gain asylum under a fake identity,
success,
but there's a shit ton of passports and like driver's licenses and different ID cards that they would just like dump right before they cross the border.
Hey, babe, what do you think about Trump making that executive order that, like, if you're gonna get a green card, you have to wait outside the United States to get approval? What do you think about that one? That just happened.
I don't have like a strong opinion on it. Wow. Let's go next.
Yeah, so one of the deals with that is that when they did that the first time, I remember there was a shitload of people down here just south of the border here in TJ, and they were not being bad people, but the problem was they were stuck. So they would literally get tents, or they would have tents. I want to say like tent farms, I guess, where they'd fill baseball fields full of tents, and everybody would stay there, you know. And then they kicked the people out of the field, and they made a new one or something like that. Yeah,
Bro, you gotta fucking stop. You gotta stop.
when God wants
kind
to
of
make
a
you
nuisance,
successful.
but
He does.
you know.
That's a new part.
Yeah, where I come from, we call that a personal problem.
Well, no, I'm just explaining to you what it was like when they did that the first time, you know. Because nobody ever gets to see that.
Dude, it's been happening throughout history, bro.
Well, nobody ever gets to see it if you're on the U.S. side, you know, because you're not down here, so you don't
I
see
can
it.
read it in the book.
Well, you can, but, you know, it's a little different.
Well, I mean, when you you've been there, done that, and got the T-shirts. Do you think I care?
Oh, I know you don't care. It's okay. It's just from somebody that's down here, from somebody's perspective that's down here, that's like I'm not used to this shit, but I got to see it up front. Yeah, it was a little distracting.
Yeah, but you got the people in Tijuana, the way you said, TJ. I know what you meant. Like, you people in Tijuana living in tent cities around your, outskirts, whatnot, or in baseball fields, as you said. But, the reality is, why, when you come from Guatemala, would you not ask for refugee in Mexico? Why are you coming to America? Why are you passing a whole country to get to our country? If you were really in, a hurtful place, you would go to the first country that wasn't yours and ask for asylum. Why are you moving across multiple countries to come to get to ours?
Well, the reason why they bypass Mexico is because Mexico pays, $20 a day, as opposed to in America it's $20 an hour now. So, or $15 to $20 an hour instead of per day. So, that's the reason why
the cost of living is different.
Yeah, but they don't have nearly as many jobs available for them, and of course, yes, the pay is a lot less, and it's also one thing you have to understand is Mexico somewhat tolerates people getting funneled through their country, but they're actually pretty strict on illegal immigration. They're notorious for hypercritically saying, "Oh, why don't you guys take more people in?" Saying that to America, but even the socialist president AMLO, he was 100% against Central American immigration. They expel and deport Americans all the time for overstaying visas. With Americans, it's often because they are increasing the prices of rental properties and that kind of stuff, and it pisses everybody off, and so they end up getting deported. But no, it's not really a good place for them.
The American influence down here is fucking crazy. The prices up here or down here, holy shit. They've pretty much tripled, I guess, in the last, I'd say, 10 years.
So it costs you $1 for a taco?
I hate to change your topics, moderators, but great news. BLM Executive Director Tashiela Sharia Morey Dickerson has been charged with embezzling $3.15 million to buy 6 properties, a luxury car, shopping sprees, and $50,000 in Uber Eats. This fat pig has been arrested.
Yay! Fuck California.
Wow. Well, that's good news, I guess,
Well, holding women accountable? Yeah, of course.
Well, she did it all for, George Floyd, right? So.
She did it for the gram.
Yeah, for sure. Was it the gram or the ounce?
We're living in Memorial Day. We're talking about the reality of all the bullshit we live through. Pepe was talking about the Sunnis and the Shias when I first showed up, and are you an American? Do you believe in the red, black, blue, or are you just a bitch about it?
What's happening, Joe? How are you? I'm doing great. I didn't know I came up on stage.
Great answer.
I was getting a cigar and I was listening to you guys. But I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Hope you are too. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, I'm doing all right. Just, I think we're winding things down, but what I want to do is I want to invite
Who is that
as many
fucking
people up to the stage
scammer?
as we can, just so that we can keep this room open, you know? You know what I mean?
We're not winding things down. You're the one that just can't keep up.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Maybe Tamika's
Well, earlier, fuck, you should have been here. It was
sister-in-law.
fucking lights out, man.
Maybe Tamika's
Fucking hits and
sister-in-law.
everything. It was fucking crazy.
Yeah, we were talking about Christians and Jews and like Sunnis and Shias and Kurds. All of them.
Why don't you invite some people up?
I already have.
I always love it when they say lick 'em. Lick 'em. Lick 'em. Oh, okay. Whatever, dude.
What's lick 'em?
It's like, I don't know. I don't know what it means in Arabic, but
Yeah, my Arabic is شوي شوي صار مجنون.
We don't speak Arabic.
Well, like again, like شوي شوي means so and مجنون means crazy as fuck. Like, you know, like Salaam Alaikum, like Shakum Maku, it's me, Ibrahim. Yeah, I'm a dumbass redneck from Georgia, but yeah, I speak like 11 languages.
ooh, Mega came in. Come on, dude.
Speak better Arabic than me.
Come up to the stage, dude. Let's see what you got, buddy.
Dude, I love hearing ignorant people run their fucking cocksucker.
Oh, fuck yeah, dude.
Hey, Bree, where did you pick up all these different languages?
I bang a lot of hookers and drink a lot of beer and take a taxi cab to the airport.
That doesn't sound like you get a lot of practice.
Well, I mean, if I can get a hooker, a beer, and a taxi cab ride to the airport, I win. I learned that language.
Ophir, that's a beautiful picture. The guy looks like a Alhamdulillah and he's a Zionist.
This is Arabi left.
Oh, poor guy.
Terrible.
Got his feelings hurt.
My condolences.
My question is, why is he riding his girlfriend?
They're malicious and they like to dominate their prey.
Because this guy got that was better to do, right?
Hee-haw, hee-haw.
I just want to dedicate a little song to a fake place called Palestine. Never existed, never will exist, and will always just be a part of a figment of your imagination. Faustine! Amchai Yisrael!
I'm Israel Fire.
And he never had one lesson.
Now, I'm sorry if you think you're from Palestine, or I'm sorry if you call yourself a Palestiner. Unfortunately, it's going to be developed into luxury real estate. Casinos, parking lots, malls, airports, beaches.
Persian Gulf all the way to the Mediterranean, right through Gaza from Israel.
Well, there's a lot of talk that when Donald Trump retires from the presidency, that he will be appointed king of the new Gaza.
Well, he joked that he was going to be prime minister of something, right? Another country.
Yeah, he says he could win the election in Israel right now.
I want him to be a president. I want him to go down to Cuba and run that bitch.
Well, he said he could be elected in Venezuela. Venezuela.
Oh, Venezuela. Our great partners down there.
Venezuelans would vote for him hands over fist.
Isn't it amazing that one motherfucker, Maduro, that one motherfucker can hold up prosperity abundance for everybody because he's a goddamn communist, socialist, fascist? Isn't that amazing that just a very small minority, an individual, can cause so many problems?
Bro, and his brother was worse.
Maduro.
You know, like all those regimes that were in Venezuela, like they went from brother to brother. Like,
no, it wasn't. We went from Hugo Chavez to
his brother. It went from Chavez to his brother and then Maduro. You're right. I apologize.
Nicolas Maduro ended up preceding him. He was appointed as the successor of Hugo Chavez right away. I think you might be thinking like Cuba or some shit. I don't know.
I might be a little bit high. I've been rolling a couple blunts today. I'm sorry.
I just want to dedicate a little song to a fake place called Palestine. Never existed, never will exist, and will always just be a part of a figment of your imagination.
Delete my picture, you faggot.
I'd slap you with my penis in the forehead and mushroom stamp you.
Well, it's not my picture, by the way. It's someone else. Leave it.
والله العظيم هذا
If you're not.
ثورتي أنا فلسطيني من الفلسطين.
Inshallah.
You already know what happened.
Assalamu alaikum, brother.
That's it. I know something.
Wa alaikum assalam. Afwan habibi. Alamak habibi. Habiballah.
cannot pronounce the name of my home country.
That's my question. How much you got paid? How much you got paid?
You keep rewriting history to make your own fucking shit and Palestina, and y'all can take that one and shove it at your fucking forebrain.
You know what? Today is the death of the 5-year anniversary of the death of George Floyd.
Who was that? Was that the criminal guy that was passing off counterfeit bills that was turned into an ideological propaganda operation, a psyop against the American people on behalf of the CIA and Barack Hussein Obama?
No, but if he got arrested today, that would symbolize something, right? I mean, corruption.
Who, Jasmine Crockett? I would love for that dumb bitch to get arrested.
Yeah, same with Ilhan Omar. When are we going to get that arrest? Because they said that they were going to bring an indictment against her for immigration fraud.
And her brother.
By the way, she did say that she didn't marry her brother, which
Hello?
Her husband is
Hello?
That's not
Hello?
true. That's not you piece of shit, man. Look what he's saying. He's a brother, her husband. What the fuck, man? How do you say? Are you on drugs?
Yes, actually.
Are you on a fake visa to be able to be a Congress lady?
Guy, retarded, man. He's American, that's why he's retarded, by the way.
is American, man.
Well, you sound like you're a Somali trying to protect the
That's why I'm living. Whatever I say.
He's not a Somali. He claims to be Palestinian.
Yeah, Elon Omar is not married currently to her.
Forgive this guy.
Arabi, you come from a country that doesn't exist. What are you talking about?
How much you bet if that's true? How much you bet? You bet.
That everything is.
How much you bet? Be like a man. Just I'm gonna see you, man.
Answer your question. I'm answering your question. The answer is the fact that everybody says that she married her brother. How many times did she?
How much you bet?
Can I answer your question without you interrupting?
I don't deal with the retarded.
Are you gonna interrupt?
I guess you don't deal with yourself then.
I don't deal with the retarded.
I was telling you the answer.
I don't deal with the retarded.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, you're retarded.
Sorry, jackass.
The reality is, if it's defamation or slander, by either writing it down or saying that she married her brother, why has she not brought a civil suit against anybody that ever brought it up?
I don't think he understands what you're saying.
But you have proof this.
She would have to prove it.
You have to tell him they're at third grade level, guys. He's not going to understand what you're saying.
One of the reasons she wouldn't bring suit is
you should have, listen, if that's true,
depositions, they can ask anything.
But you have proof, yes or no?
Yes, we have plenty of proof.
Well, the problem with that, whenever you sue somebody, you get this.
Public,
oh my God.
You.
All right, amazing. But when you sue somebody, you get discovery. So you have to release all of this personal shit. She would never.
You. And you have to answer the question.
By the way, whatever Zion say, I'm not
No, the disclosure that they won't go through.
You know, the greatest.
They won't disclose that amount of information.
The biggest tragedy is that Israeli intelligence didn't see October 7th, and they didn't have an auxiliary force ready to utterly wipe out the invaders and decimate them from every angle and surprise attack them as they surprise attack the Israeli concert goers at Supernova. It's just such a shame that Israeli intelligence didn't have the knowledge of the impending attack, so they could have wiped them all out and then prepared for a massive invasion to wipe out the remaining enemy forces in the
Oh my God.
Becky, look at her butt. She looks like one of those rap guys' girlfriends. Baby got back. LA face with Oakland booty.
Statopesia. I still remember from the nice constructive rooms I would have basically about black people for like a couple years straight on this app. Statopesia. It's where the fat accumulation on the buttocks that is seen in women of West African and Central African descent.
Is that called the
I
ledge?
actually think there might be an evolutionary reason why
It's a ledge. It's a ledge.
a nice big bum bum, and because all of their women had it. That must have
She married her brother.
You know, if strong selection or well, it wouldn't be strong selection, but if like natural selection had a role in it, it could be that they like the big women, so they procreate with them, and that's why they have a lot of big butts.
Pepe, do you believe in the theory of evolution?
Yeah.
So the question about evolution always comes down to genetic mutation. Like there can be no evolution without genetic mutation. Natural selection alone can't create new species. So how do you explain R-word genetic mutations creating non-R-word, genetic mutation? How do you get around the genetic mutation with regards to the progression, of speciation?
I don't no. So genetic drift has more to do with the genes changing. At least that's from what I've been told. So, it's interesting. So if you look at, like, a lot of people can't tell them apart, but like bonobos and chimpanzees, which they are 99.6% genetically similar. But I mean, they literally differ by millions of years in evolution. If you look at chimpanzees and humans, I believe it's right at around 99%. Like we're also tens of millions of years away from them. But if you look at all of the archaic hominids that have been dug up, that were, you see like a progression of human-like, like archaic hominids that were gradually became more anatomically modern, like to us today. I mean, I don't know. I think it's like, I think with modern DNA, it's kind of hard to go against that fact that there was like an evolution occurred.
Well, my point about that one, Pepe, is like, we know that there are one-celled organisms that are like bacteria that are on this planet. Name me one two-celled organism, and the answer is you can't. Like, you know, you go 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256.
Okay, you know, we get the progression.
Like, yeah, but we don't have. We still have one-celled organisms, and we have us as multi-celled organisms. But you're saying we came from one-celled organisms, but there are no two-cell or three,
no idea.
like four cells or
I don't want to go.
cells.
Yeah, but I don't want to go back that far.
But there's no evidence of any of it. But you have a presupposition that there's some version of evolution.
No, there is evidence. There's a preponderance of evidence.
Show me your two-celled organism.
Jesus Christ, shut your fucking mouth. God.
Hey, hold on. What's up? I woke up, guys. What the fuck is going on here? How did this room come to this fucking conversation already?
Who?
The people that were heated, but just, you know,
Who?
left.
Yeah, that's the truth.
Fuck, I messed it all, huh?
Well, we literally beat the shit out of them. So, and then they just happened to leave, you know.
So, Father, this is a room of the victors.
Yes, we're taking our victory lap and, you know, whatever, you know.
I just don't understand Pepe's version of evolution.
Dude, the DNA that going back for fucking millions of years, there's links there.
Deoxyribonucleic acid. What are we talking about? Like links. What links?
Oh my god.
Yeah, you're talking to a guy that did biomolecular chemistry, so I mean.
So that makes you a geneticist. Amazing.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure I understand quite a bit more than I think you do.
Oh, really? Oh, so you're going to tell me that there's, I mean, a whole lot has come out on this, especially in the last 2 years. We're talking like for the leading geneticists at Harvard, like David Wright.
What did he say? Please tell me.
Well, he was saying, well, first of all, everybody, including himself, they all went by the out of Africa theory, but they're now, from all the information they have now, they don't think that theory was actually how things occurred. Basically, there were so many prehistoric humans that, and of course you have to understand, like, continents were more connected at different points in time. What used to be North Africa, which is like a dry fucking desert, used to be a rainforest.
Yeah, we can go all the way back to Angie for all we give a fuck.
Oh my god.
So I looked up, Pepe, I ran this through AI, and it just seems a little ridiculous to me because it says that mutations are permanent changes in the DNA sequence. They occur randomly due to errors in DNA replication exposure to mutagens like radiation or chemicals or other. So why can't we evoke evolution if it's just mutation? We can do that ourselves by manipulating genetic material. But why
I
can't?
guess we could, but that's why like I was saying, it's a genetic drift. In other words, these little errors, and then they can either be good or bad. But then some of them are going to be selected for, and that's how we create.
The reality that I imagine, Pepe, and I'm being completely 100% sincere, like Galapagos Islands, all the different tortoises have different features because they grew up on different predators and they had to fend for themselves, right? But we also know that the North Pole and the South Pole flip on this planet. But when that happens, there's a flux within the Van Allen belt, and solar radiation will seep through in microwave areas, and the solar radiation will irradiate the specimens on the ground and change their DNA through ionic radiation. And that is where I think that's where evolution really happens. And once the Earth stabilizes, then it becomes a part of what you consider evolution.
Well, it says that models like Alpha G.
Big Bang. Like the universe is a Big Bang. The stars are a Big Bang. The people, us, were a Big Bang. Because if our
My ex-girlfriend used to call me Big Bang.
well, there you go. Evolution is a series of Big Bangs. You know what I mean?
Well, it says that 800,000 years ago, that's when the change happened. And if you look at human history, the Egyptian.
Are you talking about with what, anatomically modern humans?
It says that modern humans, Homo sapiens, evolved from earlier hominins through accumulated mutations. One notable case is a mutation in the AHR gene, AHR. 800,000 years ago, after splitting from Neanderthal, Denisovan lineages, that improved resistance to toxins from smoke. This likely helped early humans who used fire more extensively. I mean, look at Doc here. This guy smokes 3 blunts a day and 2 cigarettes. He's evolving himself.
So you have to go. So if you go back even further, first of all,
look at Doc here.
He smokes 3 sometimes through discovery. They just found in North Africa a type of I guess you say not quite anatomically modern human, but almost in North Africa that they never knew existed. It's completely unrelated to every other type of archaic hominid they've discovered. If you go back fucking 20 million, 13 million years ago, I forget, the Pierolas, these were a group of people that were mostly bipedal. They walked on their feet. They formed communities. They likely it was them that learned to eat by cooking food accidentally.
Yeah, but that's all theological. That there's no evidence of anything from 21 million years ago.
Then you have other groups. Of course, they constantly go extinct, and then you have other groups that end up taking over or spawning from them.
Dude, I'm just trying to live in 2026. You're trying to bring it back 21 million years ago.
I just want to figure out what they used to smoke, to smoke before Marlboro.
No idea when that started.
When did people start smoking? When did people start smoking? Cocaine. I mean, obviously, it's a worldly, it's a natural product. So, You know, were
Well-
people 800,000 years ago,
Yeah,
you know,
they were
smoking crack?
they
You
were
know,
using chemicals, and so human evolution and even intelligence itself, they're synonymous and go hand in hand with chemical usage. The Egyptians in all their hieroglyphics, they have cannabis. Moses smoked cannabis with the burning bush. It's psychedelic chemicals and human imagination, projection, all of these mythology stories. So much of it has to be intertwined. And even in Roman architecture and ancient Hebrew architecture or remnants, they say that like on these like tables or altars, they were burning cannabis. So cannabis has probably always been involved in some type of religious, sociological, psychological activity.
well, that kind of makes sense then, you know.
I mean, basically, you can also.
My thing is, I'm 50 years old. I'm one of the older people in this room, and none of us are like old enough to even remember 21 freaking million years ago. We can think about it, but like what are you trying to admonish with your point of view about like how we evolved to become us in Clubhouse, Clownhouse in 2026? It's Memorial Day.
No, I'm just saying,
die for us to be able to talk this stupid way.
I mean, you obviously, we can look at how separated we are. We know, like, genetically, we have, like, over 98% of our genes are shared with fucking chimpanzees. We're literally in the same what is it, substance?
Yeah, but I'm not an orangutan.
But we had, like, in terms of for evolution, we had a lot of, there was a lot of evolution that obviously took place between, the time we are who we are now and, I guess our ancestors super far back were
See, this app is an audio app. So what's interesting about evolution also is that it's the evolution of sound, because all concepts can be related through sound that we can physically make. So the longer that the human project and experiment runs, the more sounds and concepts we can create. And then, in 2026, you create the trenches of Clownhouse and you get bang rooms. That's like watching a million years of evolution descend into a puddle of genetic R word. And, hello?
So,
Hello?
if you're so, if you follow this with fucking retarded, why don't you come up to the stage and say something?
It's because they can't actually, Oh my God! Look, we have a live one. Those are some great gauge earrings.
It's Hollow, Mr. ChatGPT. What's going on?
What's up?
How are you?
Good. Yeah, no, man. The stuff that's been said is
God damn it! Somebody mute Fry.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, fucking mute yourself, asshole.
Hey guys, how you guys doing?
There we go. Hey, Zach. Hey, let's go back on Hollow real quick. Hollow, what's going on?
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's very interesting watching right-wingers in their natural habitat. I have a lot of smoke for both sides. I think both of the polarized
This is a natural
sides are
habitat?
kind of stupid. I don't know who's more dumb, but this whole shit, like, there's been too many things said, like, because you're probably gonna be like, oh, well, tell me a specific thing. So I'll give you a specific thing, but there's been many things said that I thought were very fucking retarded and just.
Like what?
Okay, Pepe is up here talking about, oh, well, the out of Africa theory. That's actually, he's basically trying to frame it as like, oh, the most modern breakthroughs and advancement would suggest that maybe that's not true. Okay, cool. I'm willing to engage in that.
Sure.
Here's what happened. zero evidence.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'll post the link.
Bloviation and evidence.
Okay, sure. So if I give you a link from the leading researcher over at Harvard, and by the way, it's what his colleagues. That's kind of what they've been talking about. But if I give that to you, I'm sure that would suffice, right?
Potentially, I mean, look, we can look at it and determine whether it's what you claim that it is, because this is a thing people on the internet do. They'll provide links that don't say what they say it says, but let's say that it does. And look, I will be willing to call myself the retard if I'm somehow totally missed this. Look, I'm not above it, bro. I'm
Actually, you know what the thing is when people supply links and all that stuff, is that people click on it and then they don't read it. So that's
right.
you know what I mean. So.
Well, no, that's my problem. And,
yeah, exactly.
But all I'm saying is, okay, to me, I think it's pretty interesting that he comes up, he says the shit, and not everything is like science based, right? Not everything is, but can you provide a link to why you don't think X, Y, Z should happen? Not everything is like that, but this at that point is an empirical claim.
Wait, hello. Hello, can you hear me?
And if you've got it, then look, maybe I'm the retard.
Hello? Do you know that 13% of the population does 50% of the murders?
Yeah, that's cool. Right now we're focused on this claim, the out of Africa theory, which I'm interested whether people actually know what a theory means versus a hypothesis to begin with. But
yeah,
whether or not
theory and hypothesis seem pretty synonymous.
Something you can't not prove or disprove. Hypothesis is something that you would do conjecture to be able to prove or disprove.
Yep, that's not what a theory is. You don't understand it.
I said a hypothesis is something you can't
right.
prove or disprove.
See, when 13% of the population,
something you can't.
13% of the population.
You sound dumb as fuck.
13% of the population kills 50% of the murders.
I'm just interested whether the empirical claim that was made can actually be backed. That's all I care about. Y'all can say whatever. I don't.
So Hollow's basically shots fired at Pepe, and Pepe, he's like, well, Pepe needs to bring a link and all that stuff. So Pepe, what's your response?
Yeah, I'm just getting the link right now.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, and Hollow's just over here, talking about empirical fucking, ideology. Dude, it's empirical evidence, which is what you use to be able to prove or disprove a hypothesis. The thing about a theorem is that, you can theorize it, but you can neither prove it
oh my
or
god, look at
disprove
Stinny! Hey, Stinny!
And,
hey, Stinny! Hi! Hi, Stinny! My name is Stinny Boo. You never say anything to me, Stinny. You're just a lurker.
Listen,
you're a voyeur. A voyeur.
Against political correctness, right?
I appreciate you.
I have that in common with you.
I need more voyeurs. I need 1,000 Stinnies.
Y'all want to call people racial slurs? You want to call people retarded? You want to call people faggots? Okay, cool. I'm with that.
Well, you sound like a retarded faggot the way you keep talking.
Alright, God damn it, Bree, you drunk, dude. Stop.
He's not.
No, he keeps running his cocksucker.
Bro, just...
Hollow.
Look,
Hollow.
No, I'm trying to tell y'all where we agree.
Hollow, do you think your gauges make you manly, though?
Guys, shut the fuck up.
No, it's a good question. He's got gauges. Look at his PTR. He's got gauges in his ears.
Hey, Pepe.
Hello? It's a legitimate question.
It's okay.
Hello? Can you hear me? Hello?
Hang on.
Yeah.
I'm with that. I support freedom of speech. Right?
Hollow, hang on a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, Pepe, you know what? I give you all permission to just fucking rail on this guy then.
So I'm going to. Well, it's fine. But can I ask you a question? Why is it that the out of Africa theory would provoke a response from you? Why that? It sounds like you kind of almost found like it was offensive because it would change something.
Yeah, that's false. That's an assumption. I don't really give a fuck about the particular thing. Like, I posted, like, anti-Semitism and shit, too. So, yeah, I don't give a fuck that it's black people. I don't give a fuck that it's out of Africa specifically. What I give a fuck about is that an empirical claim has been made, no empirical evidence has been provided, and the empirical claim being made is counter to the scientific and historical consensus. So I'm just trying to figure out where I went wrong, because I kind of do read on this.
Sure. Now, I will say, well, I'm pretty sure you're not going to be able to read. How do I put this? If you can read the peer-reviewed research that they show regarding genetics, which I'm just going to. I mean, unless you have it, you're a geneticist yourself. I highly doubt you're going to be able to really be able to, absorb everything that's being said. I know I can't. But generally, when he has been doing some interviews, because he did post something in one of the major journals where it was him warning that, like, look, as we're uncovering more from analyzing the human genome, it's gonna be discovered that there's not going to be really how do you put it? There's going to be disparities between different groups of people, in good ways and bad ways. Basically, kind of giving a warning that some people might be offended or upset, by the research. Now, he's been going and doing the rounds, and he was saying how and most of it is in the term of interviews well, yeah, basically interviews where he's saying he doubts the out of Africa theory. And that was the theory that he originally, actually, that was his guiding theory. That's what he
Does it really matter whether it's out of Africa or out of the Middle East? Hello?
If you don't mind, bro.
Hello?
I think some other people in the room also said they're willing to let me and Pepe.
Okay. This is a one-on-one. I understand, Hollow. Please proceed, Doctor.
It's no disrespect.
So you want to go to a private room with Pepe? Like, are you gay or something?
You're being too emotional right now.
Well, I mean, why are you making a room full of people listen to your bitch ass talk back and forth with one other person?
Dude, you're just saying drunk, retarded bullshit.
Pepe doesn't seem emotional. I'm not emotional. Aim doesn't seem emotional. You're the only person that seems emotional. I thought.
Dude, it literally is a back and forth between Pepe and Howard right now.
Hang on a second. Okay, so I'm gonna give
Hello?
you 5 minutes
Hello?
to hash out whatever the fuck you guys are hashing out. You, Hollow, and Pepe, just go at it for 5 minutes, and then we'll move on after that. Okay?
Go have breakfast, come back. Cool.
And look, we don't gotta beat the dead horse or go crazy. Look, man, we ain't gotta get crazy with it. I'm just saying. At this point, you're the person that's made a claim, and the claim that I understand you to make originally was that the out of Africa theory isn't it's not mainstream, or it's not like the consensus. And you quoted, hold on, just let me, because I promise this is gonna make sense. I promise I'm making a coherent point. The example that you gave is this guy. I forget the name that you said. So forgive me on that. So you said this guy, and you're saying that this particular person has expressed that they have contradictions, I guess, to the out of Africa theory. Okay, cool. We can work with that. Like, we got a place we can start with. All I'm saying is, bro, just show us what you're talking about, because you can be a very good talker, and you can be very, very intelligent. I think you're an intelligent person. I disagree with most of what you say. I don't think that you're exactly dumb, though. I just think that you have the ability, if you're going to make this claim, that you should be able to kind of share something that we could look at, and then, maybe we agree, maybe we don't agree, but if not, then it gets to be, what I'm saying? Like, if you're scared to even share the shit, if you're not even willing to provide some shit, that just starts to look kind of sketchy, because it's like, bro.
No, I get what you're saying. And so just to be clear, the claim I made is that that there are geneticists, and particularly David Wright. Now, the reason I brought him up, and I posted a link to one of his interviews where it was about this topic in particular, and it's only like 4 minutes. I claim that he runs the genetics department there at Harvard, so he's not just some random guy. He's considered an authority on this, and he's questioning it. I claim that was the only claim I made. I pretty much have to defer to the experts when it comes to genetics, because that's not my field. I can't, there's nothing I can really do to determine anything on my own. So that was it, and of course that was, the out of Africa theory. I don't, he didn't say that it's not possible or anything. He's saying that they're running across, they're doubting it more and more.
Well, can we cut, maybe if I ask this, we could probably cut a large amount of time out of the conversation. Do we agree that the out of Africa theory is a very strong majority consensus in among anybody that has the fucking qualifications to say they know what they're talking about? Can we agree on that?
I don't know if it is now, but I would say for the majority of, since I've been on this planet up until, I would say at least the last few years, that appeared to be the majority consensus amongst the experts.
Okay, so no. Okay, so he provided a YouTube link. So what we need to do is we need to have Hollow go watch that video and see if it makes sense, and then have him come back here and you know what I mean? Because
that's fair.
I think that's the best way to go about this.
Can I now that is fair? Can I just ask one thing? Look, I'll get out the way, bro. Y'all asked me to come up. I'm perfectly fine with all of that. It's cool. But would it be fair for me to say, okay, what is the part of the video I should be looking at? You know what I'm saying? Is there a kind of a time span I can be looking at? And what's the specific thing that he's saying that challenges the out of African theory? Because if I watch the whole fucking video, by the time I come back, everybody's gonna be talking about different shit. It's you know what I'm saying? It's hard to look at a whole ass YouTube video.
Well,
no worries. I'm gonna rewatch it too, so I'm not gonna
So, Hala, it's totally up to you how you want to spend your life here. Nobody here will judge you on what you decide to do when you leave the room and you continue to engage with content in other places. That's a you problem, Hollow. But don't be hollow, okay? Try to, realize that life is mostly opinion, and the universe is transformation. It's not important. I just brought this up as a bait to bait Pepe about genetic mutation, because I was trying to wonder how we actually got a Pepe in the year 2026 through evolution. The important thing about evolution is that right now, as we talk, we are the furthest level of evolution in human history, and I'm just worried that many of us are R-worded out and brain rotted, and thus we have a genetic failure, that the mutation isn't advocating for more intelligence. Unfortunately, I'm afraid we actually end up with R-worded, brain-rotted people like yourself or perhaps Pepe.
Actually, you know what? It's been good. It's been good that Hollow came up and he grabbed his balls. And he came up and he said what he said his piece, which is great. I love it, and I'm great. And I'm glad that he questioned somebody, and it happened to be Pepe. And okay, that's good. So as evolution comes to this conversation, we can move right along, and we can maybe segment into something else, or whatever. But it's one of those things where I'm glad that Hollow came up and you really question everything with Pepe, and so it's okay. So now it's time to go back to the video, watch the video, and then maybe at the end of the video, you guys can either come back here, or you guys.
Father, let's just move on to Donald Trump. Let's get back to Donald Trump, because Trump is the greatest president we've ever had. And we're so lucky on this Memorial Day to have such a wise, intelligent, and strong leader like Donald Trump instead of Kamala Harris, the communist, and Tim Walz, the pedo. Thank God for Donald Trump. Amen. Can I get an amen? Amen. Can I get an amen for Donald Trump? Amen. Donald Trump. Amen. Donald Trump. Amen. Donald Trump, our Lord and Savior.
A 2 gram blunt right now for Donald Trump.
Holy shit, you're trying to get higher, right?
Amen. Donald Trump. Amen. Donald Trump. Amen.
Hi, how are you?
Nice. What's going on, man?
Hey guys, how you doing? How's your Memorial weekend and all that? I had to work. So it was good though.
Well, I've watched about 50 porn videos today, so yeah, I'm doing good.
Oh, I see.
Dude, your dick must be sore.
Yeah, no kid.
No, my dick can't even get up, so.
What do they call that? Gooning? They call that gooning or something.
No, it's called having fucking erectile dysfunction, asshole.
Ah, gosh.
Fuck.
Wow.
It sucks.
So, you watch a video of a dude fucking a donkey in order to get excited?
No, I don't. Fuck, you know, that's kind of the good thing. I don't have to watch that shit.
Anyway, guys, so how's everything? Besides ED and stuff. How's everything going?
Everything's going good, man.
I haven't been on here for I haven't been on here frequently lately, but yeah, that's cool, man. You guys doing all good, man? I really haven't been paying attention too much. Looks like there might be some sort of peace deal. I'm skeptical about that, of course.
Yeah, I think we all are.
You know where the mole is, right?
Actually, I've been talking with some people that I know within the ZipperNet, and honestly, we're at like 99% there.
As far as what?
The reason we started this to begin with.
As far as the nuclear shit, right?
I was fighting these same stupid fucking Jishad Mahdi back in fucking 2007. That was 20 fucking years ago. It's the same fucking people.
But they're our friends. Just kidding. No, it's pretty wild, man. A lot of those. I'm being sarcastic about it. But no, a lot of those IEDs that were destroying like armored vehicles they were copper plated or copper lined. They were from the IRGC. Specifically designed to
it's called an EFP, an explosively formed projectile.
Yes.
Yeah, you make a bowl. You make a bowl that's like 1 inch thick out of copper, and you take a steel pipe that's like 8 inches in diameter, and then you shove that bowl on top of all the explosives, and pack it down like it's a cannon, and then you throw it at a vehicle, and the path of least resistance is through the copper, but when it throws it at like an Abrams tank, the liquid copper goes through the reactive armor.
See, now, how the fuck did they figure that out? Right? I mean, I'm just curious.
Physics?
I guess physics, right? Yeah. That's wild, dude. It really is. And then, looks like Cuba's going to be next. Cuba's
Dude, on this Memorial Day, I would like to say, let me get like 20 seconds with 5 seconds right here of peace of silence. Okay, in 2008, Corporal Mixon, he was from Louisiana. He was a 19-year-old kid. He was driving a striker. Oh shit, there I was, Baghdad, Iraq. and this EFP went off, and when he got hit, it went through the driver's cab of the striker. And when I finally got up to where he was, the whole back of his head was knocked the fuck off. Like, there's no saving this. Like, and then he was 19, and he'd gone home on like R&R, like the rest of relaxation. And when he was there, he ended up getting his wife pregnant. And then when, like, you know, he died, I came home, like, you know, 11 months later, and I literally got to hold his daughter, and I held him when he died, you know, and then, like, the idea of holding his daughter, and he never got to hold her. Like, that's what Memorial Day is about. To remember those that, like, you know, because all gave some, but some gave fucking all. Yeah, that's for sure, man. I was wanting to ask a few people today, because I know there's a lot of people that don't like our military, they don't like, I mean, our government, which is understandable, right? I mean, the government thing is understandable. You don't have to love your government, but you should love your country, and you should respect the fighting men and women, just the people who put it all on the line. Because literally, the reason why they're able to talk that way is because of the sacrifices, you know, the men and women have made for us to be able to have this luxury that we have, you know. And so I just, you know, that's really what offended me so much about this whole, you know, during this Iran thing. It just seemed like we had so many Americans rooting against us, you know, and that's a real fucking shame. You got to really check yourself. You're rooting against your own country, and you know, we just do our job, right? I mean, it's not these military men and women. They just do their fucking job, and they go where they're sent, right? But shitting on them is not cool. So. Bro, dude, I was a medic, and they shit on me all the time on this app. Nice. Should we change the title? You know, no, it's Memorial Day. Why would we change the topic on Memorial Day? You're not listening to me again. There's a title. I hear you, Rafi. But what's the title? Palestina? It's not a real place. Oh, we know that. The question is... It's the Ottoman Empire. You want to go back, you know, 500 years? I'd be okay with like the Ottoman Empire controlling Palestina? I'd be alright with changing the title, bro. I mean, this whole Palestine fucking Israel conflict to me is pretty. It's just a dead fucking horse. I mean, on this app especially. You do whatever you want. What are you going to say to the title today? You guys want something American? It's not my fault you don't know how to fight. Doc, it's the internet, man. It's the internet. Yeah, okay, man, whatever you guys want.
Well, Rabboni Shalom, let's just talk about how the liberals on this app project all their fascist, socialist, communist ideology onto Donald Trump all the time, and they project and project and project and project. And, you know, they fail to realize that they are what they are criticizing. And Donald Trump is a fair and equitable and, you know, justice and law enforcement based president. And thank God today we are thanking God for Donald Trump and not Kamala the cackling communist Harris, who would have destroyed and deconstructed and ruined America. And thank God Donald Trump is our president, because Iran has been struck a blow and those fuckers are on their knees. And hopefully we get a deal of some sort. But if they break that deal, thank God we got a backup. His name is DJT. And he can push a button. And his button works. Hello?
Well, I'm glad you brought up Kamala Harris. Guys, think about where we might be if we had Kamala Harris as president, Liz Cheney as defense secretary, because apparently that's who they were going to confirm. It was going to be Liz Cheney as a defense secretary, man, we would have been fucking appeasing the Iranians for sure. And we would have been so heavily involved in Ukraine, more than we are than ever. Probably would have been on the brink of World War III. And I'm not even trying to be hyperbolic here. I'm just being serious. Like, imagine, think about what would have happened. Ebola would have been such a fucking crisis. On top of this, HANA virus, they would have shut down the entire fucking country, the entire world. Think about if the Democrats had been running the fucking show. They would not have lost this opportunity to shut things down and pump in more pharmaceuticals, more vaccines. Make sure you're taking your HANA virus vaccine. Make sure you're taking your fucking Ebola vaccine. They're trying ever. And then, like I said, Kamala Harris would have been appeasing the Iranians, giving them more ability to be a fucking threat. And we would have been at the brink of war with the Russians, I'm sure of it. And the Chinese. It's fucking crazy, really.
It's worse than that because with COVID-19 and the platform censorship lockdown, we would have been in a communication disaster where all criticism of the COVID-19 ZAV, the federal response, etc., total censorship. But a lot of that is Elon Musk buying X. But if Kamala and Waltz would have gotten in, guess what they would have done? They would have shut X down. They would have shut Elon Musk down. And we would have total censorship, gridlock. And we would be in a war against our own government, which is trying to censor us. And they would have mass vaccinated everybody and made everybody go on a digital vax card.
Oh, yeah.
So they wanted total big pharma tyranny in this country and total censorship tyranny. They wanted to strip all your constitutional rights away from you, and they would have terrorized us and the world because Kamala is that fucking stupid and Tim Waltz is that fucking demented. These would have been national traitors. It is pure destiny and providence that Donald John Trump is our president.
It really is. I mean, if you don't believe in the Bible, folks, then, I mean, the Christians are fucking, we believe in this shit, but this is like surreal what's happening. I mean, it's real, that's surreal what's happening. It's all part of the plan, it seems. But yeah, man, it's just crazy what would happen if we would have had Kamala. You know, it would have been really sick. But trust me, if these Democrats get the power back, they're really going to be fucking shit up. They're going to be so mad. They're going to be so unhinged to try to gain power back. That, you know, Joe's right. They'll probably put us in concentration camps, man.
That's what Democrats do. The Democrats put the Japanese in concentration camps. They are actually concentration camp experts.
Well, they were talking about hacking the court, hacking the Supreme Court, making, Puerto Rico and D.C. a state, just so that they can...
Anything they could do to get power back, man, of course. Well, think about it. They don't want IDs. Why? Because they want to count on illegal votes. And, you know, they don't want... They want to let every Tom, Dick, and Harry in the fucking country... They want us all vaccinated, yet they'll let how many millions of unvaccinated into the country, all for votes. So you're fucking right, man. As soon as they get power back, and it's inevitable, eventually they probably will get their power back in some capacity. And yeah, it's going to be a Democrat revenge tour, bro. And people like me are going to be a threat to democracy. Or we're going to be fucking, you know, I mean, it's going to be wild what's going to happen to those guys.
I would straight up put you in. I mean, if I was in power, I'd put you in a fucking concentration.
Oh gosh, I don't want to even say you're going to be that because, you know, you're kind of fruity, bro. So you worry me. You know, you probably have a weird crush on me like that. So I don't want to hear what you got to say, buddy, about that.
Okay, that would earn you a stay in the black part of the concentration.
Yeah. But no shit, man. That's gonna be scary. And you know, I'm just saying this as a Christian. I don't think we're gonna be here in the end times, folks. I mean, it's not even vaguely mentioned in the Bible. You know, and what's stopping Israel from being marched on? America alone, pretty much. And there's a lot of anti-Israel hate. As soon as America Any of that support.
What is stopping Israel from being marched on? They have an armed population trained in military warfare from 18 on up. What the fuck are you talking about? They have millions of soldiers.
It's not enough there, John. It's not enough to fight the fucking world. Think about the world. The Bible talks about many countries marching on Israel, bro. That's not something I'm making up. That's in the
Bro, that's called fucking philosophy and metaphors, my friend. You failed to see the metaphor. I'm sorry, but if you can't see the metaphor, you should try to use AI to ask what that metaphor might mean. It's not literal, Mountain. It's about personal development. Hate to break the big news to you. Talk to Bry here. He knows that the temple is in between your ears and near your temples. It's a metaphor, Mountain. Hello?
Your ears are the gates that allow your temple to be able to hear what you hear. If you let evil shit in your temple and your brain, you learn evil shit. Your ears are what you listen to. But if you want to be a dumb fuck, be a dumb fuck. Well, it's settled. You two have definitely made the final word. What?
Jason, what's up? You spoke crack or something or what?
Oh my god, you can't deal with intelligent people. Are you okay, little guy? Are you gonna be okay, little guy?
Fuck yeah,
It's fucking I'm laying in bed talking to your bitch ass. Hey, Jason, say bottle of water. Jason, say bottle of water. Bottle of water! That, I'm less than 160 pounds. How fat do you think I am? Bottle of water! Why do you sound like Helen Keller when you say it like that? Oh, you're not even smart enough to keep up with the conversation. Roll your blunts if you got them, folks. Bro, I'm laying in bed. I'm about to go to sleep. Y'all bitches are stupid. Oh. You're right, Dad. You can go and speak English.
Yeah, I mean, let's just get back again to the difference between a metaphor and something literal, as if there's something new under the sun. You know, whoever's been living in the Middle East, well, a lot of those people, their families have been there a very long time. If you live here in America, we just hit 250 years. That's nothing compared to some families and some, ethnicities. They've been there for thousands of years. So the point is, 2026, this is the now. And just listen to what people say, and you can see how intelligent they are, what knowledge they have, or lack thereof. Hello?
So the one thing is Iran is actually there was a thing. It was the oldest civilization. Iran, yeah, crazy, yeah.
No, Iran's pretty cool. Persia, have you seen wells or hand-dug wells? And man, we don't care. If you're gonna be retarded, bro, mute up.
People think Iran and Islam is America's trying to push that narrative. Iran is not Islam.
Bro, you're dumb.
What are you Iranian? Are you Persian? You said that.
Am I Persian?
What are you up to tonight?
I run so far away. Doc, I thought you said you were muting up. It was fun though. Try to get away.
Wish we were spilling.
Not me. Not me.
This is a veteran from I thought was a veteran. This is a real nigga veteran.
Jason, how much crack did you smoke?
I won't sell that to your march, bro. To your whole edge.
How much crack? How much did you smoke?
Nigga, I only sold that to your moms.
Oh yeah.
Well, let's just be honest. This app has some brain rotted out R words that can't contribute more than less than intelligent sentence of absolute meaningless dribble. As you just witnessed, there are
Say the
men.
most intelligent thing you can say, John. Go ahead.
Well, the more you think, the more you speak. With Pepe, the further from the truth you are gonna get.
Amazing. Amazing.
I said that's from the Dowdy's in.
But I will just remind everyone that 13% of the U.S. population is responsible for 50% of all the heinous murders. And that 13% population happens to be...
Oh, it's over 50%. It's over 50%.
Oh, absolutely. And so, I mean, I just saw something in the news about 3 young African-American men that murdered a mother on her driveway, stole her car, and put 8 rounds in her. And all I gotta say is, until we have capital execution in this country, we will never, ever, ever save America, because real value requires capital execution. Real values. Hello?
Bro, you wouldn't want to know what I would do with a Christmas tree in Rockefeller Center. I'd have a whole bunch of Christmas ornaments that were different.
In other words, a bunch of dead black people hanging from each fucking branch.
Uh-oh.
Well, pedophiles and everything in between.
Oh, okay. So you got to mix some white and brown people in with the blacks hanging. I got it.
Well, I mean, equal lefts, equal rights, right? That is total virtue signaling.
I'm sure Jesus would love that on a Christmas tree dedicated for him.
Well, I mean, what did Jesus mean when he said, like, if you get slapped, turn the other cheek?
Well, I think, like, when you celebrate his birthday...
I asked you a question. Why are you moving the goalpost?
People on a Christmas tree.
Why are you moving the goalpost?
How about you answer the question?
Some rednecks like you
I asked you a specific question and you didn't answer it. Still didn't answer it. Oh, boy. I said when Jesus said, like, you know, you get slapped, you turn the other cheek. What did he mean by that?
Yeah, and you stick your tongue in between men's cheeks, you fucking faggot. Shut up, son of a bitch.
Oh, yeah, he meant by that. So that's why you can't answer.
Sure, whatever you prefer.
No gayness, bro. You don't even understand what turning the other cheek means.
I know what you did with your sister or your mom did with her brother when she had you. What?
I had brilliant conversation and ramen noodles because we were poor.
Sure.
I'm so mad that I had a brother baby with you. How we can afford ramen noodles?
I bet you're a dick, bro. Is you insulting me make you smarter than me because you couldn't answer the question?
Fuck both you rednecks. Fuck both of you. Suck my fucking dick.
I tell you what's crazy is you are such a flaming homosexual, and then you say like gay and shit. It's just like crazy, bro. Stop with the projection.
You're fucking sick. Now suck my dick.
Yeah, okay, man. That's what he wants a man to do. I don't really care if you're gay. I really don't. But dude, come on.
You guys are a bunch of... Both of you are just redneck sodomites.
I am a redneck, man. I'm not a sodomite. Ricky Bobby. Better from being a flaming homo living in Arizona, because here's the thing, buddy. You couldn't even survive if you didn't have air conditioning out there. You couldn't even survive if you didn't have fucking water being...
And your fat ass couldn't survive if you didn't have fucking processed food. That's okay.
Pepe, which is crazy, bro. The projection with you is off the charts. You gotta stop this shit, man. Stop with the projection. I fuck with you, dude, but you gotta stop. Anybody who lives in Arizona doesn't... That's where retirees go. Snowbirds, bro. You don't know what hard is, motherfucker.
I live in Montana.
You don't know what hard is what's up your butt a couple times a week.
You live in like the most beautiful part of Montana. Oh my god, it's so harsh over there.
Yeah, well, it was at one time, but you know, white people like us fucking made it nice. So.
Hi, Bri.
You sick fuck. Peace, love, health, and wealth,
you know what doesn't make it nice is the Blackfoot, the Crow.
They're on reservations that don't even, you know, we don't care, bro. We outnumber them now. I mean, who cares?
No, I know you do. But actually, I have a half brother who's half Blackfoot.
Yeah, I mean, all my family is from Browning.
Dirty, stinking, it's not my state, so
That's a place where if you wanted to, I mean, not want to, but that's a place where you could actually get murdered as Browning or like.
Yeah, no, they actually scalp people. They're gross.
I mean, just people actually get murdered there a lot. It's, I mean, fucking spooky. Yeah.
Drunk fucking Indians, dude, raising hell.
Even Indians aren't safe. They're little on white people.
I'm really happy God didn't make me an Indian.
Me too. I feel the same way, bro.
Well, that's kind of
God has much to do with it.
it's kind of a ridiculous thing to say. And I have a book on Native American wisdom. And it's very profound and very deep.
The reality is, if you grow up,
The truth is about Indian philosophy is if you can say it, it is not true. Again, if you can say it, it is not true.
Shut your fucking mouth.
Hello? Hello?
You're literally
Hello?
No one wants to hear you speak on this bullshit.
Hello?
You are going to be.
Hello?
You
No one wants to hear this dumb shit.
Hello?
Shut your fucking black mouth, you pussy.
Hello? If you can say it, it is not true.
Yes,
hello. But no, you literally are going to be on an unlikely dirt board. Shut your fucking. Look, Indians don't like black people, okay?
Listen, there's a Native American saying that says, if you can say it, it is not true. And that's why you hear projection on this app all the time.
No, it's not projection. The reality is if you grow up...
The reality is that no one's...
Shut your black-triggered mouth, you fucking whiny bitch. If you grow up...
No one wants to hear this shit.
Shut your black whiny mouth. Holy shit.
It's true, though. I mean, all my cousins who live on the reservations, they all have to join the military to even have an opportunity because there's nothing there, bro.
Yeah, there's nothing. You're in the middle of nowhere. It's dirt poor. There's no industries there. There's nothing to fucking do. I mean, the sad reality is the only way you can generally really make it is to get off the fucking reservation, and that's one of the biggest complaints they have. They don't want to leave home, but there's no opportunity for them. Like it's a really fucked up place to grow up.
Yeah, well, welcome to America, where guess what? Uncle Samite can save your ass if you live in a trench somewhere in Dakota or Montana or even Alabama or Louisiana.
To be fair,
all it requires is for you to be disciplined, to live the life of a soldier. Many of you, like Pepe here, have never stood at attention and saluted or listened to taps at night before going to bed.
Do you know who has a higher enlistment rate per capita than white people? Native Americans. So, I mean, once again, these people they definitely put a lot of them step up and they serve for their country.
Isn't that amazing? A Native American from a Dust Bowl little shit town Pueblo is more patriotic than Dr. Pee-Pee, a 1990s self-proclaimed Democrat. Pee-Pee here, a 1990s Democrat.
No, I've been a Republican my whole life.
No, you're not a Republican, and you admitted that you're a 1990s Democrat.
If you were going to put me next to fucking Bill Clinton in the 1990s, or Joe Biden in 1990, or a lot of these, dude, they are literally further to the right than almost all of MAGA today. You can sit here and say, oh, that's bullshit, but it's absolutely fucking true.
No, it's not true because you say it. And the fact that you say it makes it not true.
Trump is a goddamn...
The fact that you say it makes it 100% not true. Exactly. That's a fact.
Nobody cares what you have to say, Impact.
The fact is, what you said, Pepe, is incorrect, and your opinion is 100% wrong.
Tell me how Trump the fuck up is further to the right. Shut your fucking Negro mouth.
I don't need to actually respond to you. I just want to let everybody here know that what Pepe said is 100% incorrect. 100%.
Okay, tell me how Trump is further to the right than, for example, Joe Biden in 1990. In what issue?
In what issue?
Hey, look, you zesty little Negro.
You have the
calm
list
down.
of a cocksucker.
Yeah, okay. You can just shut your zesty sodomite Negro mouth. Like, seriously.
Negro. Repeat after me. Negro.
Negro. Chanquito.
Impact, bro. Go where I'm trying to have
Chanquito, pinche mayate. Like 50 monkeys, you know? So, as we were saying, please let the white man talk. We don't need you just like...
Are you a white man or are you a spit?
Okay, you are using your shrimp sucking lips to just like blurt out like random bullshit when I'm talking, but you're not actually... I'll tell you what, go ahead and say something. Go ahead, say something smart. Say something smart.
E equals MC squared.
No, Negro, regarding the conversation, say something smart. Say something that would entertain us, and we'd be like, oh my god, that is a good point. Just go ahead.
Besides the one on top of your head?
We're waiting. You can't do it.
I'm waiting for good content.
You're an ankle biter. You're an ankle biter. That's what you do in a conversation. You ankle bite, but you don't actually have something to say or a fucking point. Okay, that's it.
For sure.
Well, I mean, you weren't saying shit to entertain.
All you're doing is personally attacking people. So
Yeah.
you're being the ankle biter. I'm not personally.
Yep, it's all projection.
You're just personally attacking people, not their points.
It's all projection all the time. 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 All projection all the time.
Okay, I didn't. You can say it's projection. I'm asking you how.
It's all projection all the time with you, little peepee. What we're trying to say here is, I kind of had, I think a lot of politics and global politics is just like totally tribal and, gangsterism, if you will, or gangs.
Yeah, I did not ask that question. The question
And so what I'm trying to say is, I got some neighbors right now that are exploding fireworks. No, I don't answer Pepe's question. I answer questions if I want to answer questions. This is what Pepe does. It always becomes the Pepe show, and he's not a moderator here tonight. Thank God. Thank God he's not a moderator tonight, because when Pepe monologues, he goes for hours, and then eventually it goes into his feelings and about how he hasn't had a girlfriend. And, oh yeah, it just goes on and 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 on. It never ends. It just never ends with Pepe. He just keeps talking and talking and talking and talking and talking and talking and projecting and projecting and projecting all the time, over and over again. It's exhausting from a recorder's perspective.
So you go to sleep earlier. Fuck.
Someone who has to record Clubhouse all the time for a living eventually gets a little tired of the Pepe monologue because it's very redundant, actually.
Anybody who records Clubhouse for a living should be tired of fucking living, just to be honest.
Well, I mean, that's actually passive income, and if you don't know how to do it, you're an idiot.
Well, he only gets like 100
shut the fuck up already.
views at most, and so he's obviously not really getting paid doing this. So I mean,
Are you sure about that?
yeah, we all know his fucking YouTube channels.
Which ones?
They're actually useful. Yeah, exactly. He has like 10 of them. But they're useful for if you weren't in a recorded room, you can go to one of his. This is where he is a useful.
I mean, I've known him
you can
for
go
5
back
years
and watch
on
one of his
this
streams of the rooms.
He's been doing this for 5 years. Like, what are you talking about?
I know he has.
Who do you think brought me on the fucking app?
Yeah. Amazing. Yeah, amazing.
Dude, Pepe, you're just a Corsican French guy that wants to be a Catholic, Reformed American. That wants to like suck dick for a living. That wants to be a progressive asshole in the closet. Screw or something.
Okay, you dirty, right? You guys are a bunch of dirty niggers and fucking rednecks. That's all you guys are.
Niggers and rednecks.
See, that's actually Pepe's inferiority complex and lack of self-confidence speaking when he makes ad hominem projection like N-word and rednecks.
Not really, because okay. Not really. Alright, what's funny is You've always been a fucking nobody. And yeah, I was somebody that would draw a crowd. That was the name of the game on this
His
fucking
clubhouse
network.
crowd
And nobody knows who you are.
crowd.
What did you interest me? You lazy, stupid, low IQ fucking miscreant. Shut the fuck up. You whiny bitch, quit biting on my ankles.
Hey, Ryan, whose man is this?
Hey, by the way, just hang on a minute. So I've been letting you guys just go back and forth and talk all your shit for the last fucking half an hour because I was kind of busy. But now that I have a few minutes, basically, we're gonna clean house here in a few minutes. So.
Wait, so talk about something interesting?
Yeah, talk about something else.
Yeah.
The topic of the room has a lot of potential, I think.
Well, there you go. Well, why don't you start talking about the potential of the room then?
I don't feel like this guy's going to be very, lovable.
No, just let him try. I want to see the crash and burn.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, of course.
Impact. The mic is on you. Let me see. Is America the best country in the world?
Fuck if I know. I haven't been to many countries, but I suspect that how one answers this is going to be proportionate to the fairness of your skin, generally speaking.
So the melatonin density?
How do you say that? And why do you say that?
Because black people don't love America.
No, I don't think that's a true statement.
So you believe that? Well, then why would you say that, like, America has anything to do with racial epithets? 1 second.
And a racial epithet is like nigger. What is that? Who said anything about racial epithets?
Okay, again, don't listen to him. Well, he said that, like, if somebody's going to answer this. Okay, so, Impact, I wanted to ask, you said it depends on the skin, your skin color?
Oh, well, that's one characteristic. It probably depends on hundreds of characteristics.
Let me ask you a question.
I think most typically it's going to boil down to, like, religion, racial identity.
No, but forget about religion. Let's go to skin color.
Okay, let's go skin color then.
Okay, where is the one skin color better than the rest of the world? What happened? What do you mean, brother? Well, where do you believe that one skin color can have it better than it being that skin color in America somewhere else in the world?
Wait, that question wasn't very coherent. Can you answer it again, please?
So, let's say, depending on whatever skin color you have in your head, right? Like, I see skin colors, like, every skin color would always do better in America. So, my question is, where do you see one skin color doing better in the world than America? Any skin color, yellow, black, white. Where do you see them doing better in America?
I don't know if that's a hard question. Where do I see a skin color doing better than in America?
Correct. The opportunities. Being either black, either yellow, brown, doesn't matter the skin color.
Well, those are skin colors. Those are racial identities. I
just named you tones of colors, correct?
Yeah, but those are racial identities. Those aren't skin colors. Now, I didn't say anything about racial identities.
What's a skin color? No.
Yeah, so, like, there's, like, light reflects from the pigments in human skin, and there's a spectrum of colors that are reflected. Those are skin colors. Black is a color, or the absence of light. White is a whole other color, but neither of those are shades of human skin. Those are racial identities.
So,
like entitlement.
Again,
You're the one who made the claim that depending on your complexion. So,
yeah,
is that based on identity or the color of your skin?
I mentioned skin colors, not racial identity.
News. There's been a car accident.
Or again, I don't know how to explain it otherwise. Where would a black person be better than America? Get better opportunities. Where would a white person get better opportunities than America? Brown, yellow, or any other color?
You're trying to make this a racial issue, and I mentioned nothing about race.
I know, I'm asking about skin color.
You said skin color, which is literally correlated with race to the utmost degree.
No,
yes, it is.
No, it's not actually.
Okay, I don't know what you're talking about when the sun fucking hits your pigmentation, the colors change. Where is one black person gonna do better during the daytime and nighttime than America? Where the fuck is one white person gonna do better than fucking daytime, nighttime than America? You wanna fucking act stupid now? I'm asking a fucking simple question. You made that fucking stupid statement. As I said, you're black, right?
No, I do not identify as black.
You do not, okay. If I see you on the fucking streets as a white person, I'm gonna identify you as a black person. Let's say it this way. If Pappy sees you, is he gonna identify you as a black person? I'll come back to the skin color, right? Defense mechanism.
Well, what do you think chameleons do? That's what chameleons do to survive and thrive in the jungle.
Well, that's why this guy wanted to attack me, and he wanted to like fucking he wanted to center it. And you're gonna get this. I'm sure you guys have noticed this in the whole like Palestine versus Israel debate. You get African Americans that somehow like they implant their internal politics in the USA, which has nothing to do with Israel and Palestine, literally nothing. And they just kind of they'll hear some like narratives and like buzzwords like apartheid, racist, colonizers, and then they automatically are just gonna like apply that
narrative. Those are terms. That's not narrative.
No, but they give a narrative. Okay, the pro-Palestinian side gives a narrative using those terms. They're trying to paint a picture. That's how propaganda works. And then you get black people who automatically side with them. The funny part is that white supremacists don't side with Israel. That's the ironic part.
Some of you could go back to the topic of the room. I'd appreciate it because I think the topic is interesting. I think what Impact said could have been broken down, but I don't think Impact you were as honest as maybe you should have been, because I think what you said was an actual observation. You should have stood on it. You know what I'm saying? Like what you were saying is that white people probably have a different opinion on the topic than does the average black person for XYZ reasons, which you did not explain. So if you want to, you could explain those reasons, or you could pass to somebody else.
But why would I'm just curious, because white nationalists and white supremacists have never been fans of the Jews. Like, this is weird.
I sort of posted to you that
You're trying to make this a racial issue.
It is, yeah. That's what
He said skin color, which is literally correlated with race.
This is crazy childhood stories about me and my family, Dick Gregory. So, and that's me and Lil Koofy. But I don't use terms like white and white supremacy and black. They're mostly bullshit terms. They're really not well defined, and they don't make for good conversation. So I very willfully said like tone of one's skin, because as you know, I would assume that Meta, you identify as being a black person. Is this a true statement?
Yes, I identify as a black man.
I like the way you said it. You sound like Cleveland Brown. Meta?
My fault, bro. I was watching my NBA. Yeah.
Okay. So Meta identifies as a black man. Now, watch this. Meta, have you ever heard the term passing?
Yeah.
Okay. So would you say that people who are like successfully passing would characterize the United States as being a great country more often than folks who do not pass?
I get that point, and I agree. I think people who, but just to provide nuance.
But when you guys say passing,
but that's not about racial identity, right?
Well, sure, but when you guys have to clarify these. You're using your own lingo when it comes to passing.
We'll get to it.
Okay, are you talking about white passing?
Yeah.
1 second. That's what
Sure.
I was about to do. I think that what you said, Impact, is true, but we have to take into account the people who are ethnically black but can pass for white because they're phenotypically ambiguous are doing so because they want proximity to power, right?
Like who? Who would we allow to pass?
Bro, you have to research.
Oh, there's lots of people who pass.
Well, no. I'm being dead serious. I've spent a lot of time around white nationalists. I would say you guys can say, even like, she's somebody who used to be in my rooms all the time, Amber Rose. She, I guess, could pass as white, but once she told you that she was, about her lineage, it's like, that's it. You're like, fuck you, you're gone. But she's obviously anomalous. Like a light skinned black. Okay, to white people who care, about that are racist, I should say. A light skinned black doesn't care if you're high yellow or red boned or you're real dark. You're still the same, 6-letter epithet that they like to refer to you as. They don't care about that shit.
No, they're not passing then. They're not passing.
Understand the cultural nuances, bro. So passing is not as prevalent today as it was in the early 20th century. But there were people who you would not be able to tell were black, bro, who you would think were white unless.
But they're not black. Is there only you're talking about a fucking octoroon. We cannot tell if this person. We cannot tell that this person is partially black. But even then, I would say if you're an octoroon, you're somebody who you were likely raised by basically white parents, and so there's nothing really black culturally about you that would make you stand out.
Yeah.
What's your artist name?
Can you freestyle? I can try. Last person to freestyle that 15 million views. Think you can beat it?
That's it. Parents that are micro-Russian darker, and in their families they are very, very sick. That's why
All I wanna do is show you off, babe. Yeah, you're so tall and you got me on my toes. When it comes to love, I'm usually not a lightweight or cheap.
Okay, so you came on here, so you see the title of the room. What I find awesome is that we can look at Africa, we can look at people suffering in African There's one country plenty better than anywhere else in the world, including in countries where they rule themselves. Like we can look at the Caribbean islands, we can look at Africa. But there's one place. Really? Life expectancy, how healthy they are, the level of starvation, by every fucking metric economically, how educated they are, they do best here. In fact, the smartest people from Africa, like the Nigerians, for example, Yoruba, or no, I think it's the Igbo, I forget which one, but they end up sending their kids here to get educated. So, no, I quite frankly, black people do better in the United States than anywhere else. Metrically, you're not going to be able to find a place where black people do better. That's.
Do you identify as a black person, Pepe?
That's irrelevant.
I hear that you judge that it's irrelevant, but it was a question, and I think it stands.
We know I'm not black. We know I'm not black, so that's why it's irrelevant.
I don't know what you are. That's why I asked. So you assumed that I was black when you were calling me a nigger and all that, but
I didn't call you. I didn't actually.
Well, again, no, they're the highest percentage globally. They're most millionaires that are blacks.
I think it's fair. Yeah, I think it's fair to say that in America, where people have the ability and capability for social mobility, then yeah, you'll see every demographic raise because America is a system that is good because it is constantly destabilizing other nations. So of course, if you have a mansion and all of your furniture is imported from other houses that are derelict, and you're wondering why people are coming to your house, probably because spend so much money to destabilize other cultures.
Oh, so it's a giant structural white racist conspiracy. Got it. No personal responsibility, no knowledge, no trade, just complaining. I understand completely what you're saying. Well, thank you very little for adding no more value than when I first got here. Congratulations.
Are literally as worthless as the conservatives that are clearly have white nationalist leanings, but they're too
Somebody's a little chicken.
Offense with what they actually mean. You have this black grievance identity wrapped in a lot of third worldism. Because you're mentioning, us dominating other countries.